Chapter 321. Chapter 321. Please make up your mind. Do you want to take it out or not? Were they still the cold and prideful, pretentious F4 group? Were they still the high and mighty four talents of Sky City in everybody's heart? I can't feel your sincerity. Your expression is blank and your voice is flat. Just forget about it. You should find another person for a competition. Qin Feng scoffed, waving his hand. He'd discovered the conspiracy of the four talents at the restroom. He also knew these four fellows would proactively come looking for trouble with him because of Su Xiatian's provocation. Qin Feng realized the world was too sinister. He just wanted to be a low-profile flower boy at Sky City. Why did everybody have to target him? However, Qin Feng relaxed soon after. Well, it wasn't his fault that he was a prodigy brimming with talent. He was simply born to be envied by others. Brother Qin Feng, it's our destiny to meet each other today. Can you have a friendly ma with me to commemorate the beginning of our friendship? Although Li Yang spoke with a friendly expression, he was actually angered to death in his heart. Qin Feng was Su Xiatian's only companion, so he had to protect her. Since somebody was plotting against Su Xiatian, Qin Feng couldn't remain indifferent anymore. He then answered Li Yang with a smile. How do you want to compete with me, talently? Li Yang jumped with joy when Qin Feng agreed to the duel. It's just a simple ma. Friendship first, competition second. How about arm wrestling? Li Yang's words stirred up the crowd. Although Li Yang looked harmless now, appearances were deceptive. His muscle strength and sheer power were the top among the four talents. During their debut, many young masters loathed them and challenged them to duels. As a result, countless Herculeans had lost to Li Yang in arm wrestling. Most of the challengers had their arms broken by Li Yang. In the most minor case, someone had his fingers snapped. Sima Zhao's ill intent is known to all. And now, Li Yang wanted to arm wrestle with Qin Feng. It was obvious that he wanted to destroy Qin Feng at this point. Okay. Arm wrestling is good, easy, and straightforward. I like it. Qin Feng agreed. He then added, that ancient clad in a robe is one of the four talents, right? Isn't he going to want to have a calligraphy contest with me later? Let's cut to the chase. I'll arm wrestle with you using one hand and have a calligraphy contest with him using the other. 2 contests at a time, it'll be more efficient. Everybody's jaw dropped to the floor when they heard Qin Feng's suggestion. The four talents' expressions were malicious when they looked at Qin Feng again. This was because they were certain that Qin Feng had overheard their secret plan. Otherwise, how would he know Zhao Yusheng wanted to do calligraphy? Zhao Yusheng got to his feet. He sent a gloomy glare at Qin Feng and said, Humph! This elder should fulfill your death wish, then. Qin Feng ignored their expressions and sat opposite Li Yang. A tea table on the left side had been cleared and the 4 treasures of the study were put on it. As soon as Zhao Yusheng sat by that tea table, he'd picked up his writing brush and dipped it in ink already. Qin Feng had acquired an elementary-grade Thunder Tiger Fists, elementary-grade piano skill, and elementary-grade calligraphy skill during his first lottery. After that, he got an intermediate-grade car racing skill and intermediate-grade painting skill from the second lottery. He had never used the elementary-grade calligraphy skill before, so he thought today was the right time for him to use this skill. Otherwise he might grow rusty if he didn't use it for a long time. Qin Feng clamped his right hand with Li Yang's while holding a writing brush with his left hand, dipping it in ink. Both contests began at the same time. Li Yang brought to bear all his strength as soon as the battle started, planning to break Qin Feng's arm before Qin Feng could write calligraphy. He also planned to retire Qin Feng from the rest of contests. However, the situation didn't go as he planned. He'd gone all out, but Qin Feng's arm was as steady as a hill and didn't budge even an inch. Besides, he also noticed Qin Feng seemingly hadn't used any of his strength yet. Qin Feng didn't even pay attention to his right hand, concentrating instead on writing on the Xian paper. Some voices wafted from the onlookers surrounding them. Su Xiatian, in particular, was astounded. She'd never imagined a country bumpkin like Qin Feng would be so arrogant and domineering. Li Yang's right hand bulged with veins. Large drops of sweat started to ooze from his forehead. He was ashamed and annoyed because he heard somebody talking behind his back. He was the powerhouse of 4 talents, an undefeatable entity. How could he meet a monstrous Qin Feng today? He even began to wonder whether this kid stuck his arm to the tea table. Bang! A loud noise came from the crowd. This noise startled everyone. Some jumped a step back while some covered their mouths and screamed. The battle between Qin Feng and Li Yang was over. Qin Feng had suddenly exerted immense strength and slammed Li Yang's arm into the tea table, embedding his entire arm in the solid wood tabletop. Li Yang couldn't get it out now. At the same time, Qin Feng had finished his calligraphy and elegantly thrown down the writing brush in his left hand. Li Wang was trying hard to pull his arm out of the wooden table. He was in so much pain that he yelped every time he moved his arm. However, nobody noticed his condition as everyone's attention was focused on Qin Feng's and Zhao Yuxing's Xian papers. Zhao Yuxing was renowned as the master of calligraphy in Sky City. Last year, a calligraphy master praised his calligraphy skill at a calligraphy exhibition in the provincial capital, and due to the recognition of that calligraphy master, he had been catapulted to fame. His calligraphy was so popular that some rich and power in Sky City paid large sums for his inscription. Now, Zhao Yuxing had finished his calligraphy as well. There were only 4 characters on his Xian paper. Ignorant and illiterate plebeian. These 4 characters were written using orthodox regular script. These characters were neat and the strength used were uniform. These 4 characters seemed to have grown out from the Xian paper. The ink marks were substantial, and the strokes were natural and unforced, vivid and lifelike. Everybody knew these 4 characters were meant to insult Qin Feng. Zhao Yuxing didn't pass up the opportunity to insult Qin Feng even though it was a contest. This showed that he was very confident. In his eyes, this contest was merely a game for him to suppress and ridicule Qin Feng. Nice writing! Talent Zhao indeed is a genius calligrapher among the younger generation in Sky City. I'd want to collect this masterpiece if we could change the text. Hey! All of us are young masters, so how come the 4 of you are so talented while we aren't? So handsome. Talent Zhao's handwriting is as good-looking as his appearance. Those who saw Zhao Yuxing's calligraphy couldn't restrain themselves and praised him. Without a doubt, Zhao Yuxing really had some foundation in calligraphy. Besides, very few people would write with gel ink pen nowadays, much less a brush. So Zhao Yuxing was just required to show a tip of the iceberg of his penmanship and he could stun everybody. Wow! What's this? Even though I can't read a single word, but it feels so domineering and unrestrained. An exclamation rose among the crowd when everybody was busy flattering Zhao Yuxing. Everybody was flabbergasted when their gaze fell on Qin Feng's Xian paper. Qin Feng had written a long segment of an ancient poem. There were hundreds of words on Qin Feng's Xian paper. Each and every word galloped like horses, wanton and uninhibited. Qin Feng seemed to have granted them life. They were now galloping and soaring freely on Xian paper. They were like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, or an army battalion fighting fiercely on a battlefield. Even though the handwriting was hard to understand, it could boost the morale of anyone who saw it. Wild scribble! It's cursive script! Finally, somebody from the crowd was able to recognize Qin Feng's handwriting. It was cursive script, the hardest to learn and master in Chinese calligraphy. This type of script was loose and ski. Not only did it take years to master this script, it required the calligraphy to have a wild-minded and bohemian characteristic as well. How could a person write true wild cursive script without a wide-ranging and carefree life experience? Zhao Yuxing was astounded. He stared at Qin Feng's Xian paper with a pale expression, unable to accept the truth. Zhao Yuxing never imagined Qin Feng could write such a beautiful and wild script at the same time as he was arm wrestling with Li Yang. Furthermore, it was an ancient poem with 150 words. How could he accomplish this amazing feat in such a short time? Not even he, Zhao Yuxing, could have done it. He could only write at most 50 words in the same amount of time. Talently, what's wrong with your arm? Who the fuck did this to you? Didn't we agree to put our friendship ahead of the contest? We battled wholeheartedly. Whose heart is so wicked to do such thing to you? While everybody was stunned by Qin Feng's cursive script, he suddenly looked at Li Yang, who had been putting all his effort into extracting his arm from the wooden table. The corner of Li Yang's mouth quirked vigorously. He almost ranted in anger. But he choked it off at last. This was because he knew only Qin Feng could help him remove his arm. Is this person human or a demon? How come he has such a terrifying strength? Li Yang glared at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, help me to extract my arm now. With a couple of strides, Qin Feng arrived at Li Yang's side. He then asked earnestly, Talently, do you really want to take it out? I think it's good to have a tea table hanging on your arm when you go out next time. You could sit down and have a cup of tea if you're tired of walking. TSK. Seems like my view is too narrow. People from the city really know how to entertain themselves. You son of a bai! Cursed Li Yang in his heart. He then pasted a smile on his face and said to Qin Feng, That's a good joke, brother Qin Feng. Anyway, please help me to take out my arm first. Well, since Talently insists, I'm glad to give you a hand. As soon as Qin Feng finished his words, he grabbed Li Yang's arm with his large hand and pulled it out instantly. It was just that Qin Feng's strength was too powerful. The skin and flesh of Li Yang's arm were scraped by the wood splinters in the tea table. It was so painful that he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Seeing Li Yang's anguished expression, Qin Feng slammed Li Yang's arm back into the table again with a bang. With a puzzled face, he then asked Li Yang, Talently, do you want me to take it out or not? Please make up your mind. You're confusing me. Chapter 322. Chapter 322. This is my personal bodyguard. Li Yang's arm was pushed and pulled. It hurt so much that he wanted to die. The skin and flesh of his arm was almost torn by the edges of the wooden table. The fresh blood streaming out was frightening to see. His expression was malevolent. He breathed heavily, the veins in his forehead bulging, beads of sweat as large as beans dripping from his head. He angrily clenched his teeth as he glared at Qin Feng. However, he was completely helpless against him. See, could you pull my arm out? And don't push it back this time, Li Yang said through clenched teeth, seething. Qin Feng shook his head, looking at Li Yang with disdain, and said, Don't bother me anymore. I know you're toying with me. When I pull your arm out, you'll tell me to hit it back in. And after I hit it back in, you'll tell me to pull it back out again. You city people, why do you like playing such senseless games? Though I, Qin Feng, am poor, I have my pride. I won't be played by you like a pawn. This is my bottom line as a human being. Qin Feng complained as he shook his head. His serious expression made Li Yang want to kill him. Miss Su Xiatian, I personally made this 7-colored rainbow for you. I hope you'll like it. While the audience was focused on Qin Feng, Zhao Yuxing, and Li Yang, Wen Su walked over in a light blue suit, bringing a cocktail. Among the 4 talents, he was an expert drink mixer. The 7-colored rainbow in his hand was his specialty. The wine glass contained different spirits of varying alcohol content, with each spirit forming one of 7 layers. The layers were incomparably vibrant and as beautiful as a rainbow. This beautiful cocktail whetted the viewer's appetite and made them want to taste it. The heiresses all around were practically drooling, and they were increasingly jealous of Su Xiatian. On this night, all of the 4 talents were trying to gain her favor. It would be so nice if Wen Su could make me such a beautiful 7-colored rainbow too. Wen Su arrived beside Su Xiatian and extended the wine glass in his hand to her. Miss Su, because the temperature of the glass will change in a bit, the alcohol content of the spirits will also change, messing up the drink, and the 7-colored rainbow won't look good anymore. Wen Su had a polite expression, and there was a slight smile on his handsome face. He and the other 3 talents had their gazes pinned to the glass in Su Xiatian's hand. All of the 4 talents' plans had been spoiled by Qin Feng tonight. Now, all of their hopes depended on this cocktail. Su Xiatian raised the glass and stared at the rainbow for a while. Then she slowly moved her lips toward the drink to take a sip. She'd spent an entire night weighing this show before her, and she felt a bit thirsty. Wait. Su Xiatian's lips hadn't even touched the rim of the glass when Qin Feng walked up to her with a smile. Without Su Xiatian's consent, he grabbed the glass in her hand and lifted it up to examine it in the light. Talent Wen, tell me, if you put drugs in your cocktail, would it be visible in the light? Qin Feng smiled at Wensu, and in Wensu's eyes, the smile was as frightening as a devil. Wensu tried to keep his trembling legs from shaking, and he feigned calmness as he looked at Qin Feng. What the hell are you saying, brat? Hurry and give the drink back to Miss Su Xiatian. I made the drink especially for her. You don't have the right to taste it. Qin Feng wagged his index finger and laughed. No, no, no. I never said I would drink this. This drink contains a potent drug from Africa. My body is already strong enough. I don't need a plaything like this to make me stronger. HM? You said that you made this drink for Miss Su specifically. Then that means you drugged Miss Su's drink on purpose. Once Qin Feng said this, a wave of gasps arose from all around. Everyone present was from Sky City's elite, and they all knew one another. Who didn't know the infamous Sky City #1 she-devil? Who wasn't afraid of the Su family, the most powerful family in Sky City? If what Qin Feng said was true, then was Wensu crazy or stupid? He actually had the gall to drug Su Xiatian's drink? And was some potent drug imported from Africa? Why, you brat, don't slander me! Wensu was a bit frazzled. An alarm flashed through the other three talents' faces. If Su Xiatian discovered tonight's plan to drug her, they didn't dare imagine the consequences. Jiang Manhong and Zhao Yuxing now arrived beside Wensu. The three of them confronted Qin Feng together. Li Yang also wanted to join the fight, but his arm remained embedded in the coffee table and he still couldn't get it out. Qin Feng, where the hell did you come from? Why have we never seen you in Sky City? You didn't come here to purposely frame Wensu, did you? Brother Jiang is right. Your identity is very suspicious. Who are you exactly? Jiang Manhong and Zhao Yuxing changed the topic and pointed the tip of the spear at Qin Feng's head. In the first clubhouse, everyone had money and power. How could an irrelevant person come in so easily? Unless this person was a bad guy and he snuck into the clubhouse to kill someone and cause trouble. Then who would assume the responsibility for this? Since the four talents stepped forward and questioned Qin Feng's identity, the beautiful manager of the first clubhouse showed up immediately. If there was something problematic about Qin Feng's identity, then the first clubhouse would bear all the responsibility. Manager Lin, perfect timing. I'm suspicious of this brat's identity. I want to see his membership card, said Zhao Yuxing as he looked at Manager Lin. A membership card was necessary to enter the first clubhouse. However, Qin Feng was a new face at the clubhouse, so it was the first time everyone had seen him. Zhao Yuxing had reason to believe that Qin Feng snuck his way in. In a difficult situation, Manager Lin looked at Qin Feng. Sir, may I please trouble you to present your membership card? According to the clubhouse's rules, since everyone that entered had a membership card, she had no right to re-inspect it. However, between Qin Feng and Sky City's four talents, of course Manager Lin would choose the four talents. Membership card? It's not too late to make one now, right? Qin Feng laughed. Surprised cries and discussion arose in the crowd. This person really didn't have a membership card and he easily admitted it. But how did he get in? The audience kept guessing at Qin Feng's identity, and the four talents finally smiled. Zhao Yuxing turned to the beautiful manager and said, Manager Lin, this is your first clubhouse's dereliction of duty, and your negligence at work. How could you let someone without a membership card in so easily? Look at what this hoodlum has done after coming in. Look at how Talent Li's arm is still stuck. The first clubhouse won't be able to shirk responsibility for this. What do you have to say about this? Manager Lin's clear forehead was covered with small beads of sweat. She couldn't understand how Qin Feng had gotten in without a membership card. When she saw how he'd beaten up Talent Li Yang, she thought his methods were quite funny. Manager Lin used all her might to suppress her laughter, then looked coldly at the 2 guards behind her and said, "Take Mr. Qin to the lobby. I'll call the police right now and have them take care of this." "Talent Zhao, are you satisfied with this?" "It's not about my satisfaction. This is negligence by the first clubhouse. Send a couple more guards to Wa the brat. He's really strong. Who knows whether or not he'll escape," murmured Val Yuxing. "Okay. I'll take care of it right now." Originally, Qin Feng caught Wensu red-handed and was going to reveal the 4 talents for what they really were. But now the 4 talents joined forces to control Qin Feng and get him arrested and detained. And it had to be mentioned that this meeting of the rich was like the feast at Hongmen. With a bit of carelessness, it became a mess. "Wait." When Su Xiatian, who had kept quiet until now, saw the 2 guards restraining Qin Feng, she stood up suddenly, looked indifferently at Qin Feng, then said emotionlessly, "This person is my bodyguard. I brought him here secretly to protect me." The 4 talents were stunned, and so was everyone else present. The 2 guards who were holding Qin Feng's arms immediately released him in fright. They looked as though they had touched a scalding taro. Who was Su Xiatian? Sky City's #1 she-devil. The Su Elder's precious granddaughter. Who the hell would have the guts to oppose her? If Qin Feng really was Su Xiatian's bodyguard, then he was of a higher status than even some of the rich young masters and heiresses present. What right did the 2 security guards have to detain Qin Feng? Even the first clubhouse's manager Lin was at a loss. Bodyguard? Su Xiatian's undercover bodyguard. At this time, the 4 talents were dumbstruck, and Su Xiatian's words played in their heads in an endless loop. They were so shocked that their legs turned to jelly. And here they were carrying out some stupid plan to drug Su Xiatian? This plan had been discovered by Su Xiatian's bodyguard in the restroom right from the beginning. When they thought about how strange Su Xiatian was acting today, and how she intentionally let everyone compete with Qin Feng, the 4 talents suddenly realized the truth. Tonight, they had been played by the little she-devil. And she kept everyone in the dark the whole time. This was blatant humiliation. But the 4 talents had no time to care about whether or not it was humiliating. Now that Su Xiatian knew about the drugging plan, they didn't dare continue with it. How would Sky City's #1 she-devil punish them? "That's right. Qin Feng is my undercover bodyguard. Do you still want to arrest him?" Su Xiatian noticed everyone standing there stupidly, so she repeated herself in an even stronger manner. She hated Qin Feng, and she wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Seeing him get taken away by the first clubhouse's security guards would be great, but she felt apprehensive due to one problem. Since Qin Feng was her older sister's guest, if he really was taken away by the first clubhouse's security guards and sent to the police station, her older sister would have to personally come out and have him released. Then, when her sister speaks to Qin Feng and discovers that she brought Qin Feng to the first clubhouse and didn't save him, wouldn't she be the one to get punished in the end? Su Xiatian wasn't that stupid. Thus, she stepped forward to protect Qin Feng. Chapter 323. Chapter 323. Is this guy an international secret agent? 4 talents' brains were spinning fast in puzzlement. With Su Xiatian's fiery and strong temperament, she would have started a war against everybody if she'd learned their plan. How come she was so calm? Manager Lin had regained her senses. "Oh. So Mr. Qin is Miss Su's personal bodyguard. I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding." Manager Lin would rather be dead than be caught in this kind of sticky situation. "Shall we end it here, Talent Zhao?" Manager Lin sought Zhao Yuxing's opinion after she'd apologized to Su Xiatian. Zhao Yuxing was analyzing Su Xiatian's mind and predicting her next actions. However, he waited for a long time, but this missy didn't make any moves. Hee. Since Mr. Qin is Miss Su's personal bodyguard, then we should end it here." Zhao Yuxing bowed slightly to Su Xiatian. "We didn't know Mr. Qin's identity earlier on, so please kindly forgive us for any trouble we may have brought you, Miss Su." Su Xiatian loathed the 4 talents, who'd only speak platitudes. She stood up and arrived at Qin Feng's side as everybody looked on. "See what you have done, rascal! Let's go home now!" Su Xiatian glared at Qin Feng and bustled out from the clubhouse. Qin Feng smiled at the four talents and followed her out. Su Xiatian and Qin Feng were the highlights of the night. Many people sighed at their departure. The four talents, on the other hand, couldn't maintain their composure anymore. "What the hell is going on?" The four talents went to the restroom again, gathering in a circle with troubled expressions. "I'm very sure that Qin Feng overheard our secret plan," Zhao Yuxing said with a stern voice. His face was so frosty that everything near him might freeze. What a cunning man! He knocked out our bodyguards, hid behind the door, and eavesdropped on our plan. I never expected him to be Su Xiatian's personal bodyguard. Does this mean our secret plan has been laid bare? Jiang Manhong shed his gentlemanly facade, revealing a demonically fiendish expression. "I don't think he just listened," Zhao Yuxing sighed. "He must have recorded our conversation and will use it as blackmailing material." "Fuck!" The other three cursed, frightened by Zhao Yuxing's words. This secret was lethal to them. The Su family could eliminate their families at any time if that family ever learned of this secret. But I wonder why Su Xiatian didn't throw a tantrum just now. It's so totally unlike her. When Su pondered after the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. All of them had the same doubt, unable to get it through their heads. Three of them then looked at Zhao Yuxing. This person was the brain of four talents. He was quick-witted and most of the time it was he who would make the decisions. Maybe Su Xiatian was reluctant to. Zhao Yuxing let out a long sigh. The plan for tonight had failed miserably, and this cracked his confidence. This was the first time he'd lost to someone. The Su family is the largest and most influential family in Sky City, immensely powerful, with the wealth of a nation. They are totally out of our league if our families split up. However, each of us represents our respective families, we're united as one, and the families backing us are allies. So, even though Su Xiatian knew our plan, she couldn't act carelessly. This is because it'd be considered a declaration of war against our four families if she really flipped out at the first clubhouse. There'd be no winner in this war. It'd just be an arduous and thankless task that would only damage the strength of both sides badly. So Su Xiatian decided to step down. She didn't explode, but will be holding on to the secret of our four families, and she will certainly use this secret to threaten us, or to seek some benefits from our families. Zhao Yuxing's countenance became grave as he spoke. Before, I thought Su Xiatian was a willful chick that hadn't grown up, and that she was a lot worse than her mature sister. Now it seems that those two women of the Su family are profound. We might have a rough time after this. The three other talents' faces became ill after they heard Zhao Yuxing's analysis. They'd concocted a secret plan against Su Xiatian, and at the end of the day, they'd fallen into her trap instead. They were like a bunch of dumb people tasting bitter herbs, unable to express their suffering. "Hey! Did I allow you to get into my car, rascal? Get the fuck out of my car now!" Su Xiatian started bickering with Qin Feng as soon as she came out from the clubhouse. However, only Su Xiatian kicked up a fuss. Qin Feng was happy. "It's very impolite not to bring me back after you took me out, little wife. You're an heiress from a reputable family. I think your sister will be very mad if I tell her about your bad attitude." Qin Feng leaned into the passenger seat comfortably, and stared at Su Xiatian's legs without the slightest scruple. "Scoundrel, big bad wolf." "Humph." After Su Xiatian sent a frosty glare at Qin Feng, she stomped on the accelerator, and the sports car hurtled forward like a beast. Qin Feng admired the sight racing past outside the window, his head pillowed on his hands. His countenance suddenly became grave. "Please be extra cautious with those four talents next time, Xiatian." Su Xiatian was slightly stunned. Qin Feng had been a frivolous, lascivious rascal in her mind. She was not used to it when Qin Feng called her name instead of "little wife," with a stern expression. "Seems like you're not accustomed to my sudden change. Aren't you?" Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian. Su Xiatian nodded her head. She noticed that she didn't really know Qin Feng. Haha! Me too! I think calling you little wife is much nicer! Qin Feng suddenly guffawed. The corner of Su Xiatian's mouth quirked and she almost flipped the car. Rascal, pervert, shameless beast! Su Xiatian blurted out all the vulgarities she knew. Even so, she still couldn't vent the discontent that had built up all afternoon. Qin Feng gazed at Su Xiatian's curled cherry lips when she was angry, then he became serious again. Xiatian, I really mean it. Please stay away from those 4 talents. Su Xiatian wouldn't believe Qin Feng as she was just ridiculed by him. She stared at him and scoffed. It's none of your business. Although I think those 4 talents don't deserve their reputation, I believe they are 100 times better than you little brat. You rascal. Qin Feng played the recording in his cell phone without waiting for Su Xiatian to finish her words. Su Xiatian is here. This was Li Yang's voice. Su Xiatian's countenance became grave in an instant when she heard the voice. The girl really is here. We can implement our plans for today. When Su's voice followed. Li Yang, did you see whether or not Su Xiatian came alone? Jiang Manhong spoke as well. Yup, alone. She's talking to some women in the clubhouse. Then according to the plan, let Talent Jiang play Su Xiatian a song first and bring her into our circle. Then, Li Yang, use your perfect body to attract her. At the same time, I'll write her something in calligraphy. Lastly, Wen Su will give her a good cocktail, and our plan will be mostly complete, said Zhao Yuxing. Su Xiatian's countenance became graver when she heard the voices of Sky City's 4 talents. Although she was willful and playful, when it came to important issues, she took them seriously. A bad premonition arose within her when Su Xiatian heard the 4 talents furtively plotting to do something on her. Wen Su, put more of the drug in the drink. We 4 brothers have to take her tonight. Don't make it so that the drug wears off after the first person is done. Don't worry, I specifically got this strong medicine from Africa, so this girl will be in a drunken stupor tonight. Screech! Su Xiatian's face had darkened totally. She slammed on the brake, and the car spun around in place. She then swiveled the steering wheel and shot back toward the first clubhouse in the reverse direction. What are you doing? Seeing her dangerous action, Qin Feng hastily pulled the steering wheel. Su Xiatian glared icily at Qin Feng. Let go! I'm going back to the first clubhouse to fucking kill those 4 bastards. Qin Feng's face turned grim. He'd known this lass couldn't hold her fury. He then thought to himself, I should have waited until we got back to the Su mansion before playing this recording for her. You're going against the traffic. It's very dangerous. Pull over now. Qin Feng exchanged glances with Su Xiatian, refusing to back down. Su Xiatian was extremely stubborn. Not even 10 cows could pull her back if she was determined to do something. Her high heel was firm on the accelerator, and the sports car was still speeding against the traffic. Qin Feng was angered. He waved his large hand, and pulled Su Xiatian directly from the driver's seat. It was just that he was unsure which part of her body he grabbed in desperation. He just felt it was soft and spongy. Ah! Ah! Release your hand, Qin Feng. It's too painful. How dare you attack my boobs, you pervert bastard! I'm going to fucking kill you! Su Xiatian sat in Qin Feng's arms and hammered her little pink fists on Qin Feng's pecs. Qin Feng didn't feel anything as he was wearing his flying dragon armor. He hastily slid into the driver's seat and took control of the sports car. With a beautiful and clean tail flick, he flung the sports car back to the original driving lane. Su Xiatian stopped her attack. She sat in the passenger seat and stared blankly at Qin Feng. The drift Qin Feng performed just now was too cool. He was able to complete a series of movements in such a short distance, and that virtuosic driving skill robbed Su Xiatian of speech. Suddenly, Su Xiatian thought back to Qin Feng's amazing feats at the first clubhouse. Prince of Piano. King of Power. Master of calligraphy. Highly skilled driver. Su Xia Tian suddenly realized Qin Feng couldn't be a penniless peasant worker. This person must be an international secret agent. Chapter 324. Chapter 324. Slowly torment them. Qin Feng stopped the car at an empty spot on the roadside, and Su Xia Tian regained her senses. She looked at Qin Feng in alarm. Tell me, who the hell are you? Are you a secret agent from the Dragon Group? So the Dragon Group really exists. How do you train? Do you have a 12-pack? Are you hiding a gun in your pocket? Let me see. Qin Feng blushed a bit. Did he want to show this girl his hidden gun? What if she took a liking to it after seeing it? Xia Tian, I stopped the car to talk to you about serious matters. Qin Feng put his dirty thoughts away and became serious. He'd come all the way to Sky City to complete the system's quest. He had to take down Sky City's Su family's business. Thus, the moment Qin Feng stepped into Sky City, he'd been gauging the power dynamics. Since he participated in the gathering of the rich in the first clubhouse earlier, Qin Feng had a much better picture of Sky City's power structure. And now that Qin Feng had information to use against the four talents, this would be very helpful in taking down the Su family in the future. That's right! Since those four beasts wanted to rape me, Qin Feng rushed back to the first clubhouse. I want to kick their balls until they burst. Su Xia Tian thought of the four talents plan and was infuriated once again. Qin Feng's face darkened. This Su Xia Tian really is the number one she-devil. She can say anything. Qin Feng felt really lucky. Good thing I haven't offended this fiery chili pepper, ha ha. Let's not go back. Why are we not going back? Are you afraid of those four pieces of trash? Humph. If you're afraid, get the hell out of the car. I'll go kill them myself. Su Xia Tian stared coldly at Qin Feng. I'm not afraid of them. It's just that the situation has already passed, so if we go back and look for trouble, that would be really low, said Qin Feng calmly. I was almost raped by those four beasts, and you're saying that taking revenge on them is low? Have you ever thought about how I feel? I'm a virgin maiden. I don't care. I want to go back right now. Su Xia Tian wouldn't listen to reason. She pouted and fought for the driver's seat. The skin of Qin Feng's waist was almost pinched off by this woman. In his anger, he wrapped her in his embrace and held her arms so she couldn't move. This girl got really angry. She was so angry that small beads of sweat formed on her forehead. A fruity fragrance wafted from her body, and her chest heaved. The proximity of the sight almost made Qin Feng lose control of himself. Stinking trash, let go! What are you trying to do to me? Su Xia Tian kicked her slender legs and struggled. Qin Feng let her do what she wanted. Xia Tian, if you go back now, they'll probably still be there. Then, you'll rush up and slap them 10 times each. They probably won't retaliate. After all, we have information that implicates them. Then the four originally handsome faces get slapped so much that even their moms won't recognize them, and you'll send 4 kicks at them to ruin their happiness for the rest of their lives. That would be so cathartic, and you'd finally be satisfied. Right. I want to punish them like that. Su Xia Tian nodded earnestly. Let go. I'm going to go back now and cripple them. Qin Feng didn't let go. He looked earnestly at Su Xia Tian and said, And then? Su Xia Tian ground her teeth and stared at Qin Feng. What do you mean by and then? There's no then. You probably haven't thought of this problem because your big sister always cleaned your behind after you caused trouble. Since I'm your good husband, then I'll break it down for you this time. Then, the 4 talents would have their family lines ended and the 4 family clans behind them would be furious. Each of the clans is an opponent of the Su family, so they'll join hands to attack the Su family. For a momentary thrill, you'd send the Su family into the heart of a storm. You'd push your sister and family into a living hell. Maybe the Su family would win the war, but it would suffer greatly. Sooner or later, it would no longer have the power and wealth of the number 1 family in Sky City. many families coveting the role of number one family would stir and mobilize against you. They'd all continue to suppress you and seize and split your power and wealth. The end would be tragic. The Su family would fall from the ranks of the powerful family clans. The rich young masters that coveted your older sister's beauty and yours would then have no more reservations. They would kidnap you too and forcefully ravish your bodies. They might even sell you to Africa and make you prostitutes. Then they'll sell you to Vietnam and make you cheap wives. Say no more. Don't say anything else. Su Xiaotian blanched. She was so afraid that she cut Qin Feng off. Though she was mischievous and immature by nature, her intellect was sound and mature. She understood everything that Qin Feng explained. Also, she felt that the possibility Qin Feng spoke of was very high. If she went back to cripple the four talents right now, the Su family would really fall into the pits of hell. When Su Xiaotian was really young, her parents died in a car accident. She had a thoughtless personality, but in this world, there were still two people whom she loved and cherished, and would use her life to protect. One was her older sister, Su Qiuyu, and the other was the Su elder, Su Haonan. Su Xiaotian could be stubborn and irrational, but she couldn't hurt her two family members. Qin Feng, then what should I do? They went too far, so we can't let them get away with it, right? Su Xiaotian never thought her headstrongness would be so problematic. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, her entire head felt muddled. She pinned her large, vibrant eyes on Qin Feng, waiting for him to make a decision for her. Little wife, now you know how useful your good husband is. Qin Feng smiled and traced Su Xiaotian's pointed chin. He said, Wifey, first kiss me, and then I'll tell you how to take care of those four beasts. As Sky City's number one she-devil, had Su Xiaotian ever let a man touch her chin? She was about to explode with anger, but at the moment she could only rely on Qin Feng and suppress her anger. She pursed her lips and mumbled, Tell me what the plan is first. What if you're tricking me and you haven't actually thought of anything yet? Then I'll have kissed you for nothing. I'll kiss you after I've heard your plan and confirmed its feasibility. Su Xiaotian's lovely eyes darted about, and a crafty look even flashed through them. How could Qin Feng not know what this girl was thinking? However, he had only been joking. He didn't actually want to force Su Xiaotian into kissing him. After all, the two of them had just met, and Su Xiaotian had such a strong personality. Sometimes it was better not to overdo it. All right, then, seeing how good our little wifey is, I'll tell you. Qin Feng smiled and said, We have this recording on hand. This is the worry that the four beasts can't get rid of. As long as the recording is in our possession, they wouldn't be able to sleep properly. We'll use this and have them groveling. If you've taken a liking to any business or power their family clans possess, then with this evidence, you'd be sure to gain unimaginable benefits. This evidence will trap the four beasts' family clans and make them little wifey's prisoner. Since they had dirty thoughts about you, let's deal with them slowly and let them feel the consequences of offending Sky City's number one she-devil. We'll make them wish they were dead. Qin Feng's plan was completely reasonable, and also extremely feasible. Su Xiaotian originally had her lips pursed in irritation, but she was blooming with happiness soon after. Her smile was radiant, and she smiled so widely that her mouth was about to tear. Ha ha! Qin Feng, your idea is great. You're right. You're doomed if you offend me, Sky City's number one she-devil. Su Xiaotian was extremely elated. The anger in her heart dispersed. She hugged Qin Feng's neck emotionally and bounced in her seat. Qin Feng felt the girl's smooth arms and saw the large, bouncing white rabbits before his eyes. He felt a bloody nose coming. Ah! You pervert, where are you looking? I'll gouge your eyes out. And when did you put my arms around your neck? Shameless. Qin Feng felt very wronged. Thus, he fiercely stole two more glances at Su Xiaotian's long legs to make up for it. Little wifey, you change faster than flipping the page of a book. I had just thought of a good plan to deal with the beasts, and now you've become hostile. You even said you were going to kiss me at first. Su Xiatian really had said that. Flustered, she demurred. When did I say that? Why don't I remember? Oh no! The sky's getting dark. Hurry and take me home. I'm a good child. When it's time, I have to go home for dinner. Qin Feng knew Su Xiatian would feign ignorance, so he smiled and drove. Since he called Su Xiatian little wifey a good number of times earlier, the girl had gotten used to it and didn't pursue the matter anymore. With Qin Feng's many years of experience courting girls, he was sure that not long from now this girl Su Xiatian will fall into his clues, and she won't be able to escape. Under Su Xiatian's guidance, Qin Feng quickly drove back to the Su family old mansion. On the way back, Qin Feng exhibited his startling and mysterious driving skills. Even Su Xiatian screamed a couple of times in fright. She discovered that Qin Feng was in no way as simple as he seemed on the outside. This guy was pretty much capable at anything. He was unflustered and far-sighted, reasoning clearly and planning thoroughly. He was truly a formidable person. Qin Feng, wait! As Qin Feng was about to get out of the car, Su Xiatian held him back. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian with a distrustful and happy expression. Has this girl been tempted by my handsomeness into wanting to shake the car? Chapter 325. Chapter 325. Strife within the Su family. With a vulgar smile, Qin Feng impatiently unbuttoned his clothes. After he took off his blazer, he realized Su Xiatian was putting on clothes. Before, Su Xiatian had worn a black tracksuit. When they arrived at the first clubhouse, she changed into an alluring, trendy miniskirt with a pair of black stockings. Qin Feng had been puzzled at that time. Where had her tracksuit gone? Qin Feng finally understood now. Su Xiatian left her tracksuit in the sports car. She changed into a tracksuit and pretended to be a good girl when she was home. This woman! When she was home, she was a little sheep. When she was outside, she was a tigress. Confused by Qin Feng's action, Su Xiatian asked after she finished donning her tracksuit. Why'd you take your blazer off, Qin Feng? Apparently, Su Xiatian had always done this kind of stuff as she managed to put on her tracksuit within 2 or 3 minutes. Embarrassed, Qin Feng screwed his head and chuckled. Ha ha! It's hot here. Doesn't little wife think so? Hot your head! Su Xiatian stared scornfully at Qin Feng. It was hot in the first clubhouse just now. Why didn't you take off your blazer then? It's windy at night now and you say it's hot. You're really out of your mind. After she mocked Qin Feng, Su Xiatian then alighted from the car. Qin Feng hastily put on his blazer and followed her. When they entered the Su family mansion, Qin Feng looked around in curiosity. The exterior of this mansion was spectacular, but he never imagined the interior would be even more magnificent and vast. The compound consisted of many ancient wooden brick buildings and villas. It had the air of a royal courtyard, low profile yet without losing impact. However, Qin Feng wondered at the security system of this compound, which wasn't that good. He'd expected this compound to be guarded by many black-suited bodyguards, but he only saw a few along the way. Your house seems not to have much staff, little wife? Don't tell me only the two of you stay in this humongous mansion. Qin Feng was happy as a lark in his heart. If that's true, I can play to my heart's content tonight. The Su family's old mansion holds hundreds of people. Normally it's heavily guarded and very lively. But you're right, tonight is a little bit weird. Let's hurry to the main building. Sister must be waiting on me for dinner. Su Xiatian furrowed her eyebrows, a bad premonition suddenly stirring within her. Su Xiatian walked faster and faster with Qin Feng beside her. Very soon, both of them arrived at a grand main building under Su Xiatian's lead. The duo was stunned by the situation they encountered as soon as they entered main building's lobby. This definitely was a family meeting. And it was not just the gathering of the family's core members, even the collateral members were here. The vast lobby was now packed with 40 to 50 peoples. All of them had grave and cold countenances, while the person standing in front of them was a beauty that could overrun cities and topple nations. She was the Sky City's #1 noble beauty, Su Qiuyu. The sight was bizarre, as if Su Qiuyu was teaching a class of students. Regaining her senses very quickly, Su Xiatian hastily ran to Su Qiuyu's side. "Sister! What's going on?" Su Qiuyu's brows eased when she saw that her little sister had returned. She pulled Su Xiatian by the arm to her side. She then shook her head to keep her sister silent. "Now that your little sister has returned, the core members of our Su family's immediate and collateral members have all arrived as well. It's time for you to give us an explanation, Qiuyu." A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly stood up. His expression was mighty and cold, and a strong aura was emanating from his body. His underlings' morale were heightened by his action, and they stood up as well. All of them focused their attention on Su Qiuyu. Su Qiuyu was calm when facing more than 50 people and hundreds of eyes. This woman was only 23 years old, but she had a calm and impressive demeanor that belied her age. She held tightly to her little sister's hand. Only Su Xiatian could feel her sister's nervousness from the cold sweat oozing from Su Qiuyu's hand. "You suddenly bring your family members to Grandpa's room at this late hour and ask for an explanation from me. To be honest, I'm not sure what kind of explanation you want from me, second uncle." Su Qiuyu returned the question to Su Ming. Her grandpa was bedridden, and showed no sign of improvement after 3 months. Su Qiuyu had invited many famous doctors from Sky City to treat her grandpa, but to no avail. None of them could cure her grandpa. She had even invited some top experts from abroad to have a look at him. However, her efforts proved futile as her grandpa's condition didn't improve, worsening day by day. Now, the elder had fallen into a coma, and these sons, who never cared for his condition, were instead only focused on dividing his properties and attempting to take over the Su family. Seeing their unfilial actions, Su Qiuyu felt sad, angry, and helpless. She was just a 23-year-old beauty. Only she could understand how powerless she was when fighting these uncles and aunties of the Su family. What explanation? Second uncle fell silent for a minute. He then said in a stern voice, "Don't you know better than any of us? We hadn't seen the elder ever since he was bedridden more than 3 months ago. What's your motive for blocking everyone from visiting the old man? The Su family is headless once the elder has fallen. Now, all the Su family's businesses are in turmoil. The pharmaceutical sector, in particular, experienced a sharp drop in turnover this quarter. You claimed that Grandpa has asked you to take over the Su family, but we hadn't heard anything from him before. So, how can we believe you? You're young, and on top of that, you're a woman. How can we entrust the whole Su family to your hands? Qiuyu, the Su family is in bad condition, and we should join together to overcome this hardship. Now, let's go in and visit the elder. If he's at the point of death, then we should let him make out a testament and determine the next leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Su family will go downhill." Su Qiuyu's countenance changed slightly after she heard what second uncle had said. Her calm and dignified face became frosty. How could she be not willing to allow these bunch of people to visit the elder? But she was worried that there was a traitor in the family who might harm the elder. Su Qiuyu was in her prime, an age where she should get into a romantic relationship and lead a carefree lifestyle. Did she want to be a capable woman who worked day and night to support the whole Su family? She didn't want to. But she had to. This was because of the last words the elder had said to her before he fell into a coma 3 months ago. Take care of and support the Su family until he wakes up. Su Qiuyu would be the next family head if the elder couldn't make it. Although the elder was old, his mind was clear. He'd already seen through his 2 surviving sons, who were looking forward to his death, eager to divide the property of Su family. None of you are allowed to visit Grandpa now. Su Qiuyu's voice was cold, emitting a strong aura. I'll continue to be in charge of the family business. Grandpa's condition has improved, and I believe he will wake up within a month. Can't second uncle even wait for a month? Or do you have other intentions in your mind? You bastard! A woman suddenly appeared beside her second uncle, Su Ming. It was Su Qiu-yu's second auntie, Lu Yan. As a member of an aristocratic family, Lu Yan was 45 years old, but she looked like a 25-year-old young girl. She was gorgeous in dress, tall and beautiful, but she revealed her sharp and unkind personality as soon as she spoke. "How dare you speak like that to your second uncle? You even tried to slander him? What do you mean by we can't wait for a month? We have been worried about him ever since he fell sick. And now 3 months have passed, and you want us to wait another month? I suspect it's you who put Dad under house arrest. You're such a vicious, black-hearted woman. How unfortunate for Dad, who loves you and Xia Tian the most, and you do this kind of unfilial thing to him?" Second uncle and second auntie echoed each other. Su Qiu-yu couldn't counter them. "Qiu-yu, I'm ordering you to step aside as your uncle. I won't leave unless I get to see Dad today," yelled Su Ming. "Yes. We must see Dad today. I want him to give us an explanation. How could he leave the Su family in your hands, in the hands of a woman? Could it be you have already done something to the elder because you want to take over the Su family?" Su Qiu-yu's third uncle, Su Hai, had stepped forward as well. Since the second brother and third brother of the Su family had stepped forward, the rest of the members from the collateral families were emboldened and joined them in pressuring Su Qiu-yu. "Move aside, Qiu-yu. We must see the elder today. Move away now, or else we'll enter by force. The Su family is the biggest family in Sky City. If we let you continue to control the Su family, sooner or later the Su family will become like those unworthy small family clans. You're committing a sin, you know?" More and more Su family members began to oppose Su Qiu-yu. In the end, the whole Su family was pressuring Su Qiu-yu. No matter how profound or clever she was, Su Qiu-yu was only a woman. When she saw the entire family questioning her, scolding her, and insulting her, she felt pain in her heart as if it was stung by needles. She had no one to rely on. Her parents had died in a car crash when she was young, and only her little sister and grandpa were left in the world. However, her grandpa was bedridden, her little sister was playful and willful, her uncles and aunties only cared about the family business and not about grandpa's health. This kind of battle within the rich and powerful, of dog eat dog, and the devil take the hindmost. All the accusations, charges, incomprehension, and contempt, all of these fell on Su Qiu-yu, a 23-year-old girl. She really wanted to find a place where she could cry out loud, but she knew she couldn't. She refused to lower her head, because the crown would fall. She refused to cry, because those sluts would laugh at her. "Sister." Su Xia Tian felt her big sister's helplessness. With reddened eyes, she held tightly to her sister's wrist, trying to give Su Qiu-yu some strength and support. Those Su family members who were blinded by wealth and power had surrounded them. In their eyes, these two sisters were just two little lambs ready to be slaughtered. "Aya! Is the Su family holding a feast today? I'm just in time, then. Come, come, come! Prepare another set of cutlery for me. Let's talk while we eat." Suddenly, a languid voice echoed in the lobby. Everybody was stunned, and stared blankly at the door. Chapter 326. Chapter 326. Life's Most Depressing Matter. Qin Feng returned with Su Xia Tian. But Su Xia Tian discovered something was wrong once she walked through the entrance of the mansion's main building. She abandoned Qin Feng and ran up to her sister. By the time Qin Feng walked to the mansion door, everyone was confronting Su Qiu-yu. No one noticed Qin Feng, who stood at the entrance for over 10 minutes. Qin Feng was furious. When had he ever been neglected this way? If this were Acropolis, Qin Feng would have used the Qin family's strength to exterminate the whole family. With one cry, he amazed everyone present. His simple utterance made everyone look at him. Everyone looked at him with different expressions. Most of them were distrustful, wondering where this idiot had come from. Only the beautiful Su family sisters were swept with happiness. Su Xia Tian had seen how capable Qin Feng was in all aspects. Now she counted on Qin Feng to put these aunts and uncles in their places. And Su Qiu-yu was mostly surprised. In the morning, she'd called Qin Feng, but she waited for an entire day and he still hadn't come. She thought that she'd gotten the wrong idea about him, and that he wouldn't come. Who knew that he'd arrive at the most important moment? But could one Qin Feng turn the situation around? Who is this guy? Uncle Lee, how did this person get in here? Where are the Su family guards? How could they let in every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Second uncle regained his senses first, and yelled the name of the Su family's elderly butler. A gray-haired elder immediately ran out with 4 guards in black trailing him. Mister, this is the heart of the Su household. If you have no business here, leave this instant, said Uncle Lee as he looked at Qin Feng. I know this is the Su household. Why else would I come here? Qin Feng waved his hand carelessly under countless stares, looking like he was in his own house. He minded his own business and walked up to Su Xiatian, extended an arm, and wrapped her into his embrace. My little wife is here. I was looking to play with her. Gasp. Once Qin Feng said this, everyone in the house gasped in surprise. They all stared at Qin Feng in shock and looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. Su Qiuyu's calm expression changed greatly, becoming stormy. Since when did her little sister hang out with Qin Feng? Su Xiatian, on the other hand, ground her teeth angrily. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have died hundreds of times over. Su Xiatian wanted to fight her way out of Qin Feng's embrace, but he was too strong. The more she struggled, the more it looked like she was leaning into Qin Feng's arms, resulting in an even more tender and lovey-dovey scene. Sinful woman, you really are a sinful woman! Second uncle finally regained his senses and glared ferociously at Su Xiatian. You've been learning bad things day and night, and now you even have the guts to bring home a wild man? And you're someone's little wife? How unlucky this is for our family clan, how unlucky! Second uncle's denunciation made the others lament again and again. Qiuyu, you and your sister lost your parents early. Xia Tian became such a frivolous woman because you as her older sister didn't teach her properly. Since you can't even control your little sister, how can we let you manage a large family business? Today, as your second uncle, I revoke your position as acting head of household. The Su family needs to elect a new head of household. Your father is the eldest son of the Su family, but he died early in a car accident. Now, as the second son, the head of household position should be mine. Today, the Su family is a mess. Every aspect of our business is in terrible shape. At this time, I'll stand forth to bear too much danger and responsibility. Thus, I hope everyone will support me. In the future, I'll do everything I can to manage the Su family business. Su Qiuyu's face fell, and cold sweat was about to drip out of her head. She knew second uncle gathered and brought the Su family here tonight to steal the head of household position. Now, he finally could wait no more. He finally revealed his foxtail. Slap! Before the spectators could express their support for second uncle, Su Ming, and before Su Qiuyu had to make her difficult decision, a slap echoed through the parlor. The originally noisy scene instantly fell quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the spectators' heavy panting. Su Ming was slapped by someone, and he was slapped in the head. And Qin Feng did it. No one saw when Qin Feng had gone from beside the beautiful sisters to Su Ming's side, but no one cared about this. They stared with their mouths agape, so shocked that they wanted to eat their fists. This wild brat, who was an outsider, actually had the gall to hit Su Ming. And he hit him so resolutely. A little 20-year-old brat hit an almost 50-year-old man. This scene was like that of a teacher reprimanding his student. Even the beautiful Su family sisters covered their mouths in shock. They felt that there was something wrong with Qin Feng's brain. How dare you hit your elder, brat? You actually fucking... Su Ming finally regained his senses, and his eyes almost bugged out of his skull. He'd uttered half of what he wanted to say when Qin Feng slapped him in the head again. Slap! The sound was crisp, and it was clear that this slap was stronger than the last. Say, uncle, I'm not quite familiar with you, so don't joke around with me, okay? Qin Feng looked impatiently at Su Ming. You say I'm a wild man? Where's your evidence? What right do you have to slander a person's integrity and soul? You don't know how pure and outstanding of a man I am. Do you know that I concentrated on emotion from beginning to end? Do you know how easy it is to destroy someone when you so easily slander them without fully understanding them, especially an outstanding and ambitious youth like me? Plus, I have my own personal lawyer. I'll call my lawyer over right now and sue you for bringing your family to ruin. Even your wife will have to run off with another man, and your son would have to acknowledge a grandma over 70 as his godmother. Don't make me mad! Why aren't you saying anything? Are you frightened by my might and talent? Su Ming really wasn't speaking. However, this wasn't because he was startled by Qin Feng's background, but he was shocked by the guy's intelligence. He didn't even know how to refute Qin Feng. This person was unreasonable, more so than the she-devil. And he didn't use common sense, hitting whenever he wished to. When he spoke, it was incoherent and senseless. Most importantly, the guy was good at fighting. Su Ming didn't even know how he ended up in front of him, much less dodged Qin Feng's 2 slaps. Uncle Li, why are you standing there like a dummy? Did you not see the brat hit me? Hurry and cripple him. Su Ming was stunned for a while, but he didn't think to refute Qin Feng. In the end, he shouted angrily and wanted to use brute force to kill Qin Feng. Su Qiu, you didn't have the time to stop Uncle Li when the 4 guards pounced at Qin Feng. As the Su family's guards, these 4 people were not ordinary people. 2 were underground street fighting experts, and the other 2 were retired soldiers from the special forces. With the 4 of them working together, their power was frightening. Bang! One of the street fighting experts arrived beside Qin Feng and sent a punch at him. Qin Feng punched the man's iron fist and sent the man flying. Boom! The second, a retired soldier, aimed a flying kick at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng remained standing in place without moving, and then an airy fist hit the retired soldier's thigh and sent him hurtling toward the 3-meter-high rooftop and splitting the roof. The remaining 2 men froze briefly. They were startled by Qin Feng's strength, but as the Su family's guards, the 2 men weren't cowards. After freezing for an instant, they rushed toward Qin Feng again. One of them pulled out a dagger, and the other took off his belt. They attacked Qin Feng simultaneously from the right and left, respectively. Qin Feng made no moves this time. He merely stood in place, straight and tall like a pine tree. When the 2 guards arrived ferociously before Qin Feng, they jerked to a stop. It seemed as though there was an invisible qi barrier, preventing them from getting even half a step closer. They could only be seen using a lot of effort, but they couldn't be seen attacking Qin Feng. Fuck, are you 2 filming a movie? Is there a need to make it so fake? You 2, attack and whip that wild brat to death with your belts. What the fuck are you doing? The Su family spent so much money to hire you men as guards, and this is what you're showing us? Most of the Su family members were business people, so they didn't understand martial arts. Even if they did practice the martial arts, they knew only the basics. They probably hadn't even achieved stage 1 inner chi, so they didn't understand the current situation. They definitely wouldn't believe that Qin Feng was using inner chi to prevent the 2 from attacking. You, unless he's an inner chi expert? A real martial artist? Most of the people didn't understand, but this didn't mean that none of them did. In the crowd, an attentive elder saw the clues. This shout frightened the remaining people and made them impatient. In particular, second uncle's family's gazes became icy. Everyone heard of martial artists, but weren't they amazing people that only existed in Chinese legends? Could it be that these stories weren't legends, but real events in history? Just thinking about this shocked everyone so badly that they couldn't speak. Bang! An enormous sound was heard. Qin Feng's body seemed to suddenly explode, and a powerful rush of qi shot out of it, sending the 2 flying away. He really is an inner qi expert, a martial artist from the legends. The elder exclaimed again, and everyone panted heavily. Qin Feng injured people without touching them, like the moves in wuxian novels. This was truly eye-opening. Uncle Li was stunned, the Su family was stunned, and Su Xia Tian was stunned. They never thought Qin Feng was so powerful. Only Su Qiuyu was calm, because she knew Qin Feng was powerful. Hey! What are you doing, you wild brat? Do you know who he is? He's the Su family's second in command, and he's about to become the Su family's new head of household. How dare you hit my husband? I'll get you! You human trash! If you even hit a woman, then wait to die! The atmosphere became awkward as Su Ming's wife, Lu Yan, suddenly stepped forward. Seeing that Qin Feng ruined her family's happy moment, Lu Yan immediately went from being a refined noblewoman to a violent and unreasonable shrew. As they say, money and power can change one's personality and soul. Lu Yan threw caution to the wind. She knew she couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight, but she wanted to get him mad. If Qin Feng dared to hit a woman, he would be publicly shamed. Then, the Su family would all attack Qin Feng. Then what could the brat do? Wait! Don't touch me, you dirty woman! Qin Feng never hit women, especially dirty ones. He moved slightly and dodged Lu Yan's attack. Don't think I don't know that you've slept with a lot of men. You're having an affair with that man. Qin Feng pointed at Su Qiuyu's third uncle, Su Hai. Su Hai was so shocked that he almost ran. Lu Yan was even more shocked, and she stopped attacking Qin Feng. Seems like I hit the nail in the head. And that man. You've slept with them all. Qin Feng pointed at several men, and Lu Yan's expression changed again and again. In the end, she looked as malevolent as a beast. Third younger brother, get the fuck over here. Su Ming was angry and suddenly dragged the third brother, Su Hai, out. Is this wild brat telling the truth? I treat you well, and you actually had the guts to have an affair with your sister-in-law behind my back? Second big brother, how can you listen to this wild brat's crazy talk? I think the sisters just found him and brought him back to deal with us. Su Hai was so afraid that cold sweat streamed from his forehead. Lu Yan immediately ran up to Su Ming, hugged his arm, and spoke coquettishly. Hubby, how could you doubt me? I never did anything to you that I would have to apologize for. Si Ming was previously consumed by his anger, but he now calmed down and his mind cleared. He looked coldly at Qin Feng with a playful smile. Humph! You think this elder will listen to your bullshit? Uncle Li, call the police and have this brat arrested. After hearing the command, Uncle Li was about to make the call. Then, Qin Feng spoke again. Are you dumb or what? I helped to capture your wife's man, and you're still letting them make a fool of you. Qin Feng looked at Su Ming and shook his head. Then, he pointed at third uncle Su Hai and said, Don't make excuses for yourself. I came into this mansion a while ago, and when I was at a window, I saw you two carrying on your affair. Let me ask you, she's wearing purple underwear today, right? Su Hai was frightened to death because he really had just secretly frolicked with his sister-in-law before coming to the mansion parlor. Now that Qin Feng accurately pointed it out, he was extremely anxious. Don't speak nonsense, brat. Sister-in-law is wearing black underwear. She definitely isn't wearing purple underwear. Thus, I most definitely didn't have any relations with sister-in-law tonight. Su Hai had just spoken when a wave of sighs arose from all around. Slap! Su Ming gave Su Hai a strong slap in the face. You beast, you're not even fucking comparable to a beast. Life's most helpless moments, when you discover during the wedding night that your wife isn't a virgin, and when you're taking the head of household position and discover that your younger brother and your wife are having an affair. Su Ming had imagined this glorious moment countless times. He was going to take the head of household position in front of all the Su family members and gain control of the Su family. However, now that the situation had come to this, Su Ming wanted to die. How could he be in the mood to stay? Though the relatives behind him no longer saying anything, Su Ming could feel that they were silently jeering him. Humph! Human trash, adulterers! Su Ming scoffed coldly, turned, and left the parlor. His son, Su Tao, looked at his mother and third uncle, then looked at his father. He was depressed. Who should he acknowledge as his father? Chapter 327. Chapter 327. Make your choice, big sister or little sister? The situation changed too fast. Nobody had regained their senses yet, even though Su Ming had left. Hadn't they decided to confront the Su family's sisters together and divide the property of the Su family? Why did this person leave without saying anything? Dear uncles and aunties, it's gotten late now. Let's leave the rest for tomorrow. Uncle Li, help me to see the visitors out. Su Qiuyu regained her composure soon after. Indeed, she had the finesse to head the Su family. She'd recovered her usual indifferent and strong aura. The folks from the Su family had lost. Uncle Li returned to Su Qiuyu's side and looked at them with a smile, indicating they could leave now. The clamor to vie for the leadership of Su family had been led by Su Ming. Since he'd already gone, the rest of people didn't persist. This was because everybody was afraid of that powerful Qin Feng. More than 50 core and collateral family members shook their heads and sighed as they left. The packed lobby suddenly became cold and cheerless. It was early autumn and the breeze was chilly. Su Qiuyu felt cold in her flimsy dress and she coughed. Her burdens were too heavy. She was afraid she would collapse at any time and not wake up anymore. Miss Qiuyu, please pardon me for visiting so late. Qin Feng went to Su Qiuyu's side and hugged her lightly in his arms before she realized he was there. She was sheltered by Qin Feng's strong and tall body from the cold bite of the breeze. Su Qiuyu felt a warm sensation surge through her body as she stood in his arms. Ah! How could you hug my sister? Get your grubby paws off my sister, you rascal! Su Xiaotian didn't know when Qin Feng arrived or where he came from. She was so angry that she started hammering Qin Feng. Ignoring Su Xiaotian's little pink fists, Qin Feng placed his hands on the small of Su Qiuyu's back, and transferred some qi into Su Qiuyu's body, warming her. Who should I hug if I release your sister, little wife? Should I hug you instead? Qin Feng was healing Su Qiuyu's body and at the same time teasing Su Xiaotian. Su Xiaotian felt an urge to kill Qin Feng. She delivered punch after punch, kick after kick at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was rather unaffected even though she wore herself out. You sweated a lot, little wife. Hurry up and go to take a bath now. It'll be bad if you see a cold. Su Qiuyu's face had become ruddy after Qin Feng helped her body recuperate for some time. He then released Su Qiuyu and hugged Su Xiaotian in his arms. With a beaming smile, he sniffed Su Xiaotian's body fragrance and said, Let's go. Your good hubby will send you back. Su Xiaotian wanted to break free of Qin Feng's embrace. However, she realized Qin Feng's hug was warm. The wind was breezy at night, and she felt cold after she'd sweated. In the end, she decided not to struggle anymore and remained quiet in Qin Feng's arms. They then went to her room together. Please take a good bath, little wife. I'll excuse myself now. Qin Feng spun around and left as soon as he saw Su Xiaotian to her room. Su Xiaotian was dumbstruck by Qin Feng's unusual action. She even felt a little bit lost in her heart. Am I not beautiful and sexy enough? Why did this man leave without asking to enter my room after walking me back? Is he still the vulgar, perverted Qin Feng? Qin Feng returned to the main building's lobby after he'd departed from Su Xiaotian's room. The night was gloomy and the wind was chilly and restless. With a chiffon skirt and a snow-white mink coat draped over her shoulders, Su Qiuyu stood in front of the main building's door. She raised her head and stared blankly at the moon. Her body was curvaceous and graceful, and she could easily stir Qin Feng with merely the sight of her back. Her face was as exquisite as the moon, ethereal and unreal. Qin Feng hugged Su Qiuyu lightly from behind. Su Qiuyu's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't struggle for her freedom. A handsome man and a beauty embracing while admiring the moon, it was such a magnificent sight. How did you know second auntie and third uncle have an affair? Su Qiuyu's indifferent voice wafted over. Because I'm a genius in external strength and inner qi. I'm very sensitive to everybody's qi. Your second auntie is heavily clad with your third uncle's qi. So I'm certain that the two of them are having an affair, answered Qin Feng while enjoying himself sniffing Su Qiuyu's body fragrance. Did you really see them having an affair in secret then? How could that be? I came back with Xia Tian, and when we arrived, everybody was already gathered in the lobby. Qin Feng scoffed. I'm pretty sure both of them did something before they came here. It's because there was more of your third uncle's qi on your second auntie's body than that of your second uncle. So, I pulled a trick on them and bingo. I got it right. And then third uncle's mind thrown into confusion. He couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and blurted everything out. Su Qiuyu nodded her head lightly. She'd been worried that she was wrong about Qin Feng. But now, it seemed that this candidate wasn't that bad at all. Qin Feng, did you bring the 100-year blood lotus that I gave to you? Asked Su Qiuyu all of a sudden. 100-year blood lotus? What is that? When did you give it to me? Qin Feng queried with a puzzled face. Su Qiuyu wasn't surprised by Qin Feng's reaction. She then spoke with a calm demeanor. The 100-year blood lotus is the treasure of the Su family, and it's passed down to the next leader of Su family. Before Grandpa was sick, he had handed it over to me and asked me to take care of it. So, Miss Qiuyu must protect it at all costs since it's such an important item. You must buy a few more safes and hide it inside some deep hidden passage. Qin Feng nodded his head seriously. Yeah, I need to keep it safe. The Su family will be a chaos if it falls into the hands of second uncle. Su Qiuyu then added, It's now kept in a very safe place. Is it true? I'm relieved then. Qin Feng smiled. Su Qiuyu didn't pursue the discussion about the 100-year blood lotus. She abruptly spun around and looked fixedly into Qin Feng's eyes with her pair of beautiful eyes. Qin Feng, do you love me? Qin Feng wasn't surprised. He nodded his head lightly and said, Qiuyu is a beauty that could topple a city and a nation, dignified and virtuous. Of course I like you. Su Qiuyu's countenance became extremely grave. Then stay away from my little sister. Help me suppress the Su family's wild schemes until my grandpa wakes up. After that, I'll marry you. Qin Feng never expected this felicity to come so soon. He was slightly thrilled and said, Can I get some reward first? No, you can't. Su Qiuyu shook her head and rejected his demand. Of course, I'll give my blessing too if you favor my little sister more. After everything is done, I'll personally hold a wedding for both of you. You're willing to sacrifice your little sister for the sake of the Su family's business? Qin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu, astounded. Don't you worry. I won't betray my little sister. It's just that I can tell from what I've seen that she likes you. She has never allowed any guy to hug her nor brought any guy out with her. Moreover, she won't allow a guy to casually call her little wife. Maybe she hasn't realized yet, but I think she's quite fond of you. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to you too if you really like my little sister. Su Qiuyu didn't fail her title as Sky City's most talented woman. She was highly intelligent, quick-witted, and agile with her mind. Even though she remained silent most of the time, she had seen through it all. She just didn't want to speak out. I like little sister Xia Tian. But I like Miss Qiuyu as well. What if? With a grin on his face, Qin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu. However, before he could finish his words, he was halted by a cold Su Qiuyu. Impossible. What do you think of my Su family? What do you think of my little sister and me? How could both of us marry you at the same time? Then wouldn't be both of us become your mistress and concubine? Sorry! I can't do that. Qin Feng felt awkward. What a quick-witted woman! How can she see through my intentions before I could finish speaking? It's not because I'm intelligent. It's because your vulgarity is too obvious. Su Qiuyu's indifferent voice wafted over again when Qin Feng was reflecting. Faced with this intelligent, beautiful and hot woman, Qin Feng suddenly had the urge to run away. Okay, enough talking. Let's go into the room to visit Grandpa. Both of them arrived at a suite under Su Qiuyu's lead. It was a 1,080-square-foot room, tidy and clean. The room was decorated with antique woods and the room was filled with a faint woody fragrance. A large bed was placed in the innermost chamber. A white-haired old man was lying on top of it. The old man looked pale and yellow, extremely skinny. He seemed malnourished and to lack exercise. "Grandpa!" Su Qiuyu rushed over to her grandpa's bedside and cried. This queen who'd retained her calm composure and refused to step down when facing the Su family shed her disguise, revealing the softest part of her inner heart before her grandpa and Qin Feng. At this moment, she was neither the female leader of Su family nor the Sky City's #1 noble beauty. She was merely a 23-year-old young girl, a little girl that hadn't grown up in her grandpa's eyes. "Qiuyu, the elder has been like this for 3 months?" Qin Feng walked over and squatted beside Su Qiuyu. He patted her back, comforting her. "He's been in a coma for 3 months and 8 days. Both his body and his breathing are weakening day by day. I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left." Realizing Qin Feng was still around, Su Qiuyu hastily wiped away her tears and resumed her usual noble and dignified demeanor. Qin Feng extended 2 fingers and pressed on the elder's wrist. He noticed the elder's pulse was extremely weak, and he almost thought the elder was dead. "Master, the elder might be poisoned!" Little Pig's voice suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's mind. "Poisoned? What kind of poison?" Qin Feng hastily communicated with Little Pig using telepathy. "I'm unsure which poison it is. But I see his face is pale white, and his lips are dark purple. On top of that, he fell into a coma for a long time and no one knows why. I'm pretty sure these are symptoms of poisoning," analyzed Little Pig. Chapter 328. Chapter 328, Poisoned. Little Pig was a cute, soft pink pig, but you mustn't belittle it. As the hedonist sovereign system's battle pet and NPC with multiple roles, he had the system's various techniques, pills, martial skills, equipment, and so on in his grasp. Every time Qin Feng didn't understand something, he had to ask Little Pig to explain it to him. "Master, you're now a Stage 3 inner chi expert. You can use your inner chi to help the elder force the poison out of his body," continued Little Pig. "It's that easy? Just force the poison out." Qin Feng became excited. If he could use inner chi to help force out the poison and save the elder, then the Su family would escape their crisis, and he would become the elder's savior and the entire Su family's VIP. Then, Xia Tian and Qiuyu would be extremely thankful toward him. The 2 sisters could only give their lives to repay such a large favor. Then, Su Qiuyu wouldn't reject him like she did before. "Master, forcing out the poison is just the first step. At most, it would alleviate the elder's condition. If you're lucky, the elder might come to. If you're unlucky, he'll remain in a coma." Little Pig immediately splashed a bucket of ice water on Qin Feng's excitement and added with disdain, "The elder has been sick for over 3 months, so he's been poisoned for at least 3 months as well. At this point, the poison is probably spreading into his vital organs. It won't be easy to force the poison out. Master, you must break through to Stage 4 inner chi. Then, you can perfect your ability to release inner chi and force the poison out of the elder's organs." Stage 4 inner chi was an important threshold to cross. Martial artists in the stages prior to internal Stage 4 only practiced chi control, and they couldn't release their inner chi that well. In other words, even if they could release chi, it would only be in a small area and it would be an uncontrolled release. When Qin Feng was dealing with the Su family guards in the parlor, he released chi. However, the chi was powerful, and Qin Feng couldn't accurately control it. Also, it only emerged around Qin Feng and couldn't be released any farther. After internal Stage 4, one could release chi as one wished. With the breakthroughs of each stage of inner chi, the chi attack power became stronger and stronger, and extended farther and farther. "Fuck. Can't you say everything in one go next time?" Qin Feng's great mood instantly plunged, and his fantasies were also immediately annihilated. How could he not want to break into Stage 4 inner chi sooner? He still had to cultivate pills to awaken Lin Bei Bei. But how could breaking into Stage 4 inner chi be so easy? Countless inner chi cultivators cultivated for their entire lives but never broke through to it. Humph. Since you're being mean, I'll go back and continue sleeping. I certainly don't want to help you pick up girls. Little Pig harumphed coldly, swayed its sexy pink butt, climbed back into his den in the system, and said nothing more. Chin Feng probably changed his demeanor to coax out Little Pig, but the pig ignored him no matter how he coaxed. Chin Feng, how is Grandpa? Su Qiuyu knew Chin Feng was strong and had extraordinary abilities. Seeing him feel her grandfather's pulse, she now set all her hopes on Chin Feng. Who knew if this man that always brought about miracles could amaze them again? I can't be certain yet. Let me try. Chin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu. Go outside and guard the door. I want to treat the elder by transferring qi to him. During that time, I can't be disturbed by anyone. This was Chin Feng's first time using inner qi to expel poison, so he was cautious. If he didn't do it right, he might die, not to mention the elder. Su Qiuyu gazed into Chin Feng's eyes and hesitated for a good while before standing up. Before she left, she hugged Chin Feng. If you can save Grandpa, I'll promise you anything. After leaving the parlor, Su Ming returned to his house and sat on the sofa for a short while. Lu Yen then brought their son, Su Tao, into the house. Son, go back to your room and rest. Lu Yen pushed Su Tao. After seeing her son run into the house, she suddenly knelt in front of Su Ming with a kerplunk. Husband, I'm sorry. Kill me. Lu Yen didn't dare look at Su Ming's cold expression. Lu Yen couldn't be more familiar with how cold and ruthless this man was. Her adultery was exposed, and the other man was Su Ming's younger brother. Lu Yen was afraid to imagine the terrifying consequences. The situation has already passed. What's the use of apologizing? Su Ming wasn't as furious as she imagined. On the other hand, a strange smile was on his face. Get up! The family is in chaos, but we're still husband and wife, so we have to join hands in fighting for the head of household position. Acquiring more of the family business is our focus, and everything else can be put aside. Compared to the head of household position, the rest isn't worth mentioning. Su Ming noticed that Lu Yen didn't dare stand up, so he walked up to her and helped her to her feet. Lu Yen, you were too much this time, but since it happened already, I won't blame you. In the future, make sure you don't do it again. You aren't the only one who had an affair. At social events outside, I've touched lots of women, so we can be considered even. From now on, our goal is the same, to work as one to fight for the head of household position. Was Su Ming really not angry anymore? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His own younger brother did his woman. Any man would be furious. However, Su Ming was born into a rich family. He'd grown up under the spotlight. His restraint was extremely high, and he had a ruthless mindset. How could he trade a woman for the entire Su family business? Of course, knowing about Lu Yen and his third younger brother Su Hai's adultery, he was afraid that third brother was trying to vie for the head of household position and had purposely seduced Lu Yen to rope her in with his people. Lu Yen was just a pawn Su Hai wanted on his side. He wanted to use her to find out Su Ming's plans and tarnish his name. Hubby, you're really willing to forgive me this once? Lu Yen trembled and looked at Su Ming. She was still terrified of him. Su Ming smiled, extended a hand, and tenderly caressed Lu Yan's charming face. Of course I forgive you. I won't forget the help you've provided me and the contributions you've made to the Su family. How could I throw you in prison because of a momentary lapse in judgment? Lu Yan's eyes began to redden. She said while choking with sobs, Then why did you leave the parlor without our son and me earlier? I thought you never wanted me again. I was pretending to be angry because tonight's plans have changed due to the appearance of that wild brat Chin Feng. He's an internal cultivation expert fearlessly helping the sisters. With him, we can't force Su Qiuyu to submit tonight. Thus, I thought it was better to step back and prevent myself from getting humiliated any further. Every rich son is an expert actor, so Su Ming was naturally a solid acting expert. He was willing to throw everything away to fight for the role as head of household. Self-respect, face, integrity? Could these things be traded for money? Could they be eaten when one was hungry? Hubby, I was wrong. I'm sorry to you and our son. I won't do it again. After Lu Yen understood his reasoning, she immediately burrowed into Su Ming's embrace. Su Ming rubbed Lu Yan's back affectionately with a murderous expression. Lu Yen, you were silly. That brat Su Hai was clearly getting close to you on purpose. Don't you know why? Was it really for your body? He isn't lacking in money. He could spend money and get A or B-list actresses to play with. Why would he risk having an affair with you? Lu Yen suddenly trembled. She realized that her plot couldn't compare to the two Su family men. Who knew that with one act of carelessness she would become Su Hai's pawn? Hubby, Su Hai really is a bastard. I'll stay unswervingly by your side from now on. I want to personally take revenge on that stinking brat and make him die a premature death. Lu Yen immediately changed her demeanor. Okay. I've seen your sincerity, and I believe that you just had a lapse in judgment. Su Ming smiled at Lu Yen and said, You suffered a fright today, so rest early. Lu Yen nodded and immediately went into a room in the house. Su Ming smoked in the empty parlor for a long time. Then, he pulled out his phone and called a number. Hey, you're done, right? You're the Su family head now. An elderly voice came over the phone. There was a mistake in the plan. Now the situation has changed enormously. The beautiful sisters found an expert to help them. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the head of household position on my own, replied Su Ming sadly. Nonsense, the elder's voice rebuked. He was quiet for a while before continuing. How is that old man that refuses to die? Ever since he became bedridden 3 months ago, no one in the Su family has seen him. It's unclear whether he's alive or dead right now. He's probably not dead after 3 months, but if no one saves him, this elder is certainly going to die in less than half a month. Who did the sisters invite? All I know is that the brat's name is Qin Feng. His identity is unclear, replied Su Ming honestly. The other line fell quiet for a good while, then laughter was heard. Haha, so we meet again. That brat has your 100-year blood lotus. My abilities have just recovered, and I was about to settle with the brat. Who would have thought he'd deliver himself to our doorstep? Hold back for now. I'll be there as soon as possible. The call already ended. Su Ming tossed the phone to the side, and his whole body fell limp. Though it was only over the phone, he could still feel a powerful oppression. Those two people were too powerful. Even Su Ming felt like an ant before him. That man could use one hand to strangle him to death. He originally hadn't wanted to call out the person behind him, but Qin Feng's sudden appearance caught him unprepared. When facing a martial artist like Qin Feng, Su Ming could only hire martial artists to deal with Qin Feng. This would be a violent internal conflict. An intense massacre was about to begin. Chapter 329. Chapter 329. I like to be humiliated. Su Qiuyu waited outside her grandpa's room for 2 hours. The moon was getting higher. Suddenly, a bad hunch stirred within Su Qiuyu. Could it be Qin Feng is pansexual? This person is frivolous and perverted. Will Grandpa be fine staying alone with him in a room? Outside the room, Su Qiuyu's imagination was running amok while inside. Qin Feng was so tired that he was bathed in sweat. If he learned of Su Qiuyu's notions about him, Qin Feng would be so angry that he'd vomit blood and die from qi explosion. This was because she had insulted his personality. Qin Feng and the elder sat face to face with their legs crossed on a red wooden bed. The elder was leaning back against the wall while Qin Feng had his hands on the elder's chest. A cloud of steam was emanating from Qin Feng's body, as if he just came out from sauna. Qin Feng had been forcing the poison out from the elder's body according to Little Pig's method. This was his first time utilizing his qi to heal a person, so the process was rather slow. Besides, Qin Feng was merely a stage 3 inner qi expert, and he was weak at releasing qi. So, it was even harder for him to circulate his qi within Elder Su's body and force the poison out. Qin Feng had just succeeded in forcing the elder to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, after working hard for 2 hours straight. Plus, this was blood that circulated in the elder's veins. Qin Feng didn't dare to touch the poison in the elder's organs as he was afraid he might crush them. Phew! Qin Feng released a long impure breath. This was the third treatment. Qin Feng had been repeating the process of inhale qi, exhale qi, circulate qi, and transfer qi into the elder's body to force the poison out. This process seemed like nothing, but only Qin Feng knew how tiring it was. He even felt it was 10 times more tiring than when he played with 3 women in one night previously. But repeating this process was beneficial to Qin Feng. He noticed the qi within his body had become thicker, and he was another step closer to breaking through to stage 4. Qin Feng had finally found an ingenious method to cultivate his qi faster, which he hadn't known last time. Pfft! Elder Su spurted another mouthful of poisonous blood. The blood was black and smelly. Even though Qin Feng had placed a couple of bowls between them to see the elder's blood, he still got showered from top to bottom by this mouthful of bad blood. Thump! The door was opened by somebody at the same time. Suchiyoyu came in to take a look because she was impatient. When she saw that her grandpa had spewed blood, she was so frightened that she rushed forward and hugged her grandpa, and sent a furious glare at Qin Feng. "What are you doing, Qin Feng? Why did you harm my grandpa? Who sent you here?" Qin Feng hadn't explained to Suchiyoyu that her grandpa was poisoned, so she didn't know that Qin Feng was actually helping Elder Su to force the poison out of his body. She thought Qin Feng harmed her grandpa when she saw he'd vomited blood. Suchiyoyu had never been so afraid and in despair as she was now. She'd placed all her hope in Qin Feng, and she never expected that this guy was a bad person too. She was lost and didn't know what to do. "Chiyoyu, give me some tissue paper. Your grandpa's bad blood almost blew my head off." Qin Feng brushed off Suchiyoyu's accusation and urged her to get him some tissue paper. "Why should I harm your grandpa? Besides, I can easily kill the elder with a palm strike if I really want to. Why would I wait this long?" Suchiyoyu regained her senses after she heard Qin Feng's grumble. Indeed, Qin Feng had a point. He should have made his move earlier if he wanted to harm her grandpa. How could he sit still in the room for 2 hours? "What happened, Qin Feng?" Suchiyoyu was ashamed for misunderstanding Qin Feng. When she saw that Qin Feng's whole body was soaked in bad blood, she then pulled out her silk handkerchief and wiped off the blood on Qin Feng's face carefully, regardless of the bad smell. Suchiyoyu's body fragrance lingered on her handkerchief. Qin Feng, who had been shrouded in the smell of poisonous blood, regained his vitality after he was exposed to Suchiyoyu's fresh fragrance. "Chiyoyu, your grandpa was poisoned," said Qin Feng, looking at Suchiyoyu after he had recovered from dizziness. "What? Grandpa was poisoned?" Suchiyoyu halted her movement abruptly. This was the first time Qin Feng saw a shocked expression on her face. How could that be? Who poisoned Grandpa? His diet was specially prepared by his own chef and delivered by the old butler, Uncle Li, to his room. How could he be poisoned? "Did you guess it wrongly, Qin Feng?" Suchiyoyu was so nervous she clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng felt a sudden leap of sympathy for her. He looked fixedly at Suchiyoyu and pondered in his heart. How come this dignified, wise, and calm woman suddenly became so restless? Qin Feng knew the reason. Of course, Suchiyoyu knew it herself as well. Both of them were smart people. They had already seen through the filthy conspiracy behind this incident. "Chiyoyu, why do you have to ask me if you already have the answer? It's just that you don't want to accept the truth." Qin Feng placed his hands on Suchiyoyu's shoulders and said earnestly, "Fighting between the rich and powerful, killing among siblings. These are common in aristocratic families. If your second uncle could bring people to force you to submit to him and step down from the position as the head of household, why couldn't others have poisoned the elder in secret?" Exactly. Qin Feng had known the elder was poisoned by none other than the people in the Su family. On top of that, that culprit had to be very close to the elder. As for Suchiyoyu, she'd thought of the same thing as well when she learned the elder was poisoned. It was just that she refused to accept the truth, so she lost control. Qin Feng, do you think Grandpa was poisoned by second uncle and his family? Su Qiuyu had been trained by her grandpa for a long time to preside over the Su family's matters. As a result, she was exceptionally good at controlling her own emotions. She had already recovered her usual calm demeanor. I'm not very sure about that. After all, I just came to your Su mansion not long ago, and I'm not very familiar with your relatives. Qin Feng shook his head and continued. But I think you can start from the old butler, Uncle Li. He played an important role in this incident. Qin Feng's words enlightened Su Qiuyu but startled her as well. She never suspected Uncle Li to be the culprit. It wasn't because Su Qiuyu was stupid but because Uncle Li was very loyal to her grandpa and had followed him for more than 30 years. Su Qiuyu really didn't want Uncle Li to be the culprit. Qin Feng, this incident may involve some very important people of the Su family. All of them are my relatives and Grandpa's children. On top of that, I'm a woman. So I'm afraid I can't handle this problem calmly. Can you help me to think of a plan to smoke out the mastermind? Qin Feng pondered for a while before nodded his head. I've an idea. Tomorrow. Qin Feng told Su Qiuyu his plan. Su Qiuyu's dim eyes suddenly shone brightly. At last Su Qiuyu nodded her head firmly and exclaimed, What a good plan! Let's follow it tomorrow! After they'd settled on a plan, Su Qiuyu then laid her grandpa on the bed and combed his hair carefully. She noticed that Qin Feng's treatment was effective. The elder's face had become ruddy and his breathing had become smoother. Su Qiuyu was very excited and happy at her grandpa's changes. Your grandpa was poisoned for too long. Some poison has spread into his organs. With an indifferent demeanor, Qin Feng then added, These poisons are weird and can't be detected by normal medical devices. Normally, these poison would spread across the whole body within 3 months, fully paralyzing the nervous and visceral systems, and kill your grandpa. However, the man behind this incident is a cautious person. He's afraid somebody might notice your grandpa's condition, so he only used a very small amount of slow-acting poison. That's the reason why your grandpa could hold out until now. Earlier, I successfully forced some poison out of your grandpa's body with my inner qi. However, my current power is limited. So for now, I could only force the poison out from his veins. As for the poison in his organs, the most thing I can do is suppress it and prevent it from spreading even further. But rest assured, as soon as I break through to stage 4, I promise I'll heal the elder completely. Qin Feng reported the elder's condition to Su Qiuyu. She looked at Qin Feng with a grateful expression. Thank you, Qin Feng. I'll marry you as long as you can save my grandpa. Qin Feng had gotten to his feet. He then stood with his hands clasped behind him, tilted his head 45 degrees, looked at the waning moon, and talked with a soft tone. It isn't necessary, Miss Qiuyu. A forced marriage isn't a perfect marriage. I do not wish for Miss Qiuyu to marry me just because I saved your grandpa. By doing that, I will only get your body but not your heart and your soul, and this will humiliate me greatly. Qin Feng spoke earnestly. His countenance was grave. With the beauty of the hazy crescent moon behind him, Qin Feng's handsome face was even more distinctive, and a holy aura seemed to emanate from his body. This was a classic move on Qin Feng's part, playing hard to get. Although he looked like he was letting Su Qiuyu go, he was actually trying to impress Su Qiuyu and allow the seed of love to slip into the depths of her heart and sprout. Miss Qiuyu, you don't have to be touched by or thank me. In my eyes, it's normal for me to do all this for you. Seeing Su Qiuyu's eyes were slightly reddened, Qin Feng knew he'd succeeded with his petty trick. Qin Feng was kind of fed up with this ever-victorious feeling. When would he meet a perfect woman who would reject him once, allowing him to taste failure in love? Qin Feng! Sand went into my eyes just now. I'm sorry! Su Qiuyu rubbed her eyes lightly and looked at Qin Feng with a calm expression. Thank you, then. You're such a gentleman. I'll certainly reward you handsomely when everything is done. To be honest, I don't really like you and it'll be a disgrace to you even if I marry you. I'm very sorry for my lack of consideration earlier on. I do hope for young Master Qin's forgiveness. Qin Feng was dumbstruck, his smile became stiff. He froze for a moment and spoke shamelessly. Actually, I like to be humiliated by other people. How about we stick to Miss Chiu Yu's suggestion and get married as soon as we finished our task? Chapter 330. Chapter 330, Su Haonan Awakens. In the parlor of the Su family mansion's main building. Early in the morning, the Su relatives gathered once again to continue last night's unfinished business. Su Ming's family stood at the head of the group once again. The husband and wife had their arms intertwined and looked sweet and happy as if the person who committed adultery wasn't Lu Yen, and the person who got slapped in the face wasn't Su Ming. Across from the group were three people, Qin Feng and the beautiful Su sisters. Qin Feng stood to the side with his arm around Su Xiatian, pretending they were a couple. Su Qiuyu stood in the middle and looked at her aunts and uncles with a neutral expression. Aunties and uncles, you probably haven't eaten yet since it's so early. Uncle Li, is breakfast ready? The Su family clan hasn't had a dinner together in a while. Su Qiuyu glanced at Uncle Li. Uncle Li didn't immediately heed Su Qiuyu's implicit command. He looked at her hesitantly. Qiuyu! Second uncle isn't criticizing you, but look at what you've become. The Su family is in the middle of a calamity. We aunts and uncles are very busy and so anxious we are losing sleep and forget to eat. On the other hand, you sleep and eat well, and you're in the mood for a family meal? Humph! As expected, this girl Qiuyu doesn't have her mind on the family business. With a girl like you as head of household, the Su business could collapse any time. Su Ming had just finished speaking when Lu Yen voiced her agreement. The Su family's prestige has existed for decades in Sky City. This enormous business was built generation after generation with blood, sweat, and tears. How could it fall during our generation? Qiuyu, listen to second auntie and give your second uncle the head of household position. He's the most capable and qualified in the Su family to take on the role. I'm sure that after he takes up the position, the Su family will quickly go back to normal. Su Ming's wife expressed her opinion, so the other people naturally chimed in with their exclamations of denunciation. They all opposed Su Qiuyu's continuing to hold the power in the family, and insisted she give up the head of household role. In the face of these challenges and heartlessness, Su Qiuyu was calm as usual. It was almost as if they weren't talking about her. Do you really not want to eat breakfast together? I remember the last time the Su family had a feast was New Year's last year. Since it's rare that we've come together today, how could we not have a meal? With a calm voice, Su Qiuyu continued to talk about the meal. Humph! Meal, you really are pig-headed. You may have food to eat now, but after some time passes, our Su family won't even have food to eat. Su Ming roared coldly. Then, step by step, he led the crowd closer to Su Qiuyu. Qiuyu, get out of second uncle's way. Today, I must go into the inner part of the house and see how Dad is doing. I want to talk to him personally and have him transfer the head of household role to me. Su Ming couldn't wait. He didn't know how many years he'd been fighting for this role. In the beginning, Su Qiuyu's parents were still alive. Eldest brother had just been chosen as the successor. Then, eldest brother and sister-in-law died in a car crash and the elder began raising Su Qiuyu. Then, he even gave Su Qiuyu control of the family's important business sectors. Su Ming felt unbalanced. In order to take the head of household position, he'd plotted day and night. Today was the best opportunity, and he couldn't wait any longer. Second uncle, it would be best if you stopped coming forward. Otherwise, Xia Tian's boyfriend is going to make a move. Su Qiuyu looked coldly at the crowd. Ha ha! You think we're really afraid of that wild brat? He wants to make a move? Then come. I want to see if you can kill me right here. Su Ming wasn't afraid of Qin Feng today. He even wanted the brat to quickly make a move. Because there were policemen that Su Ming personally requested outside, as long Qin Feng made a move, the police would rush over and arrest Qin Feng for deliberately injuring someone. Uncle Cuckold, you seem to want me to make a move. Qin Feng suddenly looked toward Su Ming with a smile. He hugged Su Qiu-tian the whole time and enjoyed it. This girl's body was soft, and the fruity scent on her body was invigorating. If the situation wasn't reaching a stage that Shi Qiu couldn't control, Qin Feng would be too lazy to concern himself over these uncles and aunts. Su Xiaotian rested in Qin Feng's embrace with extreme anger, especially since his hands were dishonest. They kept touching her small waist or pinched her perky behind. If her sister didn't tell her to cooperate with Qin Feng, she would have bitten this human trash to death. Humph! You scoundrel! What can you do other than martial arts? For the Su family's continued existence, I have to force my way into Dad's room even if I have to fight to the death. If you want to hit me, then hurry up. Don't be wishy-washy like a woman. Su Ming did all he could to control his emotions. However, the instant he heard Uncle Cuckold, a flash of frost chilled his expression. Outwardly, he didn't care about this matter, but he actually cared about it a lot. Don't get too excited, Uncle Cuckold. I was originally a rough person. However, now that I'm with little sister Xia Tian, I'm the son-in-law of the Su family. The Su family is the most powerful family in Sky City, so I need to learn to control my temper and learn the hypocritical fronts that this large family puts on. Otherwise, if I hit someone and get arrested, then that'll be troublesome. Su Ming's expression changed again. He suddenly realized that he'd underestimated Qin Feng and Su Qiu. He didn't think the two of them would discover his intentions so early. However, that was no big deal because Su Ming was going to force his way into the inner room and see what the three people could do about it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm going inside to see Dad. Set on no more nonsense, Su Ming rushed into the inner room. Qin Feng and the beautiful sisters didn't stop him. Instead, they stepped out of his way. This action shocked Su Ming and the spectators a bit. They still hadn't gotten a grasp of the situation when an elderly but robust voice came from within the house. What a familiar sound! Little Minger, is there a reason why you're so anxious to see me? Elder Su's voice was suddenly heard. Some of the cowardly Su family members almost pissed themselves. Su Ming froze, and his legs began to tremble. He never thought that his father would have awoken. A golden path was formed by the parting of the masses. Passing through the crowd, Su Haonen walked over to the sisters with his head high and chest puffed out. All of the eyes fell on the elder's body. His complexion was rosy, and his steps were measured and healthy. His breathing was strong and stable, and his voice was loud and clear. Every step he took was light and soundless, but it struck the spectators' hearts like thunder. He is the Su family's backbone. After 3 months of silence, he stood before the audience again with indomitable spirit. Little Minger, why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you complaining about seeing me? Now you look like you've seen a ghost. Do you not want to see me, or did you think you'd never see me again? Su Haonen smiled affectionately at Su Ming. Su Ming was so shocked that his teeth chattered. His brain was addled, and even after a long time, he couldn't even utter a syllable. Su Haonen smiled for a while, then looked away. His gaze swept across the faces of the spectators in the parlor. Early this morning, I heard from Qiu that a lot of relatives have come to the house. I considered setting up a table and having a family feast. We haven't gathered in a while, and this is a rare opportunity. But just as I was dressing in the room, I heard the noise outside as if you didn't want to eat this meal. Since this is the case, then why are you all standing here? Go home. Only Elder Su's voice was present in the large parlor. The rest of the sounds were those of the Su family members breathing heavily with their heads lowered. They all thought the Su elder was on his last leg and wanted to use the opportunity to fight for the family business. Now that the elder stood vigorous and alive before them, how could they not be nervous and afraid? Qiu Xia Tian, sit at the table with Grandpa. Sit next to me. Since these people don't like eating family feasts, then the three of us can just eat. Right, Qin Feng, come sit here as well. Sit beside Xia Tian. Xia Tian is my precious granddaughter. You have to treat her well. Elder Su said these words casually, but it surprised the audience so much that they almost shouted aloud. The elder usually loved the beautiful twin sisters the most, but they were women, so everyone was dissatisfied with having them take over the Su family business. However, the elder acknowledged Qin Feng and Su Xiatian's relationship in front of everyone. What did that mean? Did he mean to pass the Su family's massive family business to an outsider? Dad. So you were actually fine? That's too great. I'm elated. While the spectators were still stunned, the third brother, Su Hai, led the whole family to sit at the table. You didn't go outside for 3 months, and Chiu you didn't give us an accurate statement. I was unable to sleep at night due to worry, and my appetite was gone as well. Now that I see that you're healthy with more vitality than ever, I can finally eat a meal without worry. That's not right. Our whole family was worried to death. I don't know how long we were waiting for this meal. Lu Yen, Su Tao, come sit. Regaining his senses, Su Ming then put on a smile and sat down. Tower, didn't you repeat every day your wish for Grandpa to wake up soon? Now Grandpa is awake. Hurry and greet him. Grandpa, said Su Tao while looking at Su Hao Nan. Su Hao Nan smiled and nodded. Su Qing, your second brother greeted your grandpa. You greet him too. Su Hai slapped his son in the head. Grandpa, we're all really happy that you're better. Su Qing smiled and greeted his grandfather as well. More and more people sat at the table and began complimenting Su Hao Nan to curry favor with him. At some point the butler, Uncle Li, ran off, but he went to the Qian to instruct that the food be brought out. Su Qiuyu ignored these people's feigned affection. She kept an eye on her grandfather's condition, then brought him food and poured him spirits. On the other hand, Su Xiatian stomped powerfully on Qin Feng's foot with her high heels. The brat was being dishonest and placing his hand on her purple stocking-clad thighs. Chapter 331. Chapter 331. I hope it wasn't you. On the face of it, the breakfast was lively. Everybody toasted and chit-chat non-stop with the elder. But in fact, everybody was very depressed and hoped to finish this meal as soon as possible. Chiu Yu, Xia Tian, Qin Feng, follow me to my room. I'm getting old, and I'm sleepy after having some beer. Everyone, please enjoy the meal. Don't mind this old man. Su Chiu Yu and Su Xia Tian hastily stood up, held their grandpa by his left and right arms, and accompanied him to his room. Qin Feng, on the other hand, trailed behind them, protecting the elder. Ai. Sighing voices and wailing breaths filled the parlor as soon as the elder left. All of them couldn't accept the fact that the elder had awakened from his coma. They were anxious about what the elder might do after he learned of their attempt to contest over his property. Hee hee. I'm getting older as well. I'm a little buzzed as I'm overjoyed about Dad's recovery. Help me home, Lu Yan. Everybody, please enjoy the meal. I'm so full. I haven't had a good rest since Dad fell into coma. I can finally rest well tonight. Since second brother and third brother had left, the remaining collateral family members gave various excuses and took their leave one after another. Very soon, the happening, lively parlor fell cold and cheerless. Pfft. Su Hao Nan spewed blood when he arrived at his room. The elder was weak. He just woke up yesterday after Qin Feng had forced some poison out of his body. The elder pushed himself to present a strong and dynamic front at the family feast. Grandpa! Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian were astonished. Both of them rushed forward and helped their grandpa. Su Qiuyu pulled out her handkerchief to wipe off the blood around his mouth. Ha! Don't worry, don't worry. I'm fine. Su Hao Nan waved his hand and sat on the bed. He was so happy that he even burst out in bubbling laughter. Qin Feng! Thank you for saving my life! If it wasn't for you, I can't imagine what those bastards would have done to Chiu Yu and Xia Tian. I treasure these twin sisters the most. Too bad, their parents passed away early. I'd be too ashamed to face my sinner if I failed to take a good care of them. Please lie down, elder. I'll transfer some of my qi into your body to heal you even further. Qin Feng walked over to sit by the bed. Elder Su believed Qin Feng, so he lay down on the bed without the slightest hesitation. Qin Feng held the elder's wrist and started to revitalize his blood qi. On the other hand, the sisters stood behind Qin Feng, weighing him, treating their grandpa. The family feast was Qin Feng's idea. He attempted to use the elder's indominant aura to pressure the restless Su family members. Qin Feng's plan was considerate. After all, the Su family members were the twin sisters' relatives, and they were just temporarily blinded by the wealth and power. So, Qin Feng simply beat them down instead of punishing them harshly. If the Su family members had any conscience, they would certainly give up their plan and listen obediently to the elder's instructions in the future. This was the result that everybody would like to see. However, if they didn't cherish this opportunity and continued to harm the elder even after he had awakened from his coma, then it was the time for the elder to expel this bunch of ingrates. The elder's face became rosy, and he regained most of his vigor after Qin Feng treated him for 30 minutes. However, releasing qi taxed Qin Feng greatly. It was merely 30 minutes, and he was bathed in sweat already. "Qin Feng, come over here! Let me wipe off your sweat!" Su Xiatian proactively pulled out her handkerchief and helped Qin Feng clean up. Su Xiatian's action warmed Qin Feng. Seems like helping the twin sisters isn't a waste. After Su Hao Nan's vitality was restored, he looked at Qin Feng and Su Xiatian with glowing spirits and exclaimed, "Fate! This is fate!" He then added joyfully, "I was worried that Xiatian wouldn't be able to find a good partner since she's so fierce and willful and nobody can control her. But now I'm relieved. Look at my good granddaughter's husband. Qin Feng, I really like you a lot. Grandpa." Like a startled deer, Su Xiatian's face suddenly flushed. She pouted and sneered at Qin Feng. "Who wants to marry this rascal? It was just a show, Grandpa. This fellow is a pervert and extremely frivolous. I don't want to marry him." As Su Xiatian spoke, she buried her head in her sister's arms, snuggling. Both Su Qiuyu and Su Haonan cast meaningful smiles at each other when they saw her reaction. "Grandpa, Qin Feng helped us a lot this time. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to wake up so soon." Su Qiuyu could distinguish right from wrong. She was a grateful person and she acknowledged Qin Feng's contribution. So, she began to praise him before her grandpa. Su Haonan nodded his head repeatedly. "Indeed, I could tell that Qin Feng is a remarkable and promising young man from the way he handled this incident. Not only did we deter them through the family feast, but it also gave both sides a chance to step down. This will be a tough fight. I earnestly hope the war between Su family members will never happen." Su Haonan sighed lightly. It was hard for him to accept being betrayed by his own son. His heart was in so much pain that he felt it was pricked by countless needles. "However, I won't back down even if I have to fight. I won't be lenient with them and I will protect Qiu Yu and Xia Tian at all costs." Su Haonan's countenance changed. His eyes filled with determination. The sisters' eyes reddened. Both of them threw themselves into their grandpa's arms. One of them was a dignified and calm woman while the other was a willful and stubborn woman in other people's eyes. However, from their grandpa's perspective, both of them were little girls who hadn't grown up. "Can you promise this elder one thing, Qin Feng?" Su Haonan patted the twin sister's shoulders lightly and gazed ardently at Qin Feng. "If I don't emerge victorious in this internal strife of Su family, can you help me take care of these twin sisters?" Qin Feng's eyes instantly brimmed with light. How could he reject this kind of important task? He'd feel embarrassed if he ever rejected it. "Don't you worry, elder. I'll take care of the twins forever if anything ever happens to you." Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian felt Qin Feng's words were weird. The elder's expression changed slightly. He stroked his beard and laughed suddenly. "Ha ha! That's fine. You must take care of Xia Tian and help me to find a good husband for Qiuyu. Ahem ahem. Yes, yes. I will." Qin Feng noticed this old sly fox had seen through his intention. He felt a little bit awkward. The main reason was because this elder didn't agree to his suggestion. He even intentionally asked Qin Feng to help Su Qiuyu find another man. The moon was hazy. It was early autumn. The autumn wind was soughing through the large Su family mansion, and the compound was cold and silent. In the wee hours, most of the rooms were dark. However, there was one room with its lights on. A plate of snacks was placed on a small table beside Su Haonan as he sat by the bed. Meanwhile, the old butler of Su family, Uncle Li, stood on one side silently. As long as the elder didn't speak, he wouldn't take the initiative to break the silence. "It was a hard time for you, old Li." Su Haonan suddenly smiled at Uncle Li. "I faked being sick and rested because I'm tired of handling the Su family's affairs. I'm already a 70-year-old geezer and I feel I'm incapable of taking care of the Su family's business. I'm sorry for keeping you in the dark all this way, old Li. Also, thank you for supporting Qiuyu by handling the household." Uncle Li hastily bowed and replied politely to Su Haonan, "Please don't say that, master. It'll shorten my life. I know my place, master. You have your own notions and I'm merely a servant. I should do my own duty as a servant industriously and conscientiously." "What nice words you have there, old Li. A person should just mind his own business." Su Haonan stroked his beard and said indifferently, "I faked being sick because I wanted to see what would become of the family after I've fallen. Their reactions in these 3 months truly break my heart. It's because of all of us uniting as one and working together. Only then could the Su family prosper and stand above the masses. But look at my sons now. AI. Let's not talk about them. I'm getting older and I should leave the Su family to the next generation. Do you have any candidate in mind, old Li?" Su Haonan suddenly looked at Uncle Li. Uncle Li hastily replied, "This is a big deal, master. It's better for you to decide. I'm merely a servant of the Su family. No matter who the next head of household will be, I'll serve him or her loyally. Hee hee. I think Qiuyu is a good choice. I really wanted to pass this position to her." Su Haonan began to reminisce. "How many years have we known each other, old Li?" 46 years. Uncle Li's countenance became grave. "I've been following Master since Master became the head of household." Su Haonan's eyes became hazy and distant, as if he was recalling memories of his youth. "It has been 46 years. Time sure flies fast. During that time, I was just a playful 23 or 24-year-old brat. Then my dad wanted me to be the next head of household, taking care of the Su family. I wasn't accustomed to it at first and hard-pressed by various kinds of people. AI. Time passes in the blink of an eye. I'm gratified that the Su family hasn't gone downhill under my wa. You're a great head of household, master. Not only hasn't the Su family gone downhill, it's becoming more prosperous day by day." Uncle Li fawned over Su Haonan. Trembling with excitement, Su Haonan laughed. "Ha ha. Old Li, now even you have learned how to kiss someone's ass. What I've said is true, master. We can all see your contributions to the Su family. Fine, fine. I feel better after being acknowledged by you. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon. Old Li, ask the Qian to prepare a plain noodle soup for me, topped with an egg and veggies. I want to eat a large bowl of it." "Understood, master. I'll have the Qian to prepare it for you now." Uncle Li bowed slightly to Su Haonan and retreated from the room to fade the plain noodle soup. Seeing his back, Su Haonan's eyes brimmed with light. He then murmured to himself, "I really hope it isn't you, old Li." Chapter 332. Chapter 332. Luring the snake out of its hole. Not long later, Uncle Li rushed back carrying a bowl of steaming hot, plain noodles. Su Haonan had already eaten all the snacks on the table. When he saw the noodles topped with 2 eggs and covered in Chinese cabbage and green onions, he was so ravenous that he almost drooled. "Old Li, you're finally here. I was so hungry I couldn't wait. I was about to go to the Qian to hurry you up." Su Haonan accepted the bowl of plain noodles and began to take large bites of it. Uncle Li stood to the side and weighed. "I've made Master wait too long. If you think it's not enough, I can tell the chef to make another bowl. Su Hao Nan took large bites of his noodles while shaking his head. He said, If such a large bowl of noodles isn't enough for me, then I'll really become a pig. Then take your time eating, master. And be careful, it's hot. Uncle Li bowed slightly and stood to the side. Su Hao Nan stopped talking and ate the noodles. Uncle Li didn't say anything else. Su Hao Nan finished the noodles really quickly, and he even drank all the soup in the bowl. Ah! How refreshing! It really is refreshing! Su Hao Nan tossed the bowl aside after he finished eating. Then, he shouted with delight. When I was young, I would have needed 3 full bowls to fill me up. Now I've truly grown old. My appetite wasn't what it used to be. Your appetite is good, master. You can eat even more than me. Uncle Li took the bowl and said, Then I'll go put the bowl away. Rest early, master. Uncle Li quickly retreated with the bowl. Su Hao Nan washed his face, hands, and legs, then lay on the bed and went to sleep. All the lanterns in the Su family mansion were extinguished, and the only light was that of the cold and cheerless moonlight. A black shadow suddenly leaped out. It squatted outside a room door and picked the door's lock with a long, thin needle. With a crisp click, the door was pushed open and the person in black waited silently at the doorway for a long while. When he was certain there was no danger, he lightly pushed the door open. He entered and shut the door. The person in black had very light movements like a cat. After shutting the door, the shadow flashed and arrived at the bedside. A white-haired elderly man lay peacefully asleep on the bed. It was the Su family's head of household, Su Hao Nan. Whoosh! A dagger suddenly appeared in the man in black's hand and stabbed toward the elder's heart. Su Hao Nan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the face and figure of the person in black, and he internally lamented. Even though the person had his face covered and was dressed in black, even his shoes were black, Su Hao Nan could still recognize him. After all, he was his good servant of 46 years. Su Hao Nan couldn't pretend he couldn't recognize him even if he wanted to. Old Li, you've really let me down. Su Hao Nan suddenly sat up. The person in black held a dagger with wintry light against his neck. Qin Feng held the dagger with one hand, and the man in black's wrist that was about to stab Su Hao Nan with his other hand, preventing his attack. Su Hao Nan slowly extended his aged, withered hand and grabbed the person in black's face mask. When the mask was removed, the face revealed was the one Su Hao Nan was dreading the most, Uncle Li. The gloomy yet tranquil moonlight fell on Uncle Li's face. The face was filled with 100 conflicting emotions. Helplessness, anger, despair, and malevolence all mixed together. This was the first time Su Hao Nan saw so many expressions on Uncle Li's face. Click! The room light was suddenly switched on, and the blinding light forced Uncle Li shut his eyes. Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian rushed up beside Uncle Li. Su Qiuyu said nothing. Her eyes were filled with despair. Uncle Li had weighed her and her younger sister grow up. In Su Qiuyu's eyes, Uncle Li was like family. She never thought he would ever do this. Su Xia Tian's temper exploded. She now began to throw a flurry of punches and kicks at Uncle Li. Uncle Li tossed the dagger in his hand to the side and allowed Su Xia Tian to hit him. His face was filled with tears. Xia Tian, stop! Su Hao Nan couldn't sit still and watch the scene, so he urged Su Xia Tian to stop. Old Li isn't acting of his own volition. Though he stepped on the wrong path, we can't forget the hard work and contributions he made to the Su family. He's still the Uncle Li in your hearts. However, from here on out, you will no longer have an Uncle Li. Su Hao Nan waved his hand, and Qin Feng released Uncle Li. Old Li, was this worth the trouble? Su Hao Nan's expression was sincere as he looked at Uncle Li. Uncle Li choked on his sobs and couldn't say a word. This was the scene he'd been most terrified of experiencing. Actually, I knew I was poisoned long ago, and I suspected you then as well. However, I didn't dare make a move previously, for fear that if a fight began, I'd have to get a hold of some people I would rather die than see again. Uncle Li couldn't say anything. Su Hao Nan raised his head, looked at the waning moon, and seemed to mumble to himself. Afterwards, I kept putting it off again and again until I collapsed and fell into a coma. If Qin Feng hadn't appeared, you would have won the fight. Qin Feng woke me up, and I was determined to root you cruel people out. If I'd really died, what would have happened to Qiu Yu and Xia Tian, the pitiful children? Old Li. At our ages, what haven't we experienced? You know well that a lot of things are out of our hands at our age. Thus, Qin Feng and I made a plan to prepare a family feast to surprise you all, then harshly beat you up and suppress you. At night, I intentionally called you to my room to show you my lively appearance, and intentionally state my intention to pass the head of household position to Qiu Yu. I wanted to make the people backing you anxious. I wanted to make them lose their bearings. As expected, they couldn't wait to kill me. You poisoned the plain noodles, and I ate it all even though I knew it was poisoned, to ease your vigilance and make you negligent. After you left, Qin Feng forced the poison out of my body and told me he was certain you'd come for me again tonight. Thus, he and the two girls stayed in my room. Who would have thought that you'd really come? Su Haonen detailed everything that occurred after he woke up. He detailed the plan between him and Qin Feng. After hearing this, Uncle Li's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Qin Feng several times. I can't believe that we plotted for so long, yet our plan was ruined by a damn brat. Ha ha. Old Li, I know what you're thinking. Now is the time of the youth. You can't be bitter. Qin Feng is a really outstanding young lad. I've decided to marry Xia Tian to him. Grandpa. Su Xia Tian pursed her lips, looking like she was dissatisfied with her grandfather's decision. Master, please grant me death. Uncle Li suddenly spoke, wanting to die. Disappointment flashed in Su Hao Nan's eyes. He glared fiercely at Uncle Li. You'd rather die than say who you're working for? Every person has someone who holds information over them. I hope Master will honor my request. Uncle Li's conflicted expression calmed, and his gaze became bleak. He looked like a soulless, empty shell of a person. Old Li. What can I say? I didn't think you'd go first since you're younger than me. Actually, I know who you're working for. When you were putting away the empty bowl, Qin Feng followed you. Go without worry. I'll have people take care of your wife and child. PFFF. Su Hao Nan's expression suddenly became ferocious. He was a 70-year-old man, but when he was angry, he was like a dangerous beast. Without warning, he picked up the dagger from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed it into Uncle Li's heart. Fresh blood shot out and sprayed Su Hao Nan. Though Su Hao Nan's face was covered in blood, he didn't wipe it off. Uncle Li was dead. When he died, he didn't even shout in pain, he just clenched his teeth and held it in. This was all he could do for Su Hao Nan before he died. He didn't want to shock any other Su family member. He slipped away quietly and allowed the Su family to fight among themselves with regard to the other matters. Once Su Qiuyu saw this, her lovely eyes became slightly red. She was so startled that she almost shouted aloud. On the other hand, Qin Feng stepped up and covered her mouth. Qin Feng, I'll have to trouble you again tonight, Su Haonen said while looking at Qin Feng. Don't worry, elder. Deeper into the night, I'll go bury him in the mountains and erect a gravestone for him. That way, it'll be convenient for his wife and son to visit him. Su Haonen nodded, gratified. He liked Qin Feng more and more, and he quite wanted to marry both of his granddaughters to him. However, it wasn't for him to determine. He had to ask Qiuyu what she wanted. Old Li was sacrificed and the person behind the scenes was found. When will this all end? Su Haonan suddenly sighed ruefully. We won't be able to hide Uncle Li's disappearance for very long. We should gather the family clan for a meeting tomorrow and end this, said Qin Feng. How should we handle it? That is your problem, elder. You probably already have a method in mind. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said, I think we should dig up his criminal record and put him in jail for the rest of his life. Su Haonen nodded. Then, his expression became solemn. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Different situations call for different measures. Elder was once an all-powerful person. Are you afraid it won't work out? Qin Feng said to Su Haonan, smiling. Su Haonan stared at Qin Feng and yelled while laughing. Brat, no one has ever dared to say that I, Su Haonan, am afraid of anything. You really are to my liking. Seeing Elder Su's mood improve, Qin Feng lifted Uncle Li and walked nimbly out the door. The red sandalwood scent in the house isn't bad. Qin Feng mumbled this to himself, yet Su Haonan came to a sudden realization. A fierce glint appeared in his gaze. Once Qin Feng left, only the elder and the lovely sisters were left in the house. When Uncle Li died before their eyes, the two sisters were frightened. At this time, they dove into their grandfather's embrace and clung tightly to his arms. Su Haonan's deep-set eyes were fierce and bright. He had to stand up again and shake up the Su family for his two precious granddaughters. Xia Tian, that guy Qin Feng isn't bad. Stick with him. You can be stubborn about the minor issues, but listen to Qin Feng for the more important ones, said the elder as he lovingly caressed Su Xia Tian's head. Grandpa, I don't want to be with him. Su Xia Tian's charming face flushed. She was as beautiful as the clouds at sunrise. Ha ha! If Xia Tian really doesn't like Qin Feng, then I'll give Qin Feng your big sister. When the time comes, don't come crying to your grandpa. Su Haonan joked. Su Qiuyu lowered her head slightly, and no one saw the blush that flashed across her features. Then she lifted her head, smiled, and said, Grandpa, I also think well of Qin Feng with Xia Tian. I won't fight with her. Chapter 333. Chapter 333, The Su Family's Meeting. In the parlor of Su Family Mansion's main building, the Su family's VIPs gathered in the parlor early in the morning. Their countenances were grave, sober, and nervous. This was because everybody noticed that the old butler, Uncle Li, was gone. It wasn't because they valued Uncle Li. It was just that Uncle Li was the one who would bring them water, pour them tea, and perform other services for them whenever they had a family meeting. They were not accustomed to his sudden absence. Old Li took a few days' leave and went back to his hometown. AI. You see, nobody lit the incense after he left. Su Haonan, who sat at the head of the big oval-shaped table, suddenly said. Ming'er, replace the red sandalwood incense at the altar. We need to dissipate the foul odor in this parlor. Okay, Dad. Su Ming got up and went to the altar. There were dozens of drawers under the altar. Su Ming unhesitatingly opened the second drawer in the third row, took the red sandalwood incense, and lit it. When Su Haonan and Qin Feng saw his slick-as-whistle movements, both of them were surprised. Su Haonan had called a family meeting early in the morning. All the Su family members sat at the big oval-shaped table. The higher their position, the nearer they sat to Su Haonan, while the lower positions sat accordingly. Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian sat beside the elder. Qin Feng didn't take a seat. Instead, he stood behind Elder Su, keep an eye on everybody's actions, guarding the elder and the twin sisters. We had a family feast yesterday morning, and I called for a family meeting this morning. Do any of you have anything to say? Asked Su Haonan after Su Ming lit the incense and returned to his seat. Su Haonan's complexion was rosy. He was high in spirits. His voice was robust and strong. The rest of the people lowered their heads dispiritedly, refusing to talk. All of them knew the elder was going to punish them by the family laws today. I haven't seen everybody for 3 months. Yesterday I heard you all making a racket at the parlor, so I thought all of you had a lot of things and opinions to say to me. Why are you all remaining silent now? Su Haonan continued after waiting for a few moments. It was dead silent. Nobody dared to utter a word. Since neither Su Ming nor Su Hai spoke, how would the rest have the guts to come forward? Su Ming, didn't you want to speak with me? Su Haonan suddenly looked at Su Ming. Su Ming's heart sank. However, he retained calm and frosty. Dad, I came to your room these few days because I wanted to ask Qiuyu about your condition. I'm worried about your health since I haven't heard from you for 3 months. Hee hee. Well, thanks for your concern. Su Haonan smiled. He turned his head and looked at Su-hai and said, "How about you, Hire? Dad? Just like second brother, I'm worried about you." "Since Dad has recovered now, I don't have other questions then," replied Su-hai, smiling. "Then I guess everybody is worried about my condition and that's the reason you're all gathered here, right?" Su-hao-nen glanced through the crowd and everybody nodded their heads. "Hee hee. I'm so gratified to know that I'm still welcomed by everybody and you're all so concerned about my health." Su-hao-nan laughed. His countenance suddenly changed, and he swayed topics abruptly. "Since you have no other questions anymore, then I'll make my announcement now. Effective today, I'll appoint my granddaughter Su-chio-yu to be the next head of household. I guess all of you have no objection, right?" Whoosh! Su-hao-nan's statement stirred up everybody. Earlier, these people lowered down their heads, afraid to speak. But now, all of them started whispering with one another, discussing Su-hao-nan's announcement. They all thought the elder did not have much time left, so they had joined forces in order to overthrow Su-chio-yu. If Su-chio-yu really became the head of household, they might had a rough time afterward. Su-chio-yu was renowned as the most talented girl in Sky City, even-handed, viewing issues in black and white. She would never open the net on one side to anyone, regardless of their relationship to her. This kind of person could bring the family soaring into a higher level, but was also the most hated by the family members. "What's up? Everybody seems to have an issue with my decision," Su-hao-nan growled, looking around the table. "Dad, please think it over. How can you decide so casually without discussing it with us beforehand?" Su-ming spoke up. "He might lose the position if he continued to remain silent." "Second brother's right. Dad, choosing an heir affects the future of our Su family. Please don't act before you've thought it through carefully, Dad." When Su Xia-tian saw these uncles and aunties looking down at her sister, she didn't conceal her dissatisfaction in the slightest and pouted sullenly. If it weren't for Qin Feng playing his eyes on her, Su Xia-tian might have barged in and argued with her second uncle and third uncle already. On the other hand, Su Chio-yu's countenance was as calm as water. Nobody could make out what she felt. "Nobody speaks today, and I thought you had no opinion on the matter. So why you're all butting in now?" Su-hao-nan looked at the crowd indifferently. His heart was aching. Chio-yu must have suffered a lot these 3 months. What did this bunch of ingrates do to my Chio-yu while I was sick? I decided to appoint Chio-yu as the head of household after I thinking it through. I'm certain that Chio-yu's capable of being the head of household. Su-hao-nan spoke resolutely. Chio-yu is a woman, Dad. How can you appoint a woman as the head of the Su family? Countered Su-ming, his brows furrowing. That's right, Dad. A married daughter is like water that has been poured. If Chio-yu becomes the head of household, aren't we handing over the Su family to another person? Dad, the Su family's business is the legacy left by our ancestors. You mustn't do this. Elder, please think twice. Nobody agreed with appointing Su Chio-yu as the head of household. Su-hao-nan had long anticipated this situation, so he was calm. Grandpa, I'll remain unmarried for the rest of my life if I become the head of household. Su Chio-yu's tepid voice wafted over and struck everybody like a bolt of lightning. The quiet ones always snuck up to you. This woman was indeed the #1 noble beauty of Sky City. Su Chio-yu would amaze everyone once she spoke. Su Chio-yu would remain unmarried for the rest of her life. This meant she would remain a member of the Su family, and the Su family wouldn't be taken by an outsider. She shattered everybody's doubts and dissolved their attacks with simple words. In addition, I'll pick my successor from both the main and collateral members of the Su family. After I retire from my position, I'll make him the next head of household. So, the descendants of both the main and collateral families will have an equal opportunity to fight for the position. Another storm of thunder crashed down on them. Su Chio-yu's speech was lethal, especially to those members of the main Su family. She devastated them. Descendants of main and collateral members would have equal chances to vie for the head of household. It was such an enticing condition. Those collateral members' eyes brimmed with light as their hearts began to waver. Before, all of them objected to Su Qiuyu to being the head of household. But now, some of them swayed sides. This was because their descendants might have the opportunity to become the next head of household if Su Qiuyu became the successor. This was a thing hadn't occurred to them last time. I strongly recommend Qiuyu as my successor. I'll step down if she becomes the head of household today. So from now on, the Su family will be hers to command. She's the boss. Su Hao Nan's attitude acted on the collateral family members like a shot of adrenaline. Those restless stepped forward and made their stand. Elder, the Su family flourished and created countless legends under your leadership throughout these years. Your vision must be keener than ours. Since you think Qiuyu is a good choice to be the head of household, I don't have any objection anymore. I support your decision. Elder, I think Qiuyu is good as well. Before Big Brother Su Sun passed away, he was acknowledged by everyone as the next head of household. Unfortunately, that car accident happened. I think it's fine to let Big Brother Su Sun's daughter be the next head of household. Among the 50 Su family relatives, half of them sided with Su Qiuyu. The other half wanted to switch sides to stand with Su Qiuyu, but since they had made a pact with Su Ming or Su Hai to get their profit shares, they wouldn't step forward readily until the last moments. Dad! The Su family's business has prospered for more than a century. How could we leave such a large family clan in the hands of Qiuyu because of her oath? She said she will remain unmarried for the rest of her life. Can we really believe in her? Do you all believe that she will really give the descendants from collateral families a chance to vie for the head of household? Seeing the tide starting to turn, Su Ming hastily added, "It's obvious she'll promise anything in order to become the head of household." Su Hai sided with his second brother, arguing, "Dad, let's set aside whether should we nominate a woman as the next head of household. Let's talk about whether Qiuyu is fit to be the head of household. The Su family's business is in turmoil and has been declining sharply these 3 months when you were bedridden, Dad. During this time, it was Qiuyu who presided over the Su family's business. The whole Su family is in total chaos. Besides, almost every industry the Su family has involved in is affected. Some small industries couldn't bear the losses and collapsed. I estimate our Su family has lost roughly 2 million yuan in these 3 months. And this is the loss after second brother, and I assisted Qiuyu. I can't imagine what will happen to the Su family once Qiuyu becomes the head of household. Dad! You must reconsider the matter." Chapter 334. Chapter 334. Head of Household Qiuyu. During the 3 months that Su Qiuyu was the acting head of household, every sector of the Su family business really had declined. However, Su Qiuyu knew exactly why. And everyone in the Su family knew as well. Second uncle, third uncle, I didn't plan on bringing this up earlier, so I was going to let it slide. But since you brought it up, I'll evaluate it with you all. Su Qiuyu suddenly stood up. She had come today bearing a stack of documents, and she tossed it on the table. She took one of the reports and began to read the information aloud. Kai Rui Leather Factory, Chairman Lu Yun, 5 million yuan in losses over 3 months, currently shut down. Lu Yun has disappeared, but the day before his disappearance, he secretly met with someone from the Su family. Rui de Distribution, Chairman Ma Xing, 12 million yuan in losses over 3 months, still barely accepting orders. It originally had a large quantity of orders to deliver, but Ma Xing instructed that the monthly orders could not exceed 1 million. The research indicates that Ma Xing has an extremely close relationship with a Su family member sitting here right now. Beihai Real Estate, Chairman Zhang Haichang, almost 100 million yuan in losses over 3 months. They are specifically investing in mansions developed on abandoned wastelands, and this was done without my approval. Now Zhang Haichang is missing. Before he went missing, he had a close relationship with a Su family member sitting here. Su Qiuyu's figure was tall and proud, with curves in all the right places. Today, she dressed professionally in a pantsuit and stood tall and straight in front of the spectators like a beautiful chairman. She held tens of these reports that detailed the losses and bankruptcies in the past 3 months. The reports explained the losses, and the most startling were the reasons for the losses. Practically all the chairmen of the companies that shut down had close relations with a particular Sioux family member, and it was obvious that the results were premeditated. After the Sioux elder fell ill, the Sioux family members had colluded against Su Chiu-yu. They purposely did things behind the scenes to make various sectors of the Sioux family business decline and force Su Chiu-yu out of her position by blaming her for failing to properly manage the company. Su Chiu-yu read each report, and the Sioux family members' expressions became unsettled. Quite a few of them began to sweat. At this point, Su Chiu-yu hadn't reported anyone's names, but everyone knew the names were printed clearly on the reports. Su Chiu-yu didn't say the names aloud to give everyone present one more chance to return to the fold. Bang! Once Su Chiu-yu finished speaking, Su Hao-nen slammed the table and stood. His expression was fierce, and the veins in his forehead bulged. His deep-set eyes raked over everyone present, and a cold fierceness glinted in them. Sinners! You're all sinners! I was gone for a mere 3 months, and the Sioux family has come to this. If I didn't come back, then the Sioux family would have fallen to the likes of you. You say Su Chiu-yu's not capable enough, and you discriminate against her based on gender. Have any of you truly helped her or listened to her instructions? In Chiu-yu's eyes, you're all dear aunts and uncles. What is Chiu-yu in your eyes? Her parents died early, so you should all treat her like your own daughter. Now I'm set on passing Chiu-yu the head of household position. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, stand up and tell me. Su Hao-nan's speech was bone-chilling. In the large parlor, only he and Qin Feng were standing. Dad, I can do whatever Chiu-yu can do. Su Ming stood up. And I can also do whatever second brother can. Su Hai got to his feet as well. Su Hao-nan was in no hurry to speak to his sons. He waited a long while, and when no one else stood up, he looked thoughtfully at his 2 sons and asked, Can you two really do what Chiu-yu can? As long as it's regarding business, I can do whatever Chiu-yu can. All in all, Chiu-yu is a girl. It's not that we're sexist, but the Sioux family tradition is to pass the head of household position only to men, not women. Su Ming spoke as though he had something up his sleeve. Dad! Second brother's business abilities are inferior to mine. Please reconsider. It had already come to this, so Su Hai didn't beat around the bush. He clearly expressed his intentions to fight Su Ming for the head of household position. Then if you two can't do something Chiu-yu has, will you agree to let the last become the head of household? Su Hao-nan looked domineeringly at his 2 sons. The 2 of them hesitated briefly, then nodded simultaneously. But if there's nothing Chiu-yu has done that we can't do, then she loses her right to continue fighting for the position. I hope you'll cancel your previous decision, Dad. After receiving his son's definite responses, Su Hao-nen suddenly smiled brightly. Xia Tian, go outside with Qin Feng to welcome our important guests. Yes, Grandpa. Xia Tian went up to Qin Feng, stared at him to emphasize her distaste, then grabbed his arm and walked outside with him. Their sudden actions gave Su Hai and Su Ming a bad premonition. What kind of important guests would be at our doorstep? Qin Feng and Xia Tian weren't gone for long before they returned again. However, 4 more handsome men with an air of nobility came in behind them. After seeing these 4 people, the Su family members in the parlor were startled. Su Hai and Su Ming were even more stunned. They never thought that these 4 would rush over to the Su household at this time. The people that came were Sky City's 4 talents. Jiang Manhong, Zhao Yuxing, Li Yang Wensu, they all stood in a row with their heads high and chests puffed out. They all wore polite smiles and looked at the audience. Su Xia Tian called the 4 people over, and the Su family members had their answer. They never thought this girl, Su Chiu-yu, was so sophisticated and had plans so far ahead. Not only did she have information about everyone plotting behind her back, she also secretly formed relationships with 4 of Sky City's largest families. This woman really couldn't be underestimated. Jiang Manhong is here to greet Elder Su. Zhao Yuxing is here to greet Elder Su. The 4 talents all took turns paying their respects to Su Hao Nan. The Su elder smiled and waved. You are guests, don't be so polite. May I ask why you have come today? Su Xia Tian asked the 4 talents to come because she had blackmail material on them. Now, when these 4 saw Su Xia Tian, they were as frightened as mice upon seeing a cat. They didn't know that the Su family was in the middle of a clan meeting, much less know that there was internal strife in the Su clan. They were forced here by Su Xia Tian to say that they would work closely with Su Qiuyu in the future and to promote her as the head of household. Elder, if we 4 have disturbed you by visiting so presumptuously today, please forgive us. Zhao Yuxing stepped up as the 4 talents spokesperson. When they saw so many people gathered in the Su mansion's parlor, they were so frightened that their legs trembled. Zhao Yuxing suspected that Su Xia Tian tricked them. This she-devil wouldn't have called everyone over to the Su household to play the recording, would she? If this was really the case, Zhao Yuxing suspected they wouldn't be able to walk out of the mansion's doors alive. We came here today mainly to submit a request. We 4 talents are here as representatives of our family clans to request that you pass the head of household position to Ms. Su Qiuyu. From here on out, our 4 family clans will stand behind Su Qiuyu and give our all to follow her lead. Surrender? These 4 talents are here to surrender to the Su family? To surrender to Su Qiuyu? Zhao Yuxing had just finished speaking, but the Su family members couldn't hide their shock, and a wave of discussion arose. Su Ming and Su Hai were still standing, and their expressions changed continuously. They were utterly stunned, looking as though their souls had left their bodies. Ever since the Su elder fell ill, the 2 sent people to shadow Su Qiuyu's every move. When did she join hands with the 4 talents? This was completely impossible. Seeing that his 2 sons were stunned, Su Hao Nan laughed coldly. Now you know how far you are from Qiuyu, right? Qiuyu was able to gather these 4 large families and make them work closely with the Su household. Which of you 2 can do this? Now I'm going to make Su Qiuyu my successor and the new head of household. What do you have to say in opposition to this? Su Ming and Su Hai had no counter because they were so stunned that they couldn't say anything. Elder, you still seem to have some family matters to deliberate, so we 4 will take our leave. The 4 talents didn't dare linger in the Su home for too long. They were still confused. Qin Feng used the 4 of them as pawns to help support Su Qiuyu. Now that they had fulfilled their purpose, Su Hao Nan didn't keep them. He waved his hand and sent them away. After the 4 talents left, the Su parlor was left in a frigid atmosphere. Su Ming and Su Hai sat back down with horrendous expressions. Now that Su Ming and Su Hai have no objections, Su Qiuyu is the new head of household. I'm very gratified at the results. Su Hao Nan had Su Qiuyu stand. He removed a jade ring from his injured hand and placed it in Su Qiuyu's hand. Qiuyu, starting from today, I'm abdicating. In the future, the Su family will be in your hands. This ring is a family heirloom passed down from your ancestors. Take good care of it. In the future, all Su family members must heed your orders, no matter what, and cooperate with you in developing the Su family business. If you find someone with an errant heart, a Su family member that doesn't give their all for the family, then you have the right to evict them from the mansion. From then on, those people will have nothing to do with the Su family. Though Su Hao Nan looked at Su Qiuyu when he spoke, these words were for all Su family members present. Head of household Su Qiuyu is mighty. Under Su Qiuyu's lead, the Su family will prosper. Someone already stood up to cheer for Su Qiuyu. Then, more and more people got to their feet. Now, the head of household was set. They all quickly swayed sides to the one with more power. It was survival of the fittest. No one wanted to be engulfed in the bloodshed of an internal war. Chapter 335. Chapter 335, See a Turtle in a Jar. The election for head of household had ended. The parlor was now empty as everyone had left. Su Hao Nan, Qin Feng, and the twin sisters gathered in Su Hao Nan's room. The election ceremony for head of household ended well, and all of them were rapturous with the outcome. Come over here, Xia Tian. Please help me throw away the red sandalwood incense at my bedside. Su Hao Nan became gloomy when he looked at the altar. Grandpa, our servant just changed the red sandalwood in the altar not long ago. There's still so much left. Su Xia Tian pouted while clinging to her grandpa's arm. Su Qiuyu pinched her sister's cheek and said softly, My dear little sister, just do what Grandpa has asked. After glaring at Qin Feng, Su Xia Tian reluctantly got to her feet, walked to the altar, and went off to dispose of the remaining red sandalwood. This rascal has not contributed since he came to our house. Grandpa, big sister, let's kick him out today. Su Hao Nan and Xu Qiuyu were tickled by Su Xia Tian's lovely appearance when she grumbled. After Su Xia Tian left the room, the elder's countenance suddenly sank. He gazed at Su Qiuyu and asked, So, Qiuyu, you know as well. Su Qiuyu was an observant woman. She noticed that the elder intentionally asked her second uncle to lit the incense this morning when they were having the family meeting in the parlor. And now, the first thing her grandpa did on entering his room was to replace the incense beside his bed. So she concluded that something was dubious about the incense from these two things. As a core member of our Su family, it's obvious that second uncle will never perform a menial job like burning the incense personally. However, he was able to locate the drawer that has the red sandalwood incense out of a dozen drawers. It's suspicious that he knows the exact location of that incense. After Su Qiuyu spoke her mind, she then continued unruffled. Could it be you suspect there's something wrong with the incense, Grandpa? So that's the reason why Grandpa changed the red sandalwood incense at your bedside once you got back? Extremely surprised by Su Qiuyu's analysis, Su Hao Nan looked at Su Qiuyu and nodded his head, gratified. Good. Excellent. Qiuyu indeed is meticulous and attentive to details. I'm so relieved to have passed the head of household position to you. Yes, you're right. The incense is the main problem, and that's what Qin Feng hinted at me when he left last night. I was just suspicious at that time, but my suspicion was proven to be correct during the family meeting this morning. This red sandalwood incense was given by your second uncle. It released a tasteless and colorless poisonous gas whenever I burned it. I sleep in this room every day, so I inhaled the fragrance infused with this poisonous gas every day. Do you think I can still stay healthy that way? AI. Life is full of uncertainties. I never imagined the two sons that I raised with bitter hardship would try to kill me behind my back. One of them asked oldly to drug my meals, while the other fiddled with my incense. Qiuyu, if it wasn't for you bringing Qin Feng back in time, I might have returned to the Western Paradise already. The Su family would also be in complete chaos by now. Su Hao Nan was affected deeply by this internal strife and hidden patricide. Originally, he had been reluctant to pass the head of household position to Su Qiuyu because she was a woman and she was still young. However, the elder decided not to trouble himself anymore after this incident, so he officially passed the position to Su Qiuyu in front of everybody once he awakened. Su Qiuyu's countenance changed slightly at the elder's words and she took a peek at Qin Feng. Su Qiuyu had never expected a frivolous and perverted man like Qin Feng to be savvy, always having plans a couple of steps ahead of everybody. Most of the problems that had been overlooked by Grandpa and herself couldn't escape his discerning eyes. It was he who had solved them. She was naturally an icily arrogant woman, and she'd set her sights high. Indeed, she was fit to be a prideful queen as she was renowned as Sky City #1 noble beauty. There were very few people her age whom she had taken a liking to. Those idle dandies and hedonist young masters, in particular, disappointed her very much. Now, a handsome man with hidden talents, brave and astute, suddenly appeared before her. On top of that, both of them were of similar age, had extraordinary appearances, and were brimming with talents. It was something rare and worth celebrating. However, once she thought about how this man belonged to her sister, Su Qiuyu had mixed feelings, both gratitude and loss roiling within her. Grandpa! Next time, donkey work like pouring the ashes, you should ask Qin Feng to perform it. He isn't one of us whatsoever. You can just order him like a servant. Puffing with anger, Su Xiaotian returned to the room after she finished the task requested by her grandpa. Su Haonan pampered this willful and mischievous granddaughter the most. He pulled her into his arms and stroked her silky hair. Silly little girl! Sooner or later, Qin Feng is going to be one of us. You must cherish him greatly in the future after you get married. Qin Feng's an outstanding young man. If you always order him around and scold him, he might dump you in the end and go for another prettier and more obedient girl. Su Xiaotian instantly widened her eyes as big as saucers, and glared glacially at Qin Feng. I dare him to dump me! If he really did, I'd destroy him! Su Xiaotian realized she was acting weird after she finished speaking. Blushing, she hastily yelled, Pooh pooh pooh! When did I agree to marry him? He'll never be one of the Su family members, and I'll never settle for a rascal like him. Su Xiaotian was a source of amusement for Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu. Both of them were tickled pink by her chirps and tweets. Even Qin Feng was charmed by her cuteness and willfulness. If it wasn't for the presence of the elder, Qin Feng might have already darted forward to hug and kiss her. On this side, the four of them were laughing and talking cheerfully, having won the first battle. However, the atmosphere was below zero in the parlor of a private villa. This villa was the residence of Su Qiuyu's third uncle, Su Hai. He was supposed to be treated like a local despot in his house, but at this moment, he acted like a servant, standing by a tea table and trembling in fear. On the sofa sat a black-robed old man with a big straw hat on his head. Nobody could see his face as it was covered by a black veil. Master, I failed! Su Hai lowered his head like an errant kid. My dad has awakened already. He called a family meeting this morning and nominated that Bai Su Qiuyu as the next head of household. So, what should we do now? Idiot! What a useless fathead! The elder's voice was profound and distant, as if carried from a very far place. How could you not accomplish a simple task like that? You know you've wasted half a year of my time. I would have done the job myself if I had known you're such an incompetent bungler earlier. If I acted personally, the Su family would already be in my hands by now. The elder was mad. He even shattered the ashtray on the tea table. The eyes behind that black veil glittered like a venomous snake's, glaring at Su Hai. I order you to kill that old man tonight. Don't ever appear alive before me if you fail. The elder gave his order. Su Hai was so afraid that he felt weak in the knees. By the time he raised his head to beg the elder had already gone, and there was no one left on the sofa. Came without shadow, left without footprints. This elder was really an otherworldly master. Su Hai had first encountered the elder half-year ago. It was he who approached Su Hai. The elder had given some poisonous powder to Su Hai during their first meeting. He told Su Hai to put the poisonous powder in Su Haonan's meals and Su Haonan would die mysteriously within 3 months. Nobody would be able to interpret or analyze the ingredients of the poison, and none of the doctors in this world could save Su Haonan. This was because the poison was a proprietary prescription developed by the elder's secret sect. How could an outsider detoxify it? At the same time, the elder had promised Su Hai that once Su Haonan was dead, he would utilize the power of his sect to help Su Hai reign over the Su family. After that, both of them would collaborate for mutual success. Originally, the plan was carried out smoothly in accordance with the elder's demands. Elder Su was going to die and the head of household position was within Su Hai's reach. However, Su Hai never expected that Qin Feng would butt in halfway and screw up all his plans. Su Hai went weak at the knees, and he knelt on the floor. It was a tough decision. He was struggling in his heart. Either he or his dad had to die. Most people are selfish when it comes to their survival. Some even discard their humanity and kill their own brothers and parents without any remorse. In Su Hai's case, he had made his choice 3 months ago, to set up and kill his own father. It was natural for him to make his move tonight and finish this filthy conspiracy once and for all. Night had fallen, and the Su family's mansion fell into a pool of silence. A shadow suddenly emerged. He wore all black night walking clothing, even his face was covered by a black mask. He held a dagger in his hand, which glinted coldly, and he was closing on Su Hao Nan's room, step by step. All the rooms had their lights turned off, including Su Hao Nan's room. It was in complete darkness. The man in black stopped at the door for a moment. He slowly opened the door and snuck into Su Hao Nan's room after he ascertained that there were no threats. On the large wooden bed, Su Hao Nan was sleeping on his back. His breathing was smooth and he seemed to have fallen into deep sleep. Suddenly, a malicious expression flashed across the man's eyes. He then held his dagger tightly and thrust it at Su Hao Nan. Clack! The room door opened once again before the dagger could fall on Su Hao Nan. Although the sound was soft, the man in black heard it. Startled, he hastily pulled back his dagger and hid behind the door. Soon after, another man in black night-walking clothing entered the room. Just like the previous person, he observed the surroundings first, and then brandished his vegetable knife directly at Su Hao Nan without a slight hesitation. Thump! Before the second man in black's vegetable knife could reach its target, the room door was suddenly shut. At the same time, the lights in the room were switched on. Both men in black who had adjusted to the darkness were suddenly dazzled by the daylight brightness and couldn't open their eyes. They instinctively covered their eyes with their hands and peered between their fingers at their surroundings. Their hearts were in their throats as soon as they glanced around the room. They were so frightened that they almost fell to the floor. Su Hao Man, who was supposedly sleeping on the bed, had awakened and sat up on the bed. He was staring at them relentlessly. While Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian guarded the elder on his left and right, respectively, Qin Feng stood at the door and blocked their only escape route. This was clearly a well-planned scheme to pull the snake out of its hole, to see a turtle in a jar. Chapter 336. Chapter 336, Seeing the Yinyang Elders Again. They're here! They really came! The elder looked at the two men in black standing before him, and his eyes filled with disappointment. Su Qiuyu guessed their identities from their appearance. Deep within her lovely eyes, there was a hint of helplessness. On the other hand, Su Xiatian was clueless about the situation. Qin Feng conceived the plan, but no one told Su Xiatian, because they were worried that the stubborn lass wouldn't be able to control her anger, and that she'd run up to their enemies to gloat. Hey! Who are you two? How dare you come kill my grandpa? You must be tired of living! Su Xiatian scowled with her hands on her hips. She appeared so comical that Qin Feng wanted to laugh. The expression of the second man in black that came in changed dramatically. He still didn't know that the other intruder had the same motive as him. When he looked over the other person's body, the man in black smiled evilly. He knew who the other person was. Su Hai Su Ming, stop hiding. I knew that it was you two evil creatures a long time ago. I didn't want to take action previously to give you an opportunity for a fresh start, but not only did you not change, you wanted to harm me time and time again. Now you're even acting personally? As Su Hao Nan spoke, even he didn't know what he was feeling. The two men in black trembled slightly, then removed their masks. The first to enter had been Su Hai, who now stood by the door. The second to enter had been Su Ming, who currently stood by the elder's bedside. Since they'd been discovered, they were much more relaxed. Su Ming's expression was malicious as he glared at Su Hao Nan and roared, "Give me an opportunity to start anew? How could you say that? If you really gave us a chance, you should have given us the head of household position. Right from the start, you passed it to a girl and a cheat. You asked for it. Oh, Su Ming, Su Ming. Seems that you're still blinded by money. Do you think I really gave the position to Qiuyu due to personal considerations? You two can't even compare to Qiuyu in open-mindedness. If we're talking about character, you two have none to speak of. If we're talking about intelligence and capability, you both still lose to Qiuyu. Tell me, did I not give you opportunities, or did you not give yourselves a fighting chance?" Su Hao Nan sighed ruefully. "When Su Sun was still here, I passed the head of household position to him. However, good things never last." Su Sun and Wana died in a car accident. Now, what's wrong with passing the position to Su Sun's daughter? Su Qiuyu's lovely eyes couldn't help but redden as she thought about her parents. Su Xiatian had just regained her senses because she hadn't known that these two men in black, who wanted to kill her grandfather, were her second and third uncles. She had known that her uncles were bad, but she hadn't thought they were this bad. Beasts! Bastards! I can't believe I usually call you second and third uncle. You even want to kill Grandpa? I'll kill you too, bastards! Su Xiatian lost control. She waved her small pink fists and rushed at Su Ming. Su Ming grabbed Su Xiatian and pulled her into his arms. A sharp vegetable knife was pressed tightly to her pale neck. Stupid girl, if you fucking mess around, I'll slit your throat. Su Ming spoke coldly towards Su Xiatian. The sharp knife drew blood. Su Ming, you bastard! Move that knife away right now. Xiatian's parents died early, she's pitiful enough. How can you not just let her off? Su Haonan became frantic. He would rather die than see the two girls suffer. Ha ha! Ha! Su Ming suddenly laughed maniacally, and his eyes became bloodshot. He was like a fierce beast. That bastard Su Sun died well. Death can't even wipe out his crimes. Say, why didn't he check the brakes before driving? Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. He was smart his whole life, but a fool during this one instance. Su Ming went a bit crazy and he said a bunch of nonsensical things. However, when Su Qiuyu and Su Haonan heard these words, their expressions changed dramatically. You deliberately killed my parents, didn't you? You did something to my father's car brakes. Su Qiuyu never felt such violent emotion before. She began to tremble uncontrollably, and tears streamed from her eyes. That's right. Your father took my spot as head of household, so it was only natural for me to kill him. Right. The idiot behind me knew as well. At the time, we colluded to get rid of your father. Su Ming smiled more and more crazily, and the vegetable knife in his hand trembled. The knife was extremely sharp, and several cuts appeared on Su Xiatian's neck. Small drops of blood trickled down. Su Xiatian seemed not to feel the pain. She didn't even furrow her eyebrows. Her head was filled with Su Ming's demonic laughter and memories of her parents' smiling faces from her childhood. So it was you! So you murdered my parents! I'll kill you! Su Xiatian suddenly went crazy. She cared nothing for the sharp vegetable knife on her neck. She shoved Su Ming away and kicked him desperately. You ass, I'll stab you to death first! Su Ming's expression became cold, and he slashed the vegetable knife at Su Xiatian's lovely face. Since the elder and the two sisters had to die today, there was no way Su Ming would hold back. Little sis, be careful! Xiatian, run! When Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu saw the sharp vegetable knife nearing Su Xiatian's large eyes, they almost fainted in fright. A black shadow flashed past. Qin Feng grabbed Su Xiatian's small waist with one arm, then turned and kicked Su Ming in the stomach. Bang! This kick was ruthless, sending Su Ming into the air. He crashed heavily into a row of bookshelves, which all came tumbling down. You two heartless bastards! We don't need the elder to lift a finger today. I'll teach you two a lesson on behalf of Qiuyu and Xiatian. Qin Feng didn't hold back when kicking. With a slight shove, he pushed Su Xiatian toward the elder and Su Qiuyu, then arrived before Su Hai. A single palm strike sent Su Hai into the air as well. Su Hai fell right beside Su Ming. Boom! Su Hai had just landed when Qin Feng appeared before him again and stomped on his shin. With a "Kacha!" Su Hai's shin snapped into pieces. Su Hai howled in pain incessantly. You're not a kid anymore. Why are you using a vegetable knife to scare little sister Xiatian? Do you want to die? Qin Feng lifted Su Ming and slapped him twice. Rather than sleeping during the wee hours of the morning, you've come to kill the elder. Are you sick? After the two slaps, Qin Feng kicked twice. His leg strength was not like normal people's, and when his kicks connected, blood gushed out of Su Ming's mouth. "And you! You've snuck into the room as well. But not only are you too afraid to kill the man, you don't even have the guts to capture either of the girls. You're not even as good as that asshole." Qin Feng alternated his attacks between the two. When he saw that Su Ming was almost knocked unconscious, he tossed him to the side to let him breathe. Then, he lifted Su Hai and treated him to a flurry of punches and kicks. Su Hao Nan and the sisters were awestruck by Qin Feng's dominance and strength. In particular, the two sisters looked fawningly at Qin Feng. They thought to themselves, "If that man could be mine alone, then I would never have to worry about being mistreated by anyone ever again." Qin Feng was attacking happily, while the sisters and elder waited, venting their anger, when two gusts of ill wind wafted in. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he tossed the two men on the floor behind him. "Everyone, be careful!" Right after tossing the men, he arrived by the elder and sisters with a tap of his foot. He shielded them and looked toward the doorway in alarm. Bang! The 4 mahogany sliding doors of the room were shoved open, and an enormous chi flow sent the doors flying in the air. Even Su Ming and Su Hai, whom Qin Feng had tossed in that direction, were sent flying back with the doors. The violent wind swept up a cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the doorway. When the dust cleared, 2 old men appeared in the room. They wore black robes, and straw hats hid their faces. A strange herbal smell wafted from their bodies, and their figures were stooped, forming strange shapes. Su Ming and Su Hai lay at their feet, but when they saw the 2 elders, they jumped up with glee. These 2 were the people backing them. "It's you 2! Qin Feng's expression stiffened. A formidable enemy had arrived. He knew these 2 people. They were the Yin-Yang elders he'd met while wakeboarding when he took Bai Qin to her class reunion at the mountain resort. At the time, these elders wanted Qin Feng to give up the 100-year blood lotus, and they tried to kill Qin Feng. If Black Turtle hadn't appeared and attacked the 2 men afterwards, and forced them to run away, Qin Feng wouldn't have survived. At this time, Qin Feng had broken through to Stage 4 external abilities and Stage 3 inner chi. But faced the 2 elders again, he still wasn't confident of winning. These 2 were unfathomable experts. Qin Feng still had trouble determining the extent of their abilities. "Qin Feng, it's been a while. You're going to die today!" The Yin-Yang elders looked at Qin Feng and gave him strange smiles. The last time they met at the mountain resort, their skin had been corroded by Black Turtle's venom bubbles, and they'd also sustained internal injuries. They had to retreat into seclusion to recover, and just as they emerged from their seclusion, they encountered Qin Feng again. They were absolutely elated. When enemies meet, they see red. Qin Feng saw red, but not the red of anger, the red of nervousness. He knew he was still no match for one of the Yin-Yang elders, much less the 2 of them together. As such, he came to terms with his fate. He only hoped that he could stall for time to allow the beautiful sisters and the Su elder to escape. Chapter 337. Chapter 337, Activate. Vajra Esotery. "Why are you still standing here, Qin Feng? Hurry up and teach those 2 traitors a lesson! And these 2 freaky geezers over here, I hate them. Help me slap their faces until I can't recognize them." Su Xia Tian's savage and bossy voice rang out right when Qin Feng was about to urge them to leave. Qin Feng spun his head around and looked at this empress, the corner of his mouth chewing vigorously. After that, he yelled at Su Hao Nan. "Elder, bring the twins with you and run, now!" Su Xia Tian was willful, but Su Qiu Yu and Su Hao Nan were calm and collected. Their hearts sank when they heard Qin Feng's request. After hesitating for a moment, Su Hao Nan hugged the twin sisters and gazed at Qin Feng. "Let's leave our fate to God. We won't leave without you. We wouldn't ask to be born on the same day, but we should die together on the same day. After all, we're family." Suddenly, the Yin-Yang elders sneered. "Ha ha! It's so touching that tears are falling from our eyes." At the same time, the faces of Su Ming and Su Hai, who stood beside them, were clouded with confusion. The brothers exchanged glances, spun aside, and looked at their respective mentors. They asked a silly question simultaneously. Master, could it be the two of you know each other? Could it be the two of you know each other? Ha ha! The yin-yang elders were thrilled to bits by their question. They laughed for a brief moment before looking at Su Hai and Su Ming. Of course we know each other. Our relationship is as close as brothers. He is Elder Yin, and I'm Elder Yang. We belong to the poison sect, and the two of us are the guardians of the poison sect. The name of the poison sect has spread far and wide in the martial arts world. We're famous for our prowess in developing various kinds of strange poisons and miracle drugs used for breaking through when cultivating martial arts. Since the Su family has its roots in the pharmaceutical field, we set our sights on the Su family and approached you two idiots. 6 months ago, we learned that the family heirloom of your Su family is the rare 100-year blood lotus. So I got close to you and my junior proposed himself to your little brother Su Hai. We approached you two as different entities, enticed you two to harm that stupid geezer concurrently and help you to take over the Su family's business. Do you understand now? You're merely a pawn. No matter who eventually became the head of household, you would be tied to us and become our puppet to control the Su family. It's just that both of you are such disappointments. Anyway, we have a new target now. These two charming beauties can be our prisoners. Since you now understand, then die. Crackle! Yin Elder and Yang Elder extended their hands and clawed Su Hai's and Su Ming's necks and snapped their necks with little to no effort. Their death was tragic. Their eyes bulged and their mouths gaped wide. Their visages were vile. They died with unfinished business. Ha ha! It's your turn now, Qin Feng. Last time, you ridiculed and toyed us like stupid bastards at the ocean. I'm going to see what kind of trick you can pull off now. As soon as the yin-yang elders finished speaking, they thrust their palms at Qin Feng at the same time. 2 persons, 2 palm strikes, one aimed at the left, and one aimed at the right. Looking like 2 dead twigs, those palms were dark and full of wrinkles. Naturally, those palms were harmless. But Qin Feng suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis before they could reach him. Rumble! 2 palms landed precisely on Qin Feng's pecs, and the collision released a loud explosion. Qin Feng wanted to evade their attacks, but his opponents were too fast. He hadn't reacted yet when their strikes landed on him. By the time he looked at the yin-yang elders again, they'd returned to the doorway as if they'd never moved at all. Pfft! Somebody spewed blood. However, it wasn't Qin Feng but the yin-yang elders. They even lifted the black veils covering their faces to glare fixedly at Qin Feng, their eyes reminiscent of sinister serpents. Their disfigured faces, which crawled with countless wrinkles like burned scars, were hideous. They never expected Qin Feng to be able to withstand their strikes and still remain unscathed. Besides, what is the thunderous chi bursting from his body? What is this little brat's actual strength? The yin-yang elders' hearts were filled with questions, but so was Qin Feng's. He was even more confused than they were. He felt death the moment he was struck, and he thought he'd died already. He never imagined a stream of chi would suddenly spurt from his body and repel yin elders and yang elders' attacks. The chi was frantic and barbarous. Even Qin Feng was startled by it. He pondered within himself. When did I become this powerful? Rest assured, master. That chi was triggered by the Vajra Esotery. Little Pig's voice suddenly echoed. The Vajra Esotery. That sovereign-grade skill that Qin Feng acquired not long ago. Even now, Qin Feng still hadn't figured out how to use the skill. However, it seemed that it was a supreme passive defensive skill. The Vajra Esotery is a passive defensive sovereign-grade skill. When Master's life is in great danger, the Vajra Esotery will be triggered passively to protect Master from any attack. That's so cool. It feels like I'm cheating. By the way, does this mean I'm immortal now? Qin Feng was so excited that he almost screamed. When he realized he was indestructible, he wasn't afraid of those 2 old birds anymore. He swaggered toward the yin-yang elders with his head high and chest puffed out. As he was about to taunt them, Little Pig's voice resounded once again. Actually, Master, it's not cheating. The Vajra esotery has a buffering period. The Vajra esotery consumes a large amount of inner chi every time it's activated. So Master's inner chi is rock bottom now, and I think Master will need to rest a few months before you can trigger the Vajra esotery again. In other words, these two monsters can easily whack me with a single palm? I presume a finger is more than enough to retire Master from the fight. Qin Feng quickly retreated before he arrived in front of the Yin-Yang elders. Rascal! You faked your strength last time? The Yin-Yang elders stared viciously at Qin Feng. They were startled by Qin Feng's action. They thought this rascal rushed at them because he was going to kill them. They didn't dare make a move since their inner chi had been disrupted by the Vajra esotery. Ha! You just realized it? Isn't it a little bit too late now? Qin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He noticed that these two geezers were frightened by him. Didn't you want to kill me tonight? Come at me now! I'm standing right at here. I'm going to see whether you can lay a finger on me. Faking composure, Qin Feng jeered at the duo. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't have the guts to strike a second time. What do you want? The atmosphere was awkward. The Yin-Yang elders then took the initiative to negotiate with Qin Feng. You're not related to the Su family whatsoever. Is it worth it to offend the poison sect merely for two women? If you leave now, we, the poison sect, will just take it as if nothing has happened. The grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. In addition, we'll send you a handsome gift once everything is done. What do you think? This suggestion was enticing to Qin Feng. He would probably die if he stayed here. On the other hand, if he retreated now, not only wouldn't he have to die but he would be rewarded handsomely as well. Qin Feng fell silent. Countless expressions flashed across the faces of Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu, who stood behind him. Both of them were highly intelligent. They'd already realized that Qin Feng's situation was dire and that Qin Feng was actually afraid of those two geezers. This was because Qin Feng clenched the fist behind his back so tightly that his veins bulged, and this obviously wasn't something a confident person would do. Both of them became nervous. They weren't sure whether Qin Feng would betray them at this critical moment. Even Su Haonan's own sons wanted to kill him. It was natural for an outsider like Qin Feng to betray them. Humph! In your dreams, you two stinking geezers! Su Xiatian suddenly walked forward and clung to Qin Feng's arm. This was the first time she willingly held Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng is part of our Su family. You're trying to harm the Su family. Qin Feng won't go easy on you. Acting like a spoiled child, Su Xiatian rubbed herself against Qin Feng's arm and urged, Qin Feng, hurry up and teach them a lesson for me. Move aside, you wimpy kid. Qin Feng pushed Su Xiatian to the floor and laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Do you think I really came to help your Su family? I merely wanted to take over your Su family's business and dominate you twins. And you two geezers, get your ass out before I waste you. You wish to disp me with a gift? Humph, you underestimate my ambitions. Qin Feng acted too suddenly. Not even Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu could keep up with his quick mind. However, Su Qiuyu soon recovered her senses and hastily helped her sister to her feet. She then glowered at Qin Feng. You're a beast, a monster! My eyes must have been blind to believe in a dreg of society like you. Evil! This is sin! Su Haonan hugged Su Xiatian in his arms and stroked her head. Su Xiatian was stupefied. She couldn't accept the fact that Qin Feng had pushed her down. Why did he have to push me down? How can he have the heart to push me down? Don't cry, sis. A scumbag like him isn't worth shedding tears for. Xiatian, Grandpa judged wrong earlier. This fellow isn't good enough for you. Don't be sad, Xiatian. Let's go. Let's run away right now. Su Qiuyu and Su Haonan took the soulless Su Xiatian and ran away. Qin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while the Yin-Yang elders stood at the door with their backs stooped. Three of them stared at one another, the atmosphere fraught with tension. Nobody cared about Su Haonan and the twin sisters, who had run out. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief after the threesome had escaped. Those twin sisters and the elder have been scared away by me. Why don't you leave now, you old fools? We must take over the Su family. We hope that brother could do us a favor. That means we don't have to talk anymore? It depends entirely on you. If you say we have nothing to discuss, then we two geezers won't mind fighting with you. If that's the case, let's go outside to fight, then. The area is wide and you can still escape. As soon as Qin Feng was done speaking, he strode outside with his hands clasped behind his back. His head was high, and his paces were spirited and measured. He ignored his hair tousled by the night wind, and he had the aura of an otherworldly master, majestic and boundless. Fuck! I am not going to play with you two anymore. I'm getting out of here. Chapter 338. Chapter 338. So I'm that amazing. Qin Feng was like a noble and capable person when he left. He was calm and confident. Right after he stepped out the door, he instantly and completely changed. He ran outside with all his might. He'd said he wanted to fight in the courtyard because it was convenient to escape from. But it wasn't to make it convenient for the two elders to escape, but for Qin Feng to escape. Fuck, we've fallen into a trap! That crafty bastard, get him! The Yin-Yang elders were nervous and fearful. Then in the next second, they became extremely angry. If their ages were added together, they would be well over 100 years old, yet they were manipulated by a mere 20-year-old. If this got out to the martial arts community, the Yin-Yang elders' reputations would be greatly affected. However, on further thought, the Yin-Yang elders concluded that the poison sect's reputation was actually long gone. Stinking brat, since you have the guts to play around, you aren't going anywhere today! The Yin-Yang elders moved at the same speed, and they flanked Qin Feng on both sides. They aimed strikes in Qin Feng's direction. The distinct, intense air of death was so oppressive that Qin Feng couldn't breathe. Whoosh! Qin Feng immediately removed his flying dragon armor and employed all the speed he possessed. He leapt like a rocket onto a rooftop a few meters high. Tap tap! Qin Feng's leading foot had just landed when the Yin-Yang elders appeared right at his tail. The three were separated by a bit of space as they stood on the tiles of the rooftop. Qin Feng stood in the middle with the Yin-Yang elders at his right and left staring at him. A waning crescent moon was in the sky, and the strong wind ruffled Qin Feng's hair and the Yin-Yang elders' black robes. What beautiful scenery! Why don't we admire the moon, recite poetry, and become sworn brothers tonight? Said Qin Feng suddenly to the Yin-Yang elders. The serious atmosphere was immediately shattered, and the Yin-Yang elders almost went crazy. Frivolous little kid, no matter what you say, you're dying today! Why my strike? The Yin-Yang elders had gotten a grasp on Qin Feng's bullshitting abilities at the mountain resort. He could talk a dead person back to life. He could enrage an inner chi expert badly enough to provoke self-inflicted internal injuries. The two elders refused to partake in Qin Feng's nonsense, and they each struck at him again. Whoosh whoosh. This time, the Yin-Yang elders' positions changed continuously. They moved mysteriously quick and made the surrounding wind surge. Qin Feng could only see two ghostly images flitting back and forth before his eyes, but he couldn't accurately determine their positions. The air of danger intensified all around. Qin Feng knew that an attack was soon to come. He now experienced the great strength of the Yin-Yang elders. He had no opportunity to counterattack. Life is like rape. If you can't counterattack, then you try to enjoy it. At this time, Qin Feng felt this was worse than getting raped. Even if he didn't counterattack, he couldn't enjoy it. Whoosh whoosh. The instant the air of bloodlust appeared, Qin Feng suddenly moved. He didn't know where the Yin-Yang elders were, so he ran around at random on the roof. Qin Feng's arms and legs moved constantly as he tossed out wind blades that sliced through the air and produced ear-splitting sounds. Though they were not powerful, the effects were startling. Pop! Qin Feng had tossed maybe tens of wind blades when two sounds of flesh being sliced were suddenly heard. The Yin-Yang elders could be seen once again, and they appeared before Qin Feng in their original positions, as if they had never moved. However, their bodies each had a clear gash. One elder had a gash on his chest, and the other had a gash on his thigh. Blood streamed out of the wounds, and the black robes were dyed red, yet the yin-yang elders just allowed the blood to flow. They even forgot about the pain. They stared at Qin Feng with eyes like venomous snakes, and their expressions were filled with shock. The second time. This was the second time tonight Qin Feng intimidated the yin-yang elders. Earlier, the Vajra esotery scared them, and now, the wind blade technique made them feel at a loss. What stage have you achieved? What martial skills do you practice? How can you injure someone without touching them? The yin-yang elders asked a flurry of questions in one breath, dumbfounding Qin Feng. Didn't I just use the wind blade technique? Was it that frightening? Plus, this wind blade technique could only achieve its full potential after Qin Feng reached stage 4 inner qi. He was still at stage 3 inner qi, causing the wind blade technique to be far less powerful. It could only cause slight injuries to things close by. It was only able to scrape the yin-yang elders a bit. It absolutely couldn't kill them. Master, you know too little of the world beyond the common one, Little Pig said. Do you know what kind of visual impact the wind blade technique has on inner qi cultivators, and the psychological blow it imparts? Inner qi cultivators can't kill people through qi concentration unless they use an instrument, or a spiritual weapon. If no weapons are used, killing people without touching them is a mythical inner qi stage. Also, the wind blade technique is a rare earth level skill, that's why it's so strong. It can allow Master to kill people using inner qi. Previously, Qin Feng never cultivated nor encountered that many martial artists. He wasn't very familiar with this small community. Now that Little Pig told him these things, he then knew how amazing he currently was. The 4 orange-grade spiritual equipment he currently possessed were common in Qin Feng's eyes, and it could be bought or fused in the system at a price Qin Feng could accept. However, orange-grade spiritual equipment were coveted treasures that were violently contested over by martial artists in China. The yellow-grade techniques Qin Feng had were also coveted treasures. If the hedonist sovereign system's wind blade technique and the Vajra esotery were revealed to the rest of the world, the martial community would be thrown into chaos, and there would be lots of bloodshed. Impossible! This is impossible! How could you kill someone by concentrating qi? You're still an inner qi cultivator. There are 9 stages of inner qi, and after reaching stage 9, there is still half a step to achieve mastery of inner qi and allow someone to kill through qi concentration. Inner qi masters are rare in China. The yin-yang elders had yet to completely regain their senses. Qin Feng's wind blade technique was too powerful. The 2 inner qi experts suddenly felt like wimpy brats. Qin Feng can kill by condensing qi. Has he stepped into the half-step of inner qi realization? Then he's a stage 9 inner qi expert? However, the yin-yang elders didn't believe he was. They exchanged blows with Qin Feng, and they found that his inner qi was insufficient, his qi was mediocre. At most, he was at stage 4 inner qi. Also, though he used the mythical technique of condensing qi, his qi was too weak, so there was no chance of him killing anyone with it. Other than causing minor injuries, it wasn't all that useful. I know, you're afraid of suffering an internal injury, and you can't use your qi completely right now. You're an invalid. Since you're sick, we'll kill you. The yin-yang elders quickly analyzed the results. Qin Feng currently had internal injuries, so it was a great opportunity to kill him. The yin-yang elders no longer hesitated. They were even more vigilant toward Qin Feng, and they fought with Qin Feng with all their might. Qin Feng felt wronged. After the yin-yang elders gave their all, they completely changed, plunging Qin Feng into even greater despair. The 2 old men were so powerful that their abilities were unfathomable. They had just been warming up earlier. Now, when they moved, Qin Feng couldn't even see their shadows. The yin-yang elders ran around Qin Feng in one direction and a singular speed. They were so fast, they looked like 2 violent gusts of wind, and they moved more and more rapidly. The wind became increasingly violent. The gale wrapped around Qin Feng, trapping him within it. A stormy sea takes shape, and the gale looked like a wave taking shape. If someone looked at the roof from the courtyard, they would see a mini tornado on the roof becoming larger and larger. Qin Feng! I let you get away a long time ago, but you insisted on fighting with me. Now even death won't erase your crimes. Ha! I've killed experts that can kill by condensing qi. That'll let me show off in the martial community. The Yinyang elders' voices passed through the hurricane. Qin Feng noticed that the eye of the hurricane was becoming smaller and smaller. Very soon, he would be swept up in the hurricane, and he would get his bones crushed by the violent qi flow. He couldn't rush out or evade it. It was like he was waiting to die. These two old geezers, they're too much. During this time of danger, Little Pig suddenly jumped onto Qin Feng's shoulder. He said with an arrogant expression, "Let them have a taste of the strength of my fireball." Achoo! Little Pig put on airs, yet he only sneezed. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that Little Pig was a battle pet that could spit fire. Last time, when Liang Xing blocked Qin Feng with his car and got killed, Little Pig incinerated the corpse with a fireball, leaving nothing in its wake. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Little Pig was currently still a cute pet. He could produce one fireball a month, and needed to recharge before he could use it again. Also, he didn't want to use it in just any scenario. Qin Feng waited as the hurricane closed in around him, but Little Pig still hadn't spit out a fireball. Qin Feng began to feel nervous. Ha ha! Die! The Yinyang elders' laughter resounded. In the dark night and cold winds, their laughter was like that of the devil from hell. The two of them suddenly burst out with energy, and their palms shot forward, sending the hurricane toward Qin Feng to turn him into dust. Rumble! Two fists made impact, and an enormous sound came from the Qi hurricane. This sound was as startling as thunder and lightning, and a scalding hot Qi came from it. The Qi shot out, scaring the Yinyang elders. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately stopped attacking and retreated instead. Chapter 339. Chapter 339. The Moment of Life and Death. Rumble. The huge explosions didn't stop, one echoing after another. A dazzling crimson light emitted from the dark hurricane. The crimson light quickly dispersed into the wind after it merged with the hurricane, forming a blast of brilliant fire that illuminated the sky in an instant. At this moment, that hurricane turned into a fire whirl. The fire whirl ran amok. It swirled rapidly on the roof and headed toward the Yinyang elders. This was the third time Qin Feng intimidated the two of them. They were so frightened they forgot to escape. Very soon, the fast-moving flames fell on their black robes and burned them up quickly. Rumble! The Yinyang elders were apparently carrying some kind of accelerant under their black robes. Flames erupted on their bodies. Both of them turned into pillars of fire burning several meters high, as if gasoline had been poured on their bodies. Fuck! Hurry up and release the 7-colored moths. We will be killed by that damn thing! The Yinyang elders' screams shrilled from the fire whirl. It turned out they had dozens of the venomous moths under their black robes. Those moths were the trump cards that they used to attack. Last time, they had tried to melt Qin Feng and Black Turtle with the 7-colored moths, but those moths were eventually reduced to ashes by the venom bubble, spouted by Black Turtle. They never imagined that this time, these moths, which they had gone through so much trouble to breed using poisonous blood, would be torched by Little Pig. Qin Feng, I vow to take my revenge. Starting from now, you're the top enemy of our poison sect, little brat. Be afraid and wait for your death. The Yinyang elders' voices gradually faded away. Those disgusting moths covered the sky, forming a sky net and impeding the flames from spreading further. It successfully gained them enough time to escape. Moths darting into flame, the sky bespangled with red radiance. The sight under the night sky was spectacular and attractive, if only the surroundings weren't filled by a chokingly pungent stench. Qin Feng was tall and straight. He raised his head and saw those venomous moths burning. He was delighted. He remained unscathed, His hair fluttered elegantly in the wind. After Little Pig successfully spurted a large fireball when they were trapped inside the hurricane, Qin Feng then put Little Pig away and donned the flying dragon armor to protect himself. The flying dragon armor was made of winter iron, and high temperatures had little to no effect on it. Originally, Qin Feng worried that he might see a cold because it was quite windy on the rooftop in the wee hours. Now that he was protected by the flying dragon armor, and he felt the warmth of the flames engulf him, he no longer worried about this issue. Why didn't those two geezers throw 2 chickens when they escaped? It would have been so great to have some roasted chicken after a battle, so that I could recover my strength. Qin Feng realized that the Yin-Yang elders had escaped. He grumbled and jumped into the compound from the rooftop. As soon as Qin Feng landed, his pupils contracted and he hurtled forward. Clatter, clatter. 2 kunai struck the spot where Qin Feng landed just now. If he had been slightly slower, these 2 kunai would have punctured his head. Could it be those 2 geezers came back to deliver some roasted chicken to me? Qin Feng hid in a dark corner, frowning. Qin Feng had used up all his tricks tonight, and if the Yin-Yang elders really had returned, he would probably die here. However, Qin Feng felt these attackers weren't those 2 geezers. This was because either of them would use kunai. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a strong burst of qi surging behind him. He didn't get a chance to look behind but sprang back into the compound. 6 men in black and 1 in white suddenly appeared around Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't recognize them as all of them were masked. The man in the white then said in an icy tone, "Qin Feng! I've been waiting for this moment for too long. You'll be dead tonight." "Who are you?" asked Qin Feng as he looked at the man in white, puzzled. "Is this really my first time visiting Sky City? Why do I have so many enemies here?" "Humph! You should have asked this when you killed my nephew. But now, you'll be asking yourself in front of the King of Hell." The white man snorted coldly, and the 6 men in black charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng noticed these 6 people were not that powerful from their paces and speeds. However, their motions were weird, and their movements were distinctly different from those of Chinese martial artists that Qin Feng met with before. Qin Feng was in a dire situation. His inner qi had been disrupted during his previous fight with the Yin-Yang elders. So now, Qin Feng would have difficulty facing these 6 strange men simultaneously. Shroom shroom shroom! Those 6 people used kunai and tanto as weapons. Those kunai roamed freely in the sky and Qin Feng was slashed numerous times on his thighs and arms, despite his efforts to dodge them. Qin Feng was battered and exhausted, the skin and flesh on his thighs and arms were torn open, and fresh blood spurted out from his wounds, dyeing his clothes red. "Fool! You will be dead under my blade." With a simple leap, the man in black who taunted Qin Feng arrived before Qin Feng's head. He played a few cool tricks with his tanto and slashed at Qin Feng's head. Clatter! The tanto collided with the winter iron glove, releasing an ear-deafening jangle. The man in black was wondering when Qin Feng had put on the glove, but before he could regain his senses, Qin Feng had already thrown a punch to his gut. Bang! There was a loud bump. The man in black couldn't control himself and flew away like a kite with its line broken. Darn it! So you're ninjas. You should have stayed in Japan and made films. Instead, you came to China and messed around with me. You're really asking for death. Qin Feng had figured out their identities, yet there was something he couldn't figure out. When had he offended these ninjas from Japan? He was slightly more handsome and talented than others, had a better background, was good at flirting with girls, and was surrounded by more beauties than others. To be honest, there was nothing to be jealous of. Fool! Let's take him down together. The faces of the 5 remaining black ninjas contorted after the disappearance of their team member. They changed their formation and dispersed in a hasty manner, swaying their tanto for ninjato at the same time. They ducked and wove around Qin Feng, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Hiya! Qin Feng hastily turned around when he heard a loud roar behind him. At the same time, an orange treasure sword appeared in his hand. Without any delay, he brandished the true steel sword directly at the ninja. The true steel sword sliced through steel like mud and presented an awe-inspiring grandeur. He directly bifurcated the ninja. Shroom shroom! He felt another 2 strong gusts of wind behind his back as soon as he brandished the true steel sword. Qin Feng forcibly circulated qi and spun around to dodge the attacks. As soon as he avoided the kunai, another 2 ninjas emerged in front of him. These ninjas were like a suicide squad. They were willing to sacrifice themselves in order to achieve their goals. Qin Feng chopped a ninja, but at the same time, he was attacked on his shoulder. Pfft! The slash was vengeful and left a bad gash on his arm. His skin and flesh were mutilated, blood gushing out from it. If Qin Feng hadn't leaned to one side in the nick of time, he might have lost his arm already. Luckily, a light rain washed away most of the blood. Otherwise, Qin Feng's appearance would have been even more horrifying. His spirit was weary and he'd exhausted his strength. He stooped and allowed the blood to stream down his body. His face was hideous and his eyes were bloodshot. He weighed the remaining 3 ninjas warily. The 3 ninjas suffered some superficial wounds as well. They licked their ninjato, which had been dipped in their own blood. After that, they held their ninjato tightly and threw themselves at Qin Feng once again. This was what a suicide squad would do, never give their opponent a chance to take a breather. Shroom shroom shroom. The 3 of them simultaneously threw kunai at Qin Feng to restrict his movement. Qin Feng had used up his inner qi and his reaction was slow from excessive blood loss. He barely avoided 4 kunai but got hit by the last 2 in the shin and instep. The kunai impaled his instep and bones and dug deep into the ground. Qin Feng was in excruciating pain, so he just stood still and waited for the ninjas close in on him. 3 ninjas jumped toward Qin Feng's head simultaneously, slashing from different directions. Each of them aimed their ninjatos at Qin Feng's head. All of them practiced Itoryu. Either their attack would fail, or they would successfully kill their target. Crackle crackle! The orange-colored spirit snake whip struck like a lightning bolt. Those 3 ninjas were so frightened that their complexions changed drastically. Qin Feng startled them again, and they started to wonder, is this person Doraemon? How come he has so many weapons on him? And most importantly, those weapons are high-quality spiritual weapons. They were unsure where he drew the weapons from. Whoosh! The long whip fell on a person, the whip's shadow containing dense inner qi, and he was sent flying. Then, he immediately disappeared into the stormy night. Crackle crackle! Qin Feng's second lash resounded. The sound of cutting wind produced when he brandished the whip was much smaller, and the strength wasn't as domineering as the first lash. However, he still managed to slam a ninja from the air to the ground. Crash! 2 consecutive strikes sapped his energy. After the second lash, his back was slashed by a ninjato. His suit and white shirt were torn apart. A deep, large wound appeared on his naturally snow-white skin, revealing the bones inside. Qin Feng felt a burning pain on his back. He knelt on the ground and gnashed his teeth to suppress the pain, and kept himself awake. Shroom! The ninja leaped into the air once again, attempting to deal the final blow. He threw 2 kunai at Qin Feng's shoulders and successfully knocked the true steel blade and spirit snake whip out of Qin Feng's hands. The ninjato was raised over his head and it shimmered coldly under the moonlight. The blade's strike was building up speed and detonated the air around it. This was a critical blow. It moved lightning fast and arrived at Qin Feng's head as soon as it was raised. Qin Feng remained where he was. He had no power to parry the attack anymore. The rain was getting heavier. His blood was washed away by the rain, and his wounds started bleeding again. Behind him, the air was rank with the stench of death. He knew he might be out of the game this time. Countless memories surged into his mind. Zhao Lingxian, who used to follow him around when they were still small, fooling and teasing little sister Rao Sherman at Lotus Lake, meeting up with Bai Qing in high school, flirting with Lin Bei Bei in class, the wonderful moment he had with teacher Yun Xiao in the bathroom at Fei Tian Bar, Su Ruoro, Liu Chen, Lu Bingbing the twins, and the divinely graceful Hua Xianyu, whom he met at Devil Beast Mountain when he went to the mountain resort. Chapter 340. Chapter 340. God is a Girl. Bang! A gunshot suddenly resounded. The black-clothed ninja had his ninjato raised above Qin Feng's head, but he was suddenly shot down. In the dark night, a woman in tight black leather clothing with flowing, short purple hair rushed over, shooting the man in white as well. Bang! The shot hit the man's arm, causing him to drop the handgun he was secretly pulling out. Black leather boots hit the ground and stepped in a puddle, producing a crisp sound. The purple-haired woman arrived beside Qin Feng, hit the nape of his neck, and knocked him unconscious. "Who are you?" The man in white looked at the woman in fear. In the dark night, the woman's short hair covered most of her face, so her features couldn't be seen clearly. "I came to save this brat. If you don't want to die, then fuck off." The woman's voice was icy, and she purposely deepened her voice. After speaking, the purple-haired woman pulled out a bottle of medicinal powder from her skin-tight clothing and began rubbing it on Qin Feng's wounds. From start to finish, she didn't lift her head to look into the eyes of the man in white. The man in white hesitated for an instant before turning away and escaping. He wasn't quite capable himself, and all 6 experts he'd brought had died, so if he lingered, he would only die. Soon after the man in white left, a bunch of footsteps were heard. Su Hao Nan, the twin sisters, and a group of police officers rushed over. When they arrived in the backyard, only Qin Feng remained. He lay motionless in a pool of blood, and it wasn't clear whether he was dead or alive. Kneeling by Qin Feng and wrapping him in his arms, Su Hao Nan wailed, "Qin Feng, you have to be okay. Stay with me." Su Qiuyu also squatted beside them and looked at the ghastly wounds on Qin Feng's body. Her eyes reddened, and she raised her head to keep the tears from falling out of her eyes. Su Xia Tian stood in a stupor and peered at Qin Feng, who lay in the pool of blood, from afar. Her little heart stopped, and she didn't have the courage to go up to Qin Feng to determine his condition. She was afraid that if she went over and heard that he was dead, the terror and sorrow from her childhood would resurface, and she couldn't accept that right now. Without her noticing, Qin Feng already became a part of Su Xiatian's family. He was a family member as important to her as her older sister and her grandfather. Earlier, when Qin Feng pushed her down, she hadn't known how thorough and forward-thinking Qin Feng was. She'd hated him and silently cursed 18 generations of his family. However, when her grandpa and older sister pulled her out the door, she then discovered the truth. Qin Feng had been acting. He'd intentionally said those horrible things in front of the Yinyang elders to give the sisters and the elder a chance to escape. And he stayed without knowing whether he would live or die. The elder and the sisters called the police after going outside, but by the time the police arrived, it was all over. Su Xia Tian had run away during the most dangerous and crucial moment. She'd left Qin Feng to face the treacherous situation on his own. If she could go back in time and choose again, Su Xia Tian would remain by Qin Feng's side and fight to the death with him. Blinding sunlight shone through the window and onto the large bed. Qin Feng's eyes scrunched, then opened slowly. He didn't know how long he'd slept, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. He was in a room with pink cartoon wallpaper, and the room's decorations were very cute. The table was also pink, and there were various dolls on it. This was a girl's room. The room was permeated by a nice fragrance. Is this heaven? So God is a girl, sure enough. Qin Feng felt as though his inner qi was not yet completely replenished, and when he moved slightly, his wounds were extremely painful. He could only open his eyes and admire heaven's scenery. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Why was this God changing her clothes in front of him? Qin Feng had been unconscious for 3 days, and he'd slept in Su Xia Tian's room. This was at Su Xia Tian's request. She wanted to care for Qin Feng 24 hours a day without leaving his side until he regained consciousness. 3 days ago, Su Xia Tian abandoned Qin Feng when he was in the greatest danger, so she wanted to stay with Qin Feng when he was in danger. During these 3 days, Su Xia Tian cared for Qin Feng in every possible way. She fed him congee, wiped his body, changed his clothes, and even dressed his wounds. She changed his bandages and applied new medicine every day. At night, Su Xia Tian even slept in the same bed as Qin Feng. Most of the daytime was spent sitting by the bed and telling Qin Feng stories. During the 3 days, Su Xia Tian went from being shy and awkward in the beginning, to slowly adapting to the presence of a man in her room, then to the current situation when she disregarded Qin Feng's existence, and changed freely. Since Qin Feng's unconscious, he won't see anything I do. Su Xia Tian had just finished showering, and her hair was still damp. She didn't have a stee of clothes on, and her fair back appeared, totally bare, in Qin Feng's view. Her figure was tall and slender with smooth and round shoulders, a small waist, straight legs. Qin Feng was stunned, because Su Xia Tian suddenly turned around. Sunlight fell on the floor and diffused through the room. Qin Feng's and Su Xia Tian's eyes widened, and they stared at each other in a daze. Who knew how long this mutual scrutiny lasted when Su Xia Tian regained her senses and gave an earth-shaking screech. Then she hugged herself and crouched on the floor. Ah! Qin Feng, when did you wake up? Don't look. If you look, then I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp on them. Qin Feng regained his senses and realized he wasn't dead. But he currently wished he was dead. He didn't dare guess how Su Xia Tian would abuse him, now that he'd seen her body. Qin Feng, toss me the nightie by the bed. Su Xia Tian crouched on the floor like a frightened bunny. Qin Feng immediately grabbed the pink nightgown and tossed it toward her. Then, he saw that other than the nightgown, there was also a bra and small underwear that fluttered in the air along with it. His lips quirked, and he thought to himself that even an immortal who descended to earth couldn't save him. Pervert trash, turn around. If you peek, I'll personally cut you. Su Xia Tian was still the same unreasonable Su Xia Tian. Qin Feng was still the same Qin Feng, vulgar, perverted, and shameless. Little wife, why is there a mole on your butt? Ah! You damn pervert, don't peek! Wait till I finish dressing. I'll get you! Su Xia Tian didn't stop shouting. She soon found that something was off. You piece of trash, I don't have a mole on my ass. Don't make stuff up about me. Qin Feng, you're dead. Su Xia Tian finished dressing. Disregarding her image, she pounced on the bed and wrestled with him. Tell me, did you peep at me getting dressed at first? Su Xia Tian sat on Qin Feng's back. I didn't, I truly did not, said Qin Feng with seriousness. Then when did you come to? Su Xia Tian cared a lot about this question. Was this brat never unconscious? Did he just play dead the whole time? If this was the case, Su Xia Tian's charming face instantly became as red as an apple. She changed her clothes so many times over these past couple of days, and she'd even slept with the devil every night. He didn't do anything in the middle of the night, did he? I just woke up. Qin Feng had just spoken when he corrected himself. No. I'm not awake, I'm already dead. You're still pretending? You damn pervert, I worried about you for 3 whole days. Su Xia Tian huffed as she sat on Qin Feng's back. Her slender and lovely legs moved around and accidentally touched the wound on Qin Feng's back. It hurt so much that Qin Feng shouted. Qin Feng, are you all right? Su Xia Tian immediately got off him. She didn't lift up Qin Feng's clothes, but she saw fresh blood seeping through his white shirt. Her large eyes immediately teared up. Qin Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't bully you. Don't move around, I'll change your bandages. Su Xia Tian wiped her tears while running barefoot to get the first aid kit. She deftly removed Qin Feng's shirt, then carefully helped unwind the layers of bandage on his torso. Su Xia Tian had just stopped crying, but when she saw the wound on Qin Feng's back, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Qin Feng's entire back was filled with cuts, with no portion of his back left unmarred. In particular, the last cut made by the man in black was long and deep, running from his neck to the middle of his back. Qin Feng, does it hurt? If it hurts, then yell. I won't make fun of you. Su Xia Tian's slender, Lily-white hands carefully touched Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng felt a bit of pain, but it didn't hurt much because he felt Su Xiatian's warm, little hand rubbing across his back. Xiatian, let me tell you something. Tell me. I'll promise you anything, said Su Xiatian earnestly, wiping her tears. Actually, I was cut on the thigh as well. Help me rub there too. Why don't you go die? Su Xiatian burst into rage and ruthlessly slapped Qin Feng on the back. The wounds that had just closed immediately reopened. Ow, you crazy girl. If you don't want to rub it, then don't. Why did you hit me? Qin Feng howled in pain. I'll kill you. I meant to hit you until you die. You pervert, gangster, scoundrel. Qin Feng and Su Xiatian had a good time fighting on the large bed. Su Qiuyu and the elder stood outside the door and were about to walk in, but stopped in their tracks. Qin Feng's awake. Seems that he's no longer in jeopardy. I can finally breathe. Su Haonan stroked his beard and smiled. Su Qiuyu said nothing, just making a light hum in agreement. Then, her lovely eyes looked at the door in a daze. She imagined the current scene inside the room. They were probably lying in bed flirting in sunlight, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, warmth and bliss. This scene gave rise to a bit of longing in Su Qiuyu, and a strange idea came to mind: how great it would be if I could sweep places with her. Chapter 341. Chapter 341. This time, I'll stand and fall with you. Ha ha! You've finally awakened, Qin Feng! You had me worried sick! Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu waited for a moment at the doorway. After they ascertained that the commotion inside the room had stopped, they then opened the door and entered the room. Qin Feng had just had his bandages changed recently, so he rested on the bed with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Su Xiatian held an iPad and sat beside Qin Feng, playing video games. Grandpa, big sister, you've come! Su Xiatian was startled by their sudden arrival. She hastily jumped up from the bed and trotted over to her grandpa and big sister and clung to their arms. She was extremely embarrassed, so she lowered her head, refusing to show them her blushing face. Did grandpa and big sister see me lying in bed, shoulder to shoulder, with Qin Feng? Xiatian, you've done a great job of taking care of Qin Feng these few days. Su Haonan understood a girl's little fantasy. He didn't burst her bubble, stroking her head instead. Su Qiuyu cast a smile at her little sister as well. Then, she gazed at Qin Feng, who was lying on the bed. When she noticed his complexion had improved, her worried heart finally relaxed. Elder, Miss Qiuyu! Qin Feng hailed two of them. It's okay, it's okay. You stay put, just lie in bed and rest. We'll be family before long. No need to be so courteous with us. Su Haonan hastily cut short Qin Feng's attempt to get out of bed. Su Xiatian's face became as red as a ripe tomato. Of course she knew what her grandpa meant. Before, she would have grumbled a bit if her grandpa and her sister tried mimicking Qin Feng and her. But after the life-and-death fight 3 days ago, she wouldn't refute her grandpa now but exhibited a shy emotion, as if she was Qin Feng's woman. Xiatian, Qin Feng's medicine should be ready by now. Can you bring it over? Su Qiuyu prompted her sister. Okay. Lowering her head, Su Xiatian answered coquettishly. Although she was willful, she was actually smart. She knew her big sister was intentionally sending her away because her big sister and her grandpa wanted to discuss the marriage between Qin Feng and her. After Su Xiatian had left, Su Qiuyu went to stand by the bedside. She nodded at Su Haonan, and he looked at Qin Feng with a beaming face. Qin Feng! You're our Su family's benefactor. I learned of your family background from Qiuyu. So you're the only heir of the Qin family, the largest family clan in Acropolis City. I don't have anything else that I can offer to you in gratitude. I can only entrust my precious granddaughter to you. I wish you a blissful life with Xiatian. I've seen too many filthy, dirty conspiracies from this internal strife. One should bear the consequences of one's own deeds, so Su Ming and Su Hai deserved to die. The other family members of the Su family were startled by their deaths and submitted themselves loyally to Chiu Yu's dignity. Moreover, the Su family is getting back on track under Chiu Yu's leadership. And since you've gotten hold of a secret of the 4 large families of Sky City, they are now helping Chiu Yu to develop the Su family. The internal strife has finally come to an end. The Su family can turn the page and become better and better. I believe in Chiu Yu's ability and her moral standing. Rest assured, Elder. The Su family will soar even higher into the sky and flourish under Miss Chiu Yu's lead. Qin Feng nodded his head. He'd known Su Chiu Yu for quite some time, so he knew Su Chiu Yu was a gifted beauty. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Chiu Yu's eyes at Qin Feng's praise. She lowered her head slightly to mask her blushing face. Su Haonan was feeling chipper. He said, "You're right. Chiu Yu and Xia Tian are my prides. Both of them are fine women. I'm getting old, and I don't want to involve myself in the Su family's affairs anymore. I've even set up my will. I divided the Su family's properties into 2. I'll give one part to Chiu Yu and the other part to Xia Tian. Dear Qin Feng, I know you're not covetous of our Su family's property. I can tell from what I've seen that you really love Xia Tian because you treat her dearly. So don't blame me for tarnishing the relationship between Xia Tian and you with money and gold. I truly want to give half of the Su family's business to you. You deserve this." Su Haonan smiled at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng had the urge to cry. He really wanted to hug Su Haonan's legs and yell, "Elder, you're wrong about me. I really came for your Su family's business. I beg you to give the whole family business to me. Why are you so stingy, giving me only half of it?" Qin Feng checked the hedonist sovereign system once he'd awakened. He noticed that the quest about Su Chiu Yu, take down the Sky City Su family's business, hadn't been accomplished yet. He finally understood now. He had to capture both Chiu Yu and Xia Tian. Only then would he have taken down the whole Su family business. "Elder, you are right. You know me so well." Qin Feng looked at Su Haonan and said earnestly, "I'm not interested in your Su family's business. I lent Miss Chiu Yu a hand, regardless of my life and death, because she is my friend. Elder, I have something to discuss with you." "Speak." Su Haonan was excited. "I don't want the other half of the Su family's business. Actually, I'm attracted to Miss Chiu Yu. How about you betroth both Xia Tian and Chiu Yu?" Ahem ahem. I'm old and my hearing isn't that good. I can't hear what are you saying." That's fine. I'm going back to my room now to rest." Su Haonan played deaf-mute and ran away. He realized he was old, and he couldn't fathom the vision of love that youngsters had nowadays. How could Qin Feng make such a shameless request? What stunned him the most was that his dignified, glorious granddaughter Chiu Yu didn't oppose Qin Feng's request. Su Haonan thought Qin Feng was a shameless fellow. This man wouldn't settle for half of the Su family business. Although he'd said he didn't want anything, in reality, he wanted the entire business of the Su family. There were only Qin Feng and Su Chiu Yu left in the room. After some time had passed, Su Chiu Yu took the initiative to speak. "Qin Feng, you scared Grandpa. I can see that. I even enraged the elder until he becomes deaf." Qin Feng pouted. "Pfft." Su Chiu Yu was tickled pink by Qin Feng. Her smile could topple a nation and overrun a city, and Qin Feng couldn't resist taking a few peeks. "Grandpa is old. He can't accept something like this. Please don't take it personally." Su Chiu Yu suddenly sat beside Qin Feng. A wave of fragrance surged toward Qin Feng's face. She just sat with her back facing Qin Feng, so he didn't notice the blush on her face. How could a smart person like Qin Feng not understand Su Chiu Yu's implication? He suddenly bear-hugged her from behind. "Chiu Yu, that means you agree with my suggestion?" Su Chiu Yu was totally shocked. "This Qin Feng is too bold. We're still in Xia Tian's room. What if my sister suddenly returns and sees this?" She wiggled and broke free from Qin Feng's embrace. She spun around and looked at Qin Feng fondly. Then, can you vow to treat both of us sincerely forever? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. The phrase, "A woman's IQ becomes zero once she is in love," was true. How could Su Qiuyu utter such naive and foolish words? "I won't give too many promises. I'll prove myself with my actions." Qin Feng raised his head 45 degrees and gazed at the sun outside of the window, posing as a gentle-as-water pretty boy. He was the seducer sage, and this was his best answer. He could imagine the scene where Su Qiuyu was so touched that she'd weep a bucket and throw herself into his arms, snuggling and acting cute. "That's fine. I'll continue to observe you then." Su Qiuyu suddenly stood up after some time. She resumed to her usual dignified demeanor. The blush on her face receded and she looked at Qin Feng indifferently. "Second uncle's and third uncle's corpses were gone after Grandpa and I rushed to the back garden that night. Even the Yinyang elders had left, and you were the only one left on the ground. What actually happened?" Su Qiuyu's mind was too quick. Qin Feng couldn't follow her pace. He planned to hold an exploratory discussion with Su Qiuyu about how to capture both Xia Tian and her. However, when he saw Su Qiuyu's stern and glacial expression, Qin Feng had no other choice but to forcibly swallow those words of love. "I'm not sure where your second and third uncle had gone. After I defeated the Yinyang elders, another group of black-clothed ninjas from Japan suddenly appeared before me. After that, when I was almost killed by those ninjas, a woman came to my rescue." "Oh yeah, where is that woman?" Qin Feng's countenance suddenly became serious. He thought back to the scene of that night. He had been saved by that woman before she knocked him unconscious. "A woman?" Su Qiuyu frowned. "There was no woman when we arrived. Nobody was there. Maybe that woman carried away the corpses to destroy the evidence. That woman isn't the backup from your Su family?" Qin Feng was even more puzzled. "No, she's not," Su Qiuyu affirmed. "How does she look like? Can you describe her physical characteristics? I can use the power of the Su family to help you look for her." After Qin Feng thought very hard for a moment, he realized the woman's face was blurry. Either her physical stature nor her height were clear in his mind. "Let's forget about it. I'll investigate it myself." Qin Feng shook his head. "I heard you said all those black-clothed ninjas came from Japan?" Su Qiuyu didn't continue pursuing the topic of that woman. She asked about the identity of those black-clothed ninjas instead. "Do you know who sent them?" "Although I can't be certain of it, they probably came from the Wei family in the provincial capital. They came to the Su family to look for you half a month ago. However, I ignored them and fended them off. Apparently, they didn't give up and sent someone to lurk around the Su family. So when you came to the Su family this time, they ambushed you." Su Qiuyu analyzed. Qin Feng suddenly thought of Wei Xiaolei. He then asked, "The Wei family of the provincial capital?" "The family behind Wei Xiaolei, whom I killed at Coiled Snake Mountain." Su Qiuyu nodded. She then added, "Not only the Wei family, even the William family is looking for you. That family's actual strength is much more mysterious than the Wei family's. The William family is an old American family with superpower that has produced many great talents. It's just that the family is based in America, far from China, so they haven't made any moves yet. However, this time the Wei family has discovered your true identity. I'm certain they will make an alliance with the William family to take you down." Su Qiuyu suddenly gazed fondly at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you've sacrificed too much to protect the Su family. Now that I'm the head of household of the Su family, should they try to harm you, I'll unleash the full power of the Su family to fight along with you. This time, I'll stand and fall with you." Chapter 342. Chapter 342. The Plan to Destroy the Liang Family. Qin Feng and Su Qiuyu conversed for a while, then Su Xia Tian happily walked in with a bowl of medicinal soup. The bowl was still really hot. Qin Feng rushed over to take it from her. He was afraid this girl's small, soft hands would get burned. "Xia Tian, thank you." Qin Feng smiled and patted Su Xia Tian's head. Su Xiatian blinked mischievously and blushed slightly. Staring at Qin Feng as he drank the whole bowl of medicine, she grinned with satisfaction. Big sis! Do you think the cuts on Qin Feng's body will leave scars? Su Xiatian hugged her sister's arm, pouted, and acted cute. If they really do leave scars, will little sis no longer like Qin Feng? Su Qiuyu teased her sister. Sis! How could I be such a shallow woman? It's not that I like Qin Feng because of his appearance. I like him mainly because the guy's pretty tactful. He didn't run away when our Su family was in a crisis. Thus, I gave him a chance to date me. Su Xiatian finally admitted that she wanted to be with Qin Feng. But she admitted it unwillingly. Big sis, you're now the Su family's head of household. You have so much power. Can you bring out the Su family's most precious medicinal herbs so we can give them to Qin Feng? He has it so hard. I don't want his body to be scarred. Su Xiatian suddenly looked earnestly at Su Qiuyu. Su Qiuyu patted her little sister's head, smiled, and said, Don't worry, there won't be scars. There's cicada pupa powder on Qin Feng's wounds. Cicada pupa powder was a very famous medicinal powder made by the capital's Liang family. When applied to a wound, it sped up the healing process and prevented scarring. However, this medicinal powder was extremely expensive, so only rich people could afford it. That night when Su Qiuyu rushed to Qin Feng's side, they found that someone had put cicada pupa powder on his wounds. At the time, Su Qiuyu couldn't understand it. Now, she found out that Qin Feng had been saved by a woman, and understood everything. However, she felt apprehensive. What kind of relationship does that woman have with Qin Feng? Why did she leave after saving him? And she applied precious cicada pupa powder on him. Su Xiatian then felt reassured. She realized that she was standing before Qin Feng in her nightie, so she shyly ran to the dressing room to change clothes. After Su Xiatian left, Qin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu. Qiuyu, you said this cicada pupa powder is the capital's Liang family's main product? That's right. Su Qiuyu nodded slightly. The capital's Liang family is a famous pharmaceutical family. Their Liang medical group is extremely famous in China. The company's main products are the cicada pupa powder and the bruised liniment. Cicada pupa powder whitens skin and gets rid of scars. The bruised liniment can heal all external injuries and minor injuries. Even beginner martial artists use their bruised liniment. Once the capital's Liang family was mentioned, Qin Feng's expression sank a bit. He suddenly thought about Zhao Lingxian and Liang Yu. The Liang family suppressed Zhao Dahai's high medical group and forced the two families to join in marriage. Now Zhao Lingxian had been forced to agree to Liang Yu's proposal, so Qin Feng had to destroy the Liang family's power as soon as possible. Qiuyu, the Su family's most important business sector, is the medical field as well. The Su family has its roots in pharmaceutics, and it's currently at the forefront of Sky City's pharmaceutical industry. However, these past couple of years, the Liang family has been more and more voracious. Because of the Liang medical group, our Su family has now begun to diversify and no longer focuses on just the pharmaceutical field. We also branched into both the real estate and entertainment fields. In Su Qiuyu's perspective, Qin Feng was already her younger sister's husband, and she also wanted Qin Feng to become her own husband. Thus, this man had to understand the Su family's company distribution. Su Qiuyu explained everything in detail. Qiuyu, can you help me with something? Qin Feng became serious. Go ahead. Su Qiuyu became serious as well. I want to destroy the capital's Liang family's pharmaceutical company. I can give you a prescription. Promote it with the Su family's medicinal sector, and I'm sure you can seize the vast pharmaceutical market. Qin Feng suddenly thought about the elementary gold sore medicine from the system. That was much more mysterious than the cicada pupa powder and the bruised liniment. Not only did it whiten skin, get rid of scars, and get rid of wounds and swelling, it could even relieve minor internal wounds. What prescription? Su Qiuyu's lovely eyes brightened, and she was expectant. A prescription that works like the cicada pupa powder and the bruised liniment. Su Qiuyu's expression immediately dimmed. She didn't dare spend a lot of money promoting a prescription like that. Qin Feng, you really are smart. Although there are problems I didn't mention, I'm sure you know about them. The capital's Liang family's Liang Medical Group has been around for 10 years, and their cicada pupa powder and the bruised liniment are publicly reputable products. These two products are household names in everyone's minds. If we use other products to break in, then we have some hope. But if we break in with these two products, that's just inviting disaster. Qin Feng knew about Su Qiuyu's apprehensions. Business people all looked at costs and profits. No one wanted to take a loss. Su Qiuyu was the Su family's head of household, and she was responsible for the family. Thus, when making decisions, she had to consider many different factors. I know it's hard for you, but I can assure you that the medicine made from my prescription won't be outdone by the cicada pupa powder and the bruised liniment. And the product will be a lot less costly. Qin Feng really wanted to buy a bottle of the elementary gold sore medicine from the system, apply it to his body, and show Su Qiuyu the results. It was far superior to the cicada pupa powder. However, he had no hedonist sovereign points to speak of, so he could only persuade Su Qiuyu with his words. Su Qiuyu's shapely eyebrows furrowed. She clenched her teeth in deliberation. Qin Feng saw her conflicted expression and felt bad. Never mind, I'll think of something on my own. Pretend I didn't say anything. In the end, Qin Feng gave up on using the Su family to contend against the Liang family. This was a battle, and Qin Feng couldn't bear pulling Su Qiuyu into it. Okay. I accept. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Su Qiuyu responded resolutely. I said earlier that no matter the danger, we'll live and die together. Thank you. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Su Qiuyu's slender, lily-white hands. Su Qiuyu stiffened, but she didn't pull her hands from Qin Feng's warm ones. Qin Feng! Do I look good in this blue chiffon dress? Su Xiatian suddenly bounded back into the room. She changed into a pretty mini dress, and her long and delicate calves were clad in bright knee-high socks. She wore a bunny clip in her hair, and looked so cute that whoever saw her would want to pinch her cheeks. Huh! Qin Feng, why are you holding my sister's hands? You stinking brat, let go of her! Su Xiatian had good eyes, and she rushed over angrily. Su Qiuyu immediately pulled her hands from Qin Feng's as if she'd gotten an electric shock, and her face flushed. Xiatian, stop it! Your sister was saying something important to me. Qin Feng pulled Su Xiatian into his arms and sat down. Big sister Qiuyu was just talking about us. She said we should get married as soon as possible. Sis, why you're so annoying? Su Xiatian leaned into Qin Feng's embrace and flailed her legs. She struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace and shyly ran back into the dressing room. She felt so shy that her heart was about to leap out of her throat. When she saw her little sister leave, Su Qiuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Feng calmed down as well. I've written down the prescription. One is gold sore medicine, it's like the bruised liniment. The other is whitening powder, it works like the cicada pupa powder. We'll use these two products to break into the market and beat down the Liang family's main products, destroying the enormous family. Qin Feng's expression revealed a sliver of malice. Su Qiuyu was briefly stunned. She could tell that Qin Feng was against the Liang family for personal reasons. However, she didn't ask too much about it. She nodded and said, Don't worry. I'll always stand by your side. Qin Feng and Su Qiuyu planned on how to deal with the Liang family, and he wrote down the prescriptions. This was for the elementary gold sore medicine, but he split it in two, one for whitening the skin and the other for healing bruises and wounds. Luckily Su Qiuyu grew up studying medicine, so she understood prescriptions. When she saw Qin Feng write the two prescriptions, her pretty eyes widened. The prescription was rare and strange, and it was her first time seeing it. Qin Feng, are you certain it's these two prescriptions? Quite a lot of this is antagonistic, and some of the herbs absolutely cannot go together. Otherwise, it'll become poison. Su Qiuyu shouted in surprise. Qin Feng was shocked. He knew nothing about medicine. He wrote down the prescription for the elementary gold sore medicine from the system. How could it become poison? Qin Feng used the elementary gold sore medicine several times, and it had always been very effective. If he used the elementary gold sore medicine on his current wounds, he would be healed in a week. In the past, Qin Feng also applied it on Liu Chen's beautiful leg, and it was effective. The next day, her injuries were healed, and not even a scar could be seen. This is poison? Unconvinced, Qin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu. Su Qiuyu felt helpless. Qin Feng, don't tell me you don't know medicine? Are you trying to make me laugh? Where is your prescription from? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He couldn't mention the hedonist sovereign system aloud. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Su Qiuyu, but he didn't want to unnecessarily trouble her. And even if he told her, he feared that a smart woman like Su Qiuyu wouldn't believe him. Bring it to your family doctor. If it really doesn't work, then tell me. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. All right, then we'll leave it at that for now. Chapter 343. Chapter 343. Liang Yu's Invitation. Yuhai City, Heping Town. This was a beautiful little town, and it was Bai Qing's hometown. After leaving the mountain resort with Qin Feng, Bai Qing had quit her managerial position at Royal Hotel and gone home to find the answer in her heart. She'd been home for almost 2 months, and every day, she sat in bed in a daze, staring out the window at the blue sky and white clouds. Her head was filled with images of Qin Feng. If you miss someone, if you don't think about them during the day, you think about them at night. Qin, bad news! Bad news! Your little brother was kidnapped! Mother Bai rushed into Bai Qing's room, so worried that tears streamed out of her eyes. Bai Qing immediately collected herself, jumped out of bed, and supported her mother. Then she furrowed her brows and asked, Ma, what happened? What did that brat Bai Xiu do this time? Bai Qing had a little brother named Bai Xiu. He was 17, the rebellious age. Every few days, he was either in a fight or causing trouble somewhere. This time, he didn't get in a fight or a relationship. This time, it's big. Something big has happened. Mother Bai wailed. Your dad just got a call from someone who said they were from Fengyun Fun City. They said your little brother lost a couple $100,000 and wants us to bring the money in exchange for him. Bai Qing's expression changed dramatically. Everyone in Heping Town knew of Fengyun Fun City. It was the largest casino in town. It was established over 10 years ago, so in order for them to exist for so long, there had to be someone huge backing them. There were often reports of various people from various households in town that lost their family fortunes overnight at the Fengyun Fun City. But Bai Xiu's so young. How did he end up at that kind of place? And he lost a couple $100,000? Ma! Don't worry! We'll first go gauge the situation in Fun City. After understanding it, then we'll decide. Luckily, Bai Qing was someone who had worked in a big city for a good number of years, so she was shrewder and looked at the big picture. At this time, she began to comfort her mother. Your dad rushed over after receiving the call. Let's wait at home for news from him. Mother Bai slowly calmed down as well. Acropolis City's Qin Manor. It was like New Year's in Qin Manor. The servants rushed about, and the women surrounded the sofa in the parlor with great joy. Qin Huang read the newspaper with a broad smile on his face. Because Qin Feng suddenly returned. Qin Feng left for Sky City without saying goodbye, and he was gone for 5 days. In the beginning, Qin Huang and Su Ruoro didn't care about waiting for him because every month he would hang out somewhere for a couple of days and not come home. However, after the 3rd day passed and Qin Feng still hadn't come home, everyone began calling him. Yet the 3rd day was when Qin Feng was injured heavily and fell unconscious for 3 days. His phone also shut down after the battery ran down, so he couldn't be contacted. With the memory of the assassination attempt at the opening ceremony of the Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 fresh in their minds, Qin Huang, Su Ruoro, and even Han Ningning were worried to death. They were deeply afraid that Qin Feng had gotten into some sort of accident. Now, Qin Feng was finally home. And he was just as vulgar and sloppy as before. Qin Feng, where did you go during these past few days? Su Ruoro and Han Ying surrounded Qin Feng, standing on either side of him. Su Ruoro peeled grapes and fed them to Qin Feng while grumbling and pouting at Qin Feng. You missed me, didn't you, little sister Ruoro? How about I go to your room tonight and tell you all about my fantastical experiences these past days? Qin Feng grinned at Su Ruoro. I don't want to do that. Su Ruoro harumphed adorably, and covertly slapped Qin Feng's hand from her thigh. His hand was about to go into her shorts. How spiteful! Qin Feng! The next time you go out, tell Chairman Qin. Otherwise, everyone will be worried to death. Han Ying straightened the crinkled corner of Qin Feng's shirt, and coincidentally saw some of the wounds on his back. Her lovely eyes narrowed, and she hesitated briefly, but said nothing. Big Sister Ying, I was wrong for worrying everyone. I'll make sure not to do so in the future. Qin Feng casually opened his arms and wrapped one arm around each beauty. Su Ruoro became shy. She lowered her head and didn't resist. Han Ying's expression flashed with hatred, but she didn't break free of Qin Feng's arm either. Pfft! Just then, Qin Huang looked up and saw the scene before him. The sight made him spit out his tea. He stared at Qin Feng and said in a low voice, The food is ready. Come eat. Qin Huang's words allowed the two women to escape Qin Feng's arms. They walked hand in hand to the table and sat down. The meal was warm because of Qin Feng's sudden reappearance. Everyone who had been worried and hadn't eaten properly for 3 days now ate with gusto. They talked and laughed energetically. After the meal, Su Ruoro and Han Ying went to work. Since Qin Feng's injuries weren't completely healed, he rested in bed. He'd been unconscious for the past couple of days, and his phone shut off due to insufficient power. He now turned on his phone, and notifications of various texts and calls popped up. Qin Feng glanced over them. A lot of them were calls from Su Ruoro, Han Ying, and Qin Huang, and some were calls from women whom he had pretty good relationships with. Rao Sherman also texted him to tell him she arrived safely in the capital. However, the most missed calls were from the fiery Lu Bingbing. In the span of 3 days, the woman called him 123 times. Is this woman crazy? She isn't feeling lonely, empty, and cold, is she? Qin Feng smiled evilly and immediately called Lu Bingbing back. He received a system notification. Sorry, the phone you called is currently off. Qin Feng called again, and it was the same message. This fiery lass didn't block my number, did she? What a petty woman. Qin Feng pouted and tossed his phone to the side. Not long after, his phone rang. He thought it was Lu Bingbing returning his call, but it was actually an unfamiliar number. Qin Feng answered. Who is it? Prince Qin, it's me, Brother Liang Yu. A laugh came from the other line. Qin Feng immediately sat up. Why did Liang Yu call me so suddenly? Is he with Zhao Lingxian? Zhao Lingxian won't slowly fall for this bastard, will she? Once Qin Feng thought of Zhao Lingxian with Liang Yu, his heart ached. Now that Lingxian accepted the Liang family's proposal, Qin Feng had to destroy the Liang family and take his woman back as soon as possible. Oh ho, so it's Brother Liang. What's with the sudden call? Qin Feng quickly collected himself and laughed along with Liang Yu. Brother Qin, I came to Acropolis from the capital. Last time, you said to find you when I came to Acropolis and you'd give me a tour. Ha ha! You can't take it back! Liang Yu laughed. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. This bastard really came to Acropolis? Is he here to meet Lingxian? Or is it that this brat can't wait anymore and wants to rape Lingxian? What do you mean by taking it back? Where are you, Brother Liang? I'll look for you straight away, said Qin Feng hastily. I'm at Lingxian's house. Do you want to come over? Uncle Zhao isn't here, it's just us of the younger generation. Wait for me. I'm coming right now. Qin Feng ended the call, changed, and flew out the door. After discovering that Uncle Zhao wasn't home and that only Liang Yu and Zhao Lingxian were in the Zhao villa, he was so anxious that his heart was about to combust. He rushed over on the 28 bicycle, and the bike moved so fast that it seemed as though it was about to fly. After arriving at the Zhao villa, the 28 bicycle didn't stop. Qin Feng leapt off the bike and was about to run into the villa when he suddenly halted in his steps. Zhao Lingxian and Liang Yu were strolling by the pond outside the villa. Liang Yu smiled and joked while Zhao Lingxian had her head down as if she were counting the rocks on the ground. "Brother Qin, you're here!" Liang Yu raised his head and immediately saw Qin Feng. He was so happy that he almost jumped. Zhao Lingxian, whose head was lowered the whole time, lifted her head slightly and peeked at Qin Feng. When she saw Qin Feng's anxious expression, a slight warmth surged within her, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "It seems that this stinking brat still cares a bit about me. Brother Liang, after not seeing you for so long, you seem to have become increasingly handsome and distinguished." Qin Feng walked toward them and exchanged formalities with Liang Yu. Then, he pulled Zhao Lingxian into his embrace. "Ha ha! And my little sister Lingxian keeps becoming more and more beautiful and fresh." The last time Liang Yu came to the Zhao family to propose, Qin Feng reached an agreement with Liang Yu. Qin Feng backed out of competing for Zhao Lingxian, and Liang Yu went home to convince the Liang family not to start a war with the Qin family. Thus, Qin Feng appeared today as Zhao Lingxian's older brother, and Liang Yu wasn't mad even though Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian in front of him. He was a rich young master, so he knew very well that a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng wouldn't ruin his entire family for one woman. "What are you doing? Let go of me this instant!" Zhao Lingxian angrily broke free from Qin Feng. Though she felt a lot better after last time's proposal, she didn't completely forgive Qin Feng for his emotional sluggishness. So how could she let Qin Feng hug her? Qin Feng released Zhao Lingxian. As Acropolis City seducer sage, he'd learned about female sense in middle school. He hugged Zhao Lingxian to smell her. The pure virgin fragrance still lingered, so Qin Feng felt reassured. "Ha ha! Look at this girl, after growing up, she doesn't know her brother anymore. When she was little, she wanted me with her even when taking a bath." Qin Feng chuckled as he spoke to Liang Yu. "Every girl becomes shy after growing up. Don't take offense, brother Qin." Liang Yu laughed as well. He'd invited Qin Feng to break the ice. Before Qin Feng came, Zhao Lingxian didn't even say a word to Liang Yu. She merely strolled through the garden with him, so Liang Yu felt really anxious. He came to Acropolis so suddenly to develop his relationship with Zhao Lingxian. It would be best if he could take her body as soon as possible. Liang Yu began to feel restless in regard to such an exquisite fiancée. "Little sister Lingxian, is Uncle Xiao not home?" Qin Feng spoke while giving Liang Yu a pointed look. Liang Yu immediately understood, and smiled excitedly. "Father-in-law Zhao went to work, only we three are in the house. What should we do?" "What do you want to do, brother Liang?" Qin Feng smiled at Liang Yu. Liang Yu was so excited that he almost said that he wanted to do Zhao Lingxian, but he controlled himself. "Why don't we play some games?" Liang Yu suggested playing a game because a game would warm up the atmosphere. As they played, maybe he could use the opportunity to touch Zhao Lingxiang's hands or her waist. "If we have physical contact during the day, then won't we go straight to bed at night?" Liang Yu was extremely grateful for Qin Feng, and felt that it was a really good idea to invite him. "Let's play hide-and-seek." "Why don't two people hide while one person seeks?" suggested Qin Feng. This was Zhao Lingxian's favorite game when she was little. At the time, Zhao Dahai and Qin Huang were busy with work all day, so Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian stuck together and often played hide-and-seek to pass the time. Every time Zhao Lingxian hid, Qin Feng found her right away. But when Qin Feng hid, Qin Feng would only come out to comfort Zhao Lingxian when she began crying because she couldn't find him. Chapter 344. Chapter 344 feels very exciting. When Qin Feng suggested playing hide-and-seek, Zhao Lingxian snuck a peek at him. A surge of warmth passed through her heart. So this guy didn't forget about our lovely childhood memories. Okay. That's a good game. Liang Yu clapped. This game made his intentions perfectly. When Qin Feng was seeking, he would hide with Zhao Lingxian. Liang Yu already formulated his plan. He would hide in a narrow area, so the two of them would be forced to stick close together, and maybe even hug. Then they'd be able to slowly enhance their feelings for one another. Brother Qin, what a great suggestion! Liang Yu looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. If Zhao Lingxian wasn't there, he'd want to rush up to Qin Feng and kiss him passionately. One has to befriend people like Qin Feng. This is the definition of a true friend. When Qin Feng saw how dumb Liang Yu looked for getting sold and helping the seller count the money, he laughed coldly inside while asking Zhao Lingxian. Lingxian, what do you think? Whatever. Zhao Lingxian was expressionless like before. Alright, then let's play hide and seek. How about this? First, little sister Lingxian and I will hide and you, brother Liang, will seek. In the second round, I'll seek while you two hide. What do you think? Qin Feng gave Liang Yu a pointed look. Okay, I don't mind. Liang Yu returned Qin Feng's look. He knew that haste would cause things to go awry. If he hid with Zhao Lingxian right away, then she might still be shy and unable to open up. Liang Yu already rushed to begin counting while Qin Feng took Zhao Lingxian's hand and pulled her into the villa. The rules of the game were that they had to stay in the villa, and that they couldn't go into Zhao Lingxian's room, because girls' rooms are always an enormous secret. Qin Feng, didn't you say we couldn't hide in my room? Why did we come here? Zhao Lingxian looked around her room suspiciously. Stop talking and kiss me! Qin Feng closed the door, lifted Zhao Lingxian's charming face, and kissed her fiercely. Zhao Lingxian came to her senses only after they had been kissing for a long time. She pushed him harshly away. What are you doing? Don't mess around. I have nothing to do with you right now. I'm someone else's fiancé. Lingxian, don't be difficult. I told you that I'm going to steal you back. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Lingxian into his embrace once again. He was feeling unhappy because he got pushed away right when he was just getting immersed in the kiss. Did that bastard Liang Yu do anything to you before I got here? Zhao Lingxian struggled twice, then gave up and rested in Qin Feng's arms. If he did anything, what would you do? What? What did the beast do? I smelled you just now, and the virgin scent is still there. Qin Feng suddenly became anxious. The corner of Zhao Lingxian's lips tugged upward. She stared at Qin Feng and shouted. What virgin scent? What the hell are you talking about? You learned bad things since you were young. Where did you hear that from? I don't believe it. Qin Feng felt a lot better when he saw Zhao Lingxian beginning to argue with him. He hugged her tightly and said, Lingxian, I have too many enemies right now, so many that I can't even properly count them. Liang Yu has a lot of power backing him. I don't have the ability to eliminate the entire Liang family in the capital. So I'll have to inconvenience you for now. Give me some more time. I've already begun pressuring the Liang family. When I've dissolved their important sources of power and made the fatal strike, I'll steal you back for sure. It was the first time Qin Feng said these words to Zhao Lingxian. This was the plan he kept hidden within him. Zhao Lingxian's frail body suddenly trembled. She hadn't thought Qin Feng would consider destroying an entire family for her sake. She thought Qin Feng didn't care about her anymore. She never thought a man who always looked frivolous would have such frightening thoughts. Zhao Lingxian's eyes reddened. During the past couple of days, she'd heard about the sharpshooters' attack at Cloud City Hua Manor, and she knew that the Qin family recently clashed with a lot of large family clans. Zhao Lingxian really wanted to find Qin Feng and stay with him, so they could face the problems together, but she knew she couldn't do so. Qin Feng, how have you been recently? Zhao Lingxian's hands had been tightly clenched the whole time, but now they lightly embraced Qin Feng's back. I'm very well. Don't worry about me. As long as you're happy, then I'm reassured. Qin Feng lightly caressed Zhao Lingxian's back. When a woman's heart grows cold, reigniting it is really hard. But, of course, that depends on the person. With the right person, then maybe a simple sentence can rekindle ashes into a blazing fire. Qin Feng, do you still remember how we loved playing hide-and-seek when we were little? Of course. Every time, you always hid in such easy places that I could find you right away. But you hid in places that were too hard to find. I'd look in every room, but I could never find you. But once you cried, I appeared right away. Because I knew you were afraid I disappeared. You were afraid you'd never see me again. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian embraced tightly, and their gazes interlocked. Qin Feng, I'll believe you once more. I'll wait for you. Zhao Lingxian's voice was as quiet as a mosquito, but Qin Feng heard it clearly. He almost shouted in happiness. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps suddenly echoed outside. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian froze. In her shock, Zhao Lingxian immediately pushed Qin Feng away, and she had a nervous expression. What should we do? Wouldn't he be suspicious of you if he finds us hiding in my room? Zhao Lingxian had just forgiven Qin Feng, and she already began worrying about him. She knew he didn't have it easy. Other people might consider him an idle, hedonist young master who had no worries, but Zhao Lingxian knew of Qin Feng's hardships. What do we do? What do we do? Zhao Lingxian paced around the room anxiously. If he discovers us, won't he turn against you? Would he immediately mobilize the capital's Liang family to suppress you? Upon seeing Zhao Lingxian's worry, Qin Feng smiled and hugged her. Then, he carried her to the bed. No! Let go, Qin Feng. If we're discovered, you'll be in trouble. Zhao Lingxian was so shocked that she was bewildered. She desperately struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng had a death grip on her and laughed as he said, Don't worry! We made the rules clear earlier that we can't hide in your room. That brat won't have the guts to come in. Zhao Lingxian calmed down a bit, but she was still worried. She glanced at the door and said, Qin Feng, why don't you lock the door? Qin Feng didn't get up. He was enjoying the feeling of being pressed against Zhao Lingxian's soft body. I'm not locking it. I like this feeling. Say, Liang Yu's having such a hard time looking for us, so if he found out we were lying in your bed carrying out an affair, would he be so angry that he faints and dies? Qin Feng laughed evilly. Zhao Lingxian blushed profusely. Qin Feng's words, carrying out an affair, really fit the situation. Zhao Lingxian didn't really like it, but she had no way of resisting. Lingxian, I really miss you. Qin Feng's lips fell on Zhao Lingxian's red ones. Zhao Lingxian fought for a bit, then stopped resisting. She allowed Qin Feng to kiss her. Outside, Liang Yu's footsteps came and went. Inside the room, Qin Feng kissed Zhao Lingxian wildly. The feeling made Zhao Lingxian addicted. 20 minutes later, Liang Yu ran out of the villa drenched in sweat. He almost turned the 4 floors of the villa upside down, but he couldn't find the 2 of them. He began to feel suspicious. According to reason, Qin Feng should be helping him. He should have taken Zhao Lingxian to hide somewhere easy to find. Or he should have left some clues along the way to make finding them easier. Why is there nothing? Liang Yu already gave up. He went downstairs to get some fresh air outside the villa. Then, he'd call Qin Feng and tell him to come out. He had just pulled out his phone when his eyes widened. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were sitting and chatting on the lawn. Brother Liang, what did you do? We waited for you for so long. Liang Yu had just gone outside when Qin Feng greeted him with a laugh. Liang Yu walked up to Qin Feng and asked in a low voice, Brother Qin, where were you guys hiding? Why didn't you hide in an easier place to find? I've been searching to death. Qin Feng lowered his voice as well and complained. You're one to talk, Brother Liang. Lingxian and I hid behind the front doors, and we stood there for a really long time. That's such an easy hiding spot. I thought you'd see us once you went into the villa, and then it'd be my turn to find you and Lingxian. I set everything up, but you didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Liang Yu listened with wide eyes and his mouth agape. Then, he suddenly slapped himself in the head. After going into the villa, he really hadn't looked around the first floor. He thought to himself that Qin Feng had to at least hide in the second or third floor to pretend he was giving the game some effort. Who would have thought that they'd hide behind the front doors? Liang Yu was filled with regret. I'm so stupid. But I'll definitely remember Brother Qin's efforts. If you ever need anything, Brother Qin, don't be polite in asking for it. Qin Feng laughed internally when he saw that Liang Yu was thanking him when he tricked him. Ling Xian, I'm really sorry to have made you wait for so long. Liang Yu and Qin Feng went up to Zhao Ling Xian. Liang Yu's gaze swept over Zhao Ling Xian and immediately became worried when he saw her flushed face. Ling Xian, why is your face so red? You don't have a fever, do you? Zhao Ling Xian became nervous. She didn't have a fever. This was all because of Qin Feng. Earlier, in her room, Qin Feng had taken off all the clothing on her upper body and kissed and touched her. Though the two of them sat and rested outside for 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao Ling Xian's body was still heated up. Brother Liang! You're asking this at the wrong time. Qin Feng looked at Liang Yu as though he failed to live up to expectations. Little sister Ling Xian waited here for you for 20 minutes. She was angry and said you were dumb. She said she ran out of patience. She's flushed with anger. Liang Yu hit himself in the forehead again and laughed awkwardly. Ling Xian, I was wrong. Come on, let's go hide together right now and have Brother Qin find us. Brother Qin is intelligent. He'll be sure to find us quickly. Liang Yu extended his hand toward Zhao Ling Xian. Who knew how long he'd waited for this moment? It was finally his turn to hide with Zhao Ling Xian. What was a good place to hide? The bathroom. That was a convenient place to do things. The Qian wasn't bad either. A lot of the films took place in the Qian. Or maybe the dressing room. Recently, videos in the dressing room were really popular. Chapter 345. Chapter 345. Bring a rich young master as the chauffeur. Liang Yu was in the midst of his imaginations, smiling so much that he couldn't close his mouth. Just then, Zhao Ling Xian's icy voice was like a bucket of cold water falling on his head. I'm not playing anymore. I've waited for so long that I don't want to play anymore. Ling Xian, you really don't want to play anymore? I already thought of a couple of good places to hide in. I'm sure they'll make you unexpectedly happy. Liang Yu's heart clenched, and he looked anxiously at Zhao Ling Xian. He had just had such a hard time running around the villa like an idiot just for this moment. How can we not play at her say-so? Where had the basic trust between humans gone? I'm not playing anymore. I don't want to play anymore. Zhao Ling Xian huffed, pouting. There was no way she was hiding with Liang Yu. Brother Liang! I can only help you so much. You were too dumb. My hands are tied. Qin Feng immediately pulled Liang Yu aside and whispered to him. You know Ling Xian's temper. This girl's been spoiled since she was young and has a princess mentality. Now, that mentality is surfacing. We can only do everything she says. Otherwise, she'll hate you forever. When Liang Yu heard how serious the situation was, he immediately looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. Brother Qin! Good thing I called you here. Otherwise, I would have definitely stepped on a mine. I'll definitely remember your kindness. When Zhao Ling Xian and I finish the deed, I'll be sure to thank Brother Qin again. A murderous look flitted through Qin Feng's eyes. Then, he smiled and said, All right. Let's not play hide-and-seek. You'll still have opportunities to strike when we do other things. Okay. I'll follow your plans, Brother Qin. In the future, whenever I come to Acropolis looking for Ling Xian, I'll be sure to call Brother Qin. I hope you don't find me an annoyance then. Ha! Of course I won't. Qin Feng laughed as he and Liang Yu returned to where Zhao Ling Xian was. This girl was still pretending to be mad. Ling Xian, let's not play hide-and-seek anymore. What do you want to do? I'll do it with you. Liang Yu attempted to curry favor with Zhao Ling Xian. Zhao Ling Xian ignored Liang Yu. Her large, lively eyes were glued to Qin Feng as she awaited his opinion. I don't think there's anything fun to play in the house. Since it's rare for Brother Liang to come to Acropolis, why don't we go out for a walk? Qin Feng smiled at Zhao Lingxian. He knew that this girl had been staying in the mansion all day ever since he dropped out of school. If she didn't go outside, this goddess would soon become a geeky homebody. Okay. Then let's go for a walk. No matter what Qin Feng said, Liang Yu would be the first to approve it. Zhao Lingxian was moved. She really wanted to go for a walk with Qin Feng. The last time they went for a walk was 800 years ago. Zhao Lingxian could barely remember it. Whatever! Zhao Lingxian continued to maintain an expression of nonchalance. The three people decided to take a walk. Liang Yu drove his Land Rover and was the chauffeur. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian sat in the back shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng was dishonest. He purposely placed his hand on a spot that couldn't be seen in the rearview mirror, and secretly rubbed Zhao Lingxian's smooth calves. Zhao Lingxian's entire body felt tingly and hot. She wanted to make a noise, but she didn't dare do so. The ride made her go crazy from stifling herself. Liang Yu focused on driving and didn't notice anything. After getting out of the car, he even groveled and opened the doors for Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian and helped them out of the car. He was acting like a lackey. You're horrible! When Liang Yu wasn't paying attention, Zhao Lingxian pinched Qin Feng's waist. She felt that Liang Yu was too stupid. This idiot is happy doing all of this. I didn't force him to do it. Treat him like air. Today, we're on a date. Qin Feng quickly slapped Zhao Lingxian's perky behind, and she blushed profusely. Qin Feng openly hugged Zhao Lingxian as they walked. It looked like the sibling love between a brother and sister. Liang Yu followed the two of them. Not only was he not angry, he even chatted with them while laughing. That afternoon, Zhao Lingxian bought a lot of clothes and bags. Liang Yu wanted to pay, but Qin Feng convinced him not to. He naturally wouldn't let another man buy things for his woman. Young Master Qin! Welcome! The three of them had just arrived at the entrance of a luxurious building when two beautiful women greeted them. Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian and looked at Liang Yu with a smile. Brother Liang, walking for an entire afternoon is really tiring. Let's sit in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. This is Acropolis's most exclusive private club. It fits perfectly with Brother Liang's identity. Ha ha! Brother Qin, you're too polite. We're like brothers, so any place of entertainment is the same. Following the beautiful woman's guidance, the three people went into separate changing rooms and changed their clothes. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to book a private room, but he worried that Zhao Lingxian would feel awkward, unaccustomed to it, so he brought them to the public entertainment room. The public entertainment room was extremely classy as well. After all, the people that frequented the Amethyst Dragon Palace were all rich and powerful. The large public lounge was decorated like the palace of the Dragon King. The floor was made of glass, and little fish frolicked beneath it. There were also crystal pillars all around that glimmered under the colorful lights. There weren't a lot of people in the lounge. Groups of 2 and 3 were gathered at different tables chatting and drinking tea. The three of them chose a quiet corner to sit in. They ate while enjoying a massage from beautiful masseuses. Lingxian, you must be tired today. Lie down and let the little beauty massage you. The masseuses in the Amethyst Dragon Palace are the best. Qin Feng smiled while placing a cherry tomato in Zhao Lingxian's mouth. Zhao Lingxian's expression fell slightly, and she looked at Qin Feng unhappily. She naturally knew of the Amethyst Dragon Palace. This was the Hao family's territory. It was probably managed by the Sima family now. This was a high-end club that the rich came to for entertainment. It was rumored that shady business dealings unsuitable for children took place here. Qin Feng seemed to be a regular at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, and this made Zhao Lingxian unhappy. However, Zhao Lingxian's anger soon dissipated, and this anger became concern for Qin Feng. She was a smart girl, and she knew that Qin Feng had a bad relationship with the Sima family. So why did he suddenly want to come here? From Zhao Lingxian's perspective, it made more sense to go to the royal clubhouse. Qin Feng is here! In another corner of the public lounge, 3 young men with unordinary auras sat together. The 3 appeared to be drinking tea and chatting, but their gazes flitted toward Qin Feng's area from time to time. They were all rich young masters of Acropolis, 3 of the eldest grandsons of 5 small family clans. That little beauty with Qin Feng is the heiress of the high medical group, right? The man wearing the blue pajamas spoke indifferently. This was the eldest grandson of the Feng family. That's right. This lass is ranked one of the most beautiful in Acropolis. Who would have thought that she'd fall for that player Qin Feng? What a pity! Zhang Hui, who wore a purple nightshirt, complained while sipping some tea. Do we want to make a move today? Li Xingliang held a go-piece and looked at the other 2 while ruminating. The other 2 furrowed their brows and fell quiet. After a while, Fang Xing said, Though Prince Sima and Prince Wen have clearly teamed up, and they purposely came to talk to us and tell us to team up and deal with Qin Feng, the Qin family isn't something we want to offend. It would be illogical if we take the initiative to provoke Qin Feng. Currently, the power dynamics in Acropolis are changing. Of the 4 major families in Acropolis, the Hao family has been demolished, and the Zhou family announced their withdrawal from those ranks. Everyone is eyeing these 2 empty spots covetously, and all our families want to climb up to fill those spots. However, if we're not careful, we'll fall apart and become cannon fodder in this war. We should be careful. Zhang Hui and Li Xingliang nodded at Fang Xing's analysis. A week ago, Prince Wen and Sima too formed an alliance. After doing so, they began mobilizing various powers to covertly attack the Qin family. The 2 did a lot of things in the background, but these powers became restless. They monitored the development of this situation while waiting for an opportunity to strike. If they were too hasty, then they might be reduced to cannon fodder and their families destroyed. But if they were too slow, then they'd lose their chance and hand it to another family clan. Fang Xing and the other 2 suddenly fell quiet. Everyone was deep in thought, and no one knew what the other was thinking. Oh? If it isn't young Master Fang, young Master Li, and young Master Zhang. You don't come here often. The 3 of them suddenly heard Qin Feng's voice beside their ears. They were so shocked that they almost jumped. It was true that they usually didn't frequent the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After all, when Hao Yun and Zhou Kai were still around, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was where Acropolis City's 4 princes would gather. With the 4 princes present, how could the other young masters dare come? If they came, they would only be suppressed by the 4 princes. And they might even have to smilingly become their lackeys. Who would willingly humiliate themselves this way? But it was different now. 2 of the 4 major families vacated their seats, and the 3 of them formed a pact with Sima Tuesday recently. They'd been going to the Amethyst Dragon Palace practically every day. They wanted to bask in the feeling of being princes. It was like if they came a sufficient number of times, they'd be able to take the vacancies in the 4 major families of Acropolis. These people used to dream every day that they could become one of the 4 princes of Acropolis. Oh! So it's Prince Qin! When did you get here, Prince Qin? How is it that none of us noticed? It really is our honor seeing Prince Qin in the flesh at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. The 3 of them quickly regained their senses and stood to greet Qin Feng. It was not evident that they wanted to harm Qin Feng. Oh, what Prince Qin? That's just a name some bored people came up with. I prefer people calling me young Master Qin. I'm merely of the same status as you 3 young masters. Before the 3 of them could speak, Qin Feng presumptuously sat at the table as if he were in his own house. He wasn't overly polite in the slightest. HM? Why aren't you sitting? Am I not welcome? Ha ha! Of course not. We're just overwhelmed that Prince Qin doesn't deem us beneath him. Fang Xing gave the other 2 a pointed look. The 3 people laughed and sat with Qin Feng. Chapter 346. Chapter 346. Who is he? The 4 of them sat around the table. Fang Xing and the other 2 didn't dare speak. Meanwhile, Qin Feng just enjoyed tea by himself after he took a seat, casting the three of them aside like air. The atmosphere dropped below zero. Fang Xing and the other two felt pressured and funked. Apparently, it was hard for descendants of small family clans like them to confront Qin Feng. Thanks for the tea. You three have great taste. Qin Feng stayed for more than 10 minutes before swaggering away. He took a peek at Liang Yu after he returned to his table. Brother Liang! How's everything going? Liang Yu thought Qin Feng had purposely left to give him some private time with Zhao Lingxian. He'd cast a grateful gaze at Qin Feng, but he was very soon disappointed. This was because after Qin Feng had left, Zhao Lingxian never opened her eyes, enjoying a massage instead and paying him no mind. Zhao Lingxian hadn't budged the slightest even though Liang Yu talked until his mouth was bruised. You need to work harder, Brother Liang, commented Qin Feng mirthfully. Thanks for your encouragement, Brother Qin. I'll try my best to win Lingxian's heart, Liang Yu replied with a smile. He then glanced over at Fang Xing and asked, Brother Qin, are they your friends? Why don't we invite them over? Don't worry, everything is on me today. The merrier the better, don't you think so, Brother Qin? Liang Yu thought Zhao Lingxian was shy. He wanted to invigorate the atmosphere so that Zhao Lingxian would be more open to him. A bunch of fair-weather friends. I'm so pissed seeing them here. Qin Feng glared at Fang Xing, grumbling. Oh, is that so? What happened? Could it be that bunch of people infuriated Brother Qin? An angry face instantly crawled on Liang Yu's face. That's fine. Let them be. Brother Liang is not around Acropolis City much. Let's not talk about this. Moreover, we're not in the provincial capital, so we should avoid crossing these kind of people. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. Dumbfounded by Qin Feng's words, Zhao Lingxian opened her eyes and glanced at the table in the corner. She then pondered. Isn't Qin Feng the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis City? How can there be somebody whom he can't afford to offend? Liang Yu had been observing Zhao Lingxian's gracefulness, so her subtle action didn't escape his eyes. He noticed Zhao Lingxian didn't like that group of people, either, from her frown. Liang Yu then thought to himself. Finally, it's my turn to shine. It was just a small Acropolis city. Was there anyone whom he, Liang Yu, couldn't afford to anger? Brother Qin, what have those 3 stinking brats done to you? Tell me. I'll help you vent your spleen. Liang Yu spoke with massive grandeur. That's fine, that's fine. They're merely 3 wimpy kids. Qin Feng waved his hands and continued. Originally, I wanted to say hello to them. However, I just sat for a minute, and they started to set sights on little sister Lingxian. They even asked what your relationship with her is. So I just told them the truth. But that bunch of little bastards said you have huge bags under your eyes, and your steps are weak, you must be impotent, and you can't possibly satisfy little sister Lingxian. They even said they want to replace you and play with her instead. AI. Let's drink. It's just a bunch of snotty little brats bullshitting. Don't take it personally. Bang! The loud sound of glass shattering broke the quiet clubhouse. Liang Yu smashed the wine glass. With a hideous expression, he barged toward Fang Xing and his friends. He drew the attention of the people in the clubhouse. All of them were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Zhao Lingxian, in particular, covered her alluring little lips and widened her big, beautiful eyes. She hadn't heard the words Qin Feng said to Liang Yu. She thought Liang Yu had an epileptic fit. Only Qin Feng sat in his place and weighed this commotion calmly. He held a cup of tea and took a sip from it, waiting to see a great show. Bang! Liang Yu was fast. Soon after, he arrived at Fang Xing's table and toppled their little wooden table with a kick. There was a pot of freshly brewed, searing hot tea on top of the three's table. It was piping hot, and it scalded them, so that they yelped non-stop. Darn it! What the fuck are you doing? Who the hell are you? You're so fucking dead now. Young Master Zhang and Young Master Li, since it's Qin Feng's underling who took the initiative to mess around with us, let's get him together, and give this little brat some punishment. Fang Xing shouted angrily, and the three of them pounced on Liang Yu together. Qin Feng was the first hedonist young master in Acropolis City. He was always the boss and he would never be someone's underling. So, although Fang Xing and his two friends didn't know who Liang Yu was, since this fellow came together with Qin Feng, then he could only be Qin Feng's underling. The three of them were reluctant to provoke Qin Feng because they feared the Qin family. But since their opponent's underling picked a fight with them on his own, the three of them naturally wouldn't fear Liang Yu. They had the Sima family and Prince Wen backing them as well. Thump! Fang Xing rushed up first and threw a fist at Liang Yu's face. You're merely a dog of Qin Feng's, you silly brat. How dare you act tough before us? I'm going to make sure you regret your foolish action today. After throwing a punch, Fang Xing yelled barbarously, loud enough for everyone to hear. He did this deliberately because of Qin Feng. Do you really think you're such a bully, you little brat? I don't even need to see its owner if I want to punish somebody's dog. Fuck. Do you really think we 5 small family clans are nothing? How dare you step on me? Your idiotic action is like bearding a lion in its den. I think the large families in Acropolis City should be reshuffled. The second to rush forward was Zhang Hui. He was big and tall, and he flipped Liang Yu with a simple kick. Among Liang Yu's peers, only his second little brother, Liang Jingwei, was a martial arts genius. He'd achieved stage 4 inner chi at a very young age. On the other hand, Liang Yu and his third little brother, Liang Xing, were normals, no martial arts background, understanding, or aptitude at all. Both of them were purely hedonist young masters. So now, when he was besieged by 3 people, Liang Yu couldn't do anything but writhe on the floor, enduring their furious attacks. Qin Feng. What should we do? Is Liang Yu mad or something? Why did he proactively pick a fight with them? Zhao Lingxian was so frightened that she clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm. This amethyst dragon palace belongs to the Sima family, and it's Qin Feng who brought Liang Yu here. Will Qin Feng get himself into trouble if the fight persists? Should we stop them? Never mind, let them be. That fellow, Liang Yu, rubs me the wrong way, and I've loathed him for a long time now. It's nice that somebody can finally help me vent my displeasure. Qin Feng casually took a sip from his tea, as if he didn't notice what was happening over there. Seeing a perfectly composed Qin Feng, Zhao Lingxian finally understood. Obviously, this show was arranged by Qin Feng. Liang Yu, Fang Xing, and Fang Xing's friends, all of them were simply his pawns. Qin Feng, control yourself, then. Don't join in. Zhao Lingxian didn't care for others' well-being as long as Qin Feng was fine. Qin Feng suddenly got to his feet and tidied Zhao Lingxian's hair. Don't worry. Let me show you the strength of your man. As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly vanished before Zhao Lingxian's eyes. By the time she raised her head, she noticed that Qin Feng had joined the brawl. Bang! Sound arrived before Qin Feng. He delivered a kick at Fang Xing's face and destroyed his front teeth. You 3 evil creatures, you have the nerve to bully this young master's buddy. You're all asking to die. Qin Feng's voice was loud and clear. He didn't stop while speaking. He single-handedly picked up Zhang Hui, who had been stomping on Liang Yu. That tall and sturdy Zhang Hui was now like a little chick in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng tossed Zhang Hui, sending him flying through the air to drop heavily on a tea table nearby. He even smashed the tea table into 2. Ah! The public lounge was like a pot that suddenly exploded. Everyone was stunned by this fierce battle. Most importantly, those people involved in the fight were descendants of the 5 small family clans and the number 1 hedonist young master, Qin Feng. I brought my good friend here to have a cup of tea, and I intended to have a nice chat with him. How dare the 3 of you insult my friend? On top of that, you even hit him. If I don't give you a tanning, I think you'll probably forget who owns this Acropolis City. Qin Feng picked up Li Xingliang, raised his arm, and gave Li Xingliang some fine slaps. After a dozen of slaps, Li Xingliang's originally handsome, white face had swollen up, blood red and purplish, just like a ghost. Wamp! Qin Feng tossed Li Xing Liang as well. Brother Liang, are you all right? Qin Feng hastily helped Liang Yu to his feet and continued with a worried expression. You're too reckless. Why'd you go up to them all alone? You should have informed me earlier. I'm very good at hitting people. Liang Yu had bruises all over his body. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and Qin Feng almost couldn't recognize him. That clean, white bathrobe was also full of footprints. He was as miserable as a beggar. Fuck. How dare this group of kids lay their hands on me? They are dead, they are so dead. Liang Yu was truly enraged. He held tightly to Qin Feng's arm and yelled, Tell me, Brother Qin. Who are they? I'll now go back to the provincial capital and ask my people to destroy them. Zhao Lingxian had arrived at their side. She apparently realized Qin Feng's intention and took the initiative to answer Liang Yu's question before Qin Feng could. Young Master Liang, these three are the fellows of the Feng family, the Zhang family, and the Li family. All of them are heirs of small family clans. I never imagined they'd have the guts to attack you. Are you all right? Liang Yu was slightly stunned. He'd never expected that Zhao Lingxian would care for him. He clapped his chest and yelled with lofty heroic spirit. The Feng family, Li family, and Zhang family, right? Just you wait. I'll exterminate your whole family tonight. Liang Yu's cockiness had drawn the attention of the people in the lounge. Almost everyone knew Fang Xing and his two friends, but not Liang Yu. They all cast puzzled looks at Liang Yu with a question in their minds. Why is this fellow still so arrogant even though he has been brutally beaten? Who is he? However, they soon realized that this person shouldn't be Qin Feng's underling since Qin Feng and Liang Yu addressed and treated each other like real brothers. A person who could be Qin Feng's brother, it seems he has some background as well. At this moment, Fang Xing and his two friends were still rolling on the floor, yelping in pain. However, their hearts were in much more pain than the physical pain in their bodies. The three of them weren't fools. They suddenly realized that Qin Feng had duped them. They'd thought all along that Liang Yu was Qin Feng's underling. They planned to step on Qin Feng by beating up his underling. But now, it seemed like they'd had it all wrong. Young Master Feng. Something is wrong. What should we do now? Enduring the pain in their bodies, Li Xing Liang and Zhang Hui went to Fang Xing's side. All of them were in a panic. I think we've been set up. Let's retreat now and check out the identity of that person with our family's power. We must find out who he really is. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.